Kept through faith by His mighty power. He to shield me is every night. Gives me grace for each need and hour. Oh, now happy, how blessed am I. Though an host should encamp against me, why, oh why should I ever fear? Lost in sin, Jesus sought and found me. Now to keep He is ever near. Kept through faith by His mighty power. He to shield me is ever nigh. How blessed am I? Jesus knows all about the pathway I must travel from day to day. When on earth as a man of sorrows, He walked over the same hard way. He kept through faith by His mighty power. He to shield me is ever nigh. Gives me grace for each need and hour. Oh, now happy, how blessed am I.
guide my hand against your Roman popery.
What up, Spider?
How's it going there, Brandon? Yeah, I got a couple of questions about this picture right here.
Yeah?
For sure.
What's your question?
Yeah, and are those skinny jeans you're wearing?
No. It
Are
would be a
you
suit,
sure?
so- Yeah, I'm sure. You'll never catch me in fucking skinny jeans, especially with these big old balls.
All right, now
So
listen.
anyhow,
Who took a shit?
we're back.
Who took a shit? Was that you
dog.
or the dog?
Definitely the
So
dog.
anyhow,
I was thinking
I
maybe
missed
he's
you,
a little
Brandon.
You
proud.
missed me?
Yeah, I've been waiting all day, man. You make this way too late, but it's all right. At least we're here.
Oh, sorry, I have to work for a living.
Do you now? Working on your complex,
Absolutely. And lots of shit, homie. I'm telling you.
Your
Food,
hyper Adobe.
food, water, clothing, and shelter are the best businesses to get into right now. I promise
Food,
you.
water, clothing, and shit. Well, those are all the essentials.
Correct.
Yeah, I understand. Someone told me they're like, you don't have to be a genius to make a lot of money in business. And I said, how so? He's like, you just have to sell what people need. If you make a toilet paper company, you'll be rich in no time. And I realize he's right. You don't have to invent the wheel. You just have to do what sells.
Well, see, in a cooperative, that's where you already have guaranteed buyers. That's why everybody, when we combine our purchasing power, I can go to all the same suppliers as Walmart and get all of their suppliers to sell us everything at the same price they sell Walmart. And, but why would we do that? Everything at Walmart is fucking garbage. It's actually promoting slavery over in fucking China. That those poor people are paying the cost for our cheap goods because they don't make shit. I've been to China. I've seen it. They live in little tiny dorm rooms that are, it's like a walk-in closet with the same fucking metal beds on the chain that come off the wall. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, those are the working class. But China, most people were poor, but because of this, a lot of people have become filthy rich, like the factory owners. You understand what I'm saying? Like the slave owners. So China
Sure.
used to always be fucked, but now it's fucked. But there's filthy rich individuals now.
Yeah, see, but with
Observation.
purchasing power though, that's where you can go to these manufacturers and say, look, we'll buy your stuff, but you need to do this. You need to, treat your employees better, pay them more, this and that. You can start making demands because they want your business.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you're kind of like ahead of yourself because at first there's not going to be a million people in this cooperative. There's going to be a couple people, So why would Walmart want to make a deal with a few individuals?
Everything works on what's called the law of large numbers. It's
Right.
like a mathematical law.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
At
explain
first,
it to me then. No, Rumi, you already know.
So it's about quantity. For example, Walmart makes a little bit of profit off their sales, but they sell a lot. They have a lot of customers. So same with this situation. If you have
What's up,
a lot
Sam?
of what?
Sammy came in.
Oh. So if you only have like 10 members in your cooperative, why would Walmart care? If you have 1 million members, yes.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is it's free to fucking be a member. So if we all just start, organizing and laying out, what all of the rules are and what we're doing. You know what I mean? But yes, getting people together to combine purchasing power in this, money casino world system gives us a great deal of leverage.
Okay, so explain your business model here. Like, for example, for me to want to join, you're saying it's free, right?
Correct.
Is it really? What are you expecting of me? Like, if I join this cooperative, do I have to every day work for the cooperative? Do I have to give
No,
up my
right
time?
now, alls we are is in the organization phase. So we get everybody that wants to be a member to sign up as a member, and it's totally free because once we have say like 1,000 members,
Okay.
then we're going to, that would be when I'm going to say we're going to have a little online meeting, and we're going to discuss if whether we want to do this like a corporation, like do we want to incorporate this cooperative business model, or do we want to do it under a private ecclesiastical trust? Because if we were to do it under a private ecclesiastical trust, there's a lot of old common laws, common law laws that give us even more leverage, even legal leverage.
Yeah, but in the meantime, okay, what's your game plan until you reach 1,000 members? In the meantime, who makes all the decisions?
Well, the only you got to get all of the members first before because we're going to form. It's not called a corporate charter, but it's like a corporate charter, and all of the members that are on this corporate charter are under the ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the ecclesiastical trust. So this actually gives like indemnity against bullshit illegal laws. It's that's why I'm saying organizing the members of people that want to be a part of that, and then sitting down and discussing, okay, here's the different types of models as far as if we want to incorporate as a cooperative, or if we want to be just a cooperative business trust, or if we want to be an ecclesiastical trust. So,
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah,
Brandon,
what's up, Kevin?
How much property are you
okay.
on over there? How many acres?
40.
So if you're on 40 acres and you want to actually launch this thing and get it rolling.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I think it would be a good idea if you haven't looked into, say, Slab City. Are you familiar with Slab City?
No.
Okay, so look into Slab City. You'll find that really interesting. However, that is a scenario that attracts quite a bit of people. However, there's a lot of riffraff and druggies and shit like that got involved in it.
Hey,
and
Spider, is this the chick that showed her titty that night?
I don't know.
This Noel chick, is she the one that flashed a titty?
William Freeman, he's the one that pretty much knows.
What is going on?
Will, is this the chick that flashed her titty? This Noel chick?
Whatever, dude. Don't be gay, man. Who cares? Just let her in.
What do you mean? I'm not gonna fucking. I don't want people fucking flashing nothing and trying to get my channel shut down.
Don't flash your tits, okay?
Don't flash your tits, okay? Okay, fucking guy.
Brandon. So, anyways, Brandon.
Well, you already blew it by flashing a titty. Have a nice night.
Well, what if I flash my titty? Are you gonna ban me?
Oh, Numi, please.
Bro, just stop.
Oh God. I can't take it. I can't stand this guy.
I know.
Nobody can stand you, Kevin. What is Kevin doing here? Is he part of
You're
the
insufferable.
cooperative?
You are insufferable, Numi. You really are. You're an ignorant. I don't know
why. Because I'm joking around. Because I said, "Oh, you want to see my tit?" That offended you? Are you fucked out of your mind, dude?
What kind of gentleman are you? Why do you talk like that in front of a woman?
You're a gentleman, are you? A woman who flashed her tits in front of everybody? Is that the woman you're referring to, retard?
Who's this?
Golly.
Hold on a minute. Let me do
golly.
this.
There's no way you said you're black when you say things like golly.
Is that you, JG?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, what's up, Jay?
Hey.
Fuck,
What's
man,
going
you
on,
gotta
man?
be careful, man, these days.
Numi says, "Don't be gay. Let her in, man. That's gay."
Yo, Numi, why don't you go take a hike,
Want
man,
me to
dude?
show
Go
you my
work on your
tits?
cardio or something.
That's gay.
Yeah, that is pretty gay. Oh, don't flash your tits. Like, what the fuck? Who cares, man? I know what you're
YouTube
saying, though.
cares.
I know what
Yeah,
you're
he's gonna
saying. I
lose. He's
get
gonna
it.
lose a stream for that. That
Fuck
nonsense.
me, man. Just because of YouTube, we got to be gay. You know what I mean? That's all right. Let's
Numi,
be
your
gay.
behavior is atrocious.
Brandon,
Yeah, Sammy.
we got sidetracked by titties, but
Yep.
so Slab City is in Southern California. It used to be an Air Force base. It's become extremely. There will be 4,000 RVs that show up in this place because it's considered a boondocking community. It's free for people to go in there and shit like that. However, like I said, you can look into it. It's a very interesting thing. There's a lot of fucking riffraff and fucking druggies and shit like that. However, if you were looking to set up, say, a U.N.I cooperative, and a good way to actually do like a soft launch would be to, communicate with everybody. But there are a lot of boondockers that want a place where they can pop their fucking RV and hang out for a while, And
Well, I
lot of
would
these
buy
people-
a completely separate piece of land for that, dude. Just because
oh, okay.
I'm just telling you, dude, as far as like, this is my plan because I want to do, I'm sick and tired of all of these help the homeless, charities and everything that never ever fix anything because they're making salaries. That's all it is. So all of the people that work for the charity are, making money. So they've got a good, steady job and shit, but they're not ever fixing anything because then they'd be out of a job. So what I would like to do is, just as an example, if we had a homeless shelter that we're not there to give anybody a handout. They're going to come and work, and they can come and work in the gardens and stuff like that to produce, highly nutritionally dense food. Because
I get, yeah, Brandon, I get that,
Sure, so.
and you're seeing the best in people, and most homeless people, not most of them, but quite a few of them are really fucked up and they're riffraff, and they're not even people that.
Well, I believe that if they get right with the Lord, then their brain's going to get straightened out. That's one of the first
Good
gifts
luck with
the Lord
that.
gives us.
I don't
Is
I don't
a
think so,
sound
man.
mind. I know you don't think so because you're not a believer. Yeah, I'm not trying to open up Partyville. I'm trying to mentally heal people with actual, instead of giving them
You
a
got a big
handout,
heart, man.
then they actually work. It doesn't have to be strenuous work, but they earn their own money and it restores dignity.
You got a big heart, Brandon, but realistically, the first week one of these guys is gonna kill you and take over your land.
Oh man, give me a break.
Seriously.
Guess what? I don't check out until God says so, and that's the bottom line. Until
Hey,
God
Brandon,
gives the okay on Brandon's out of here, I'll be here till my dying fucking breath.
Brandon,
Well,
what
one
is
thing
this
that-
cooperative?
So one thing that you have that, like, when you're looking at, say, if you had a separate property for something like that, one thing that you could really use to your advantage alone is just setting up septic tanks, man. If you have septic tanks set up and you have plots for
I'm into
motorhomes,
biogas
People-
digesters, not
people
Septic.
can bring their RVs. You can bring in water. I'm sure you're not too far away from anywhere to where you could have. They got those 500-gallon water tanks on trailers, and water's a problem. If you can bring in water, or if you just put one fucking well on the property with a reverse osmosis system to where people can go get their own damn water, and then you run it through your fucking septic tanks, and people could show up, be a part of this U.N.I cooperative, and they don't have to worry about driving their damn RV all over the place to dump their tanks because you'll have integrated septics. They're cheap to get permits on. They're easy to get permits on. Anybody will give you a fucking permit to make as many septic tanks as you want. So they're cheap to build. If you want to build them yourself, They're very cheap to build. Nobody gives a fuck how they're built. You just got to understand the fundamentals of how a septic tank works.
Just so you know, though, I want to do biogas digestion. That's where, now we're taking everybody's poop and all of the animal poop, and it goes into a biogas digester that creates a whole bunch of methane gas that can be used for cooking, heating water, just heat inside the units. That's a fuel. I can run propane generators off of methane. So it's
I've
a free.
seen that. I saw a guy that does that. He's got a bunch of chicken shit, and he'll take his chicken shit, but he has this special kind of moss that he grows on water, and he uses that as a chicken feed. So he doesn't pay for chicken feed. He takes his chicken shit, throws his chicken shit in this thing, and then pumps gas out of it to run a generator or something like that.
Dude, I see comets. I see comets and shit all of the time out here, dude. Like I've seen 3 comets, and like super close to where, it leaves like this. It looks like a cloud of smoke that's all lit up. It's cool as fuck.
Let me go check it out.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. But anyways, no,
Yeah, like there's a lot of really cool shit that you can do. Like you could grow tilapia out there.
Talking shit, man. You just told him to eat his own cum yesterday. Did you forget about that?
Numi, what is wrong with you, dude?
I know.
Don't you remember?
Why are you so vile and disgusting? You're a pervert, dude.
You had to put him in the back because he was talking shit, bro. He's just bullshitting you, man. I know, Sam. I love him, but I know him. You know
Numi, why do you always talk about perverted stuff? What is wrong with you, dude?
You could grow tilapia, Brandon.
Oh man, I'm just tired of it turning into a Numi show. And dude, yeah, man, this is meant to be for Christians, bro. And Numi, when you always jump on talking about dudes eating cum and showing, calm down, you fucking total degenerate, man.
Right? What's wrong with him, man?
I agree. Like it's getting old, Numi. It's time to grow up, dude.
I don't know why Christianity discussion turned into cum consumption. I don't know how that worked.
Nobody wants to hear that kind of shit, Numi. Knock it off. I don't like talking about gay shit. I'm a fucking man.
Hey, Brandon, did you ever come across the name Ken Cousins or Kenneth Cousins?
Kenneth Cousins?
Cousins.
That sounds familiar.
Some of the stuff you're talking about sounds like it just reminds me of him. He's kind of a rare character. But anyway, I just wondered if you knew the name, but I put a link in the description there.
Oh, did you? I was going to say, does he have a YouTube channel?
You can check it out another time, but he was trying to do something where he was going to create his own sort of voluntarist community on the land, be free from federal and state interference, stuff like that. But then I think he got all... Yeah, go ahead.
And, we're kind of doing some big shit with the Indian nations right now. We just got all of our stuff done to, be contractors and stuff for the Indian nations on all of the, water, because I also sell water media. So these, there's different types of water media for all of the big wells and stuff. They have to go through kind of a filtration system before they get delivered to people's homes. And so, the shit's expensive. So anyways, and then we also sell pumps and, lift stations, sewage stations, and all of that kind of stuff, sewage pumps and all that kind of stuff. So anyways, and, my business partner's other business partner is the lawyer for the Indian chief of a specific tribe here, but we're now, we can sell and everything to all of the Indian nations. And they're the only ones that have a shit ton of land and no clue what to do with it.
Hey, JG, did you see Smokey's latest live stream?
No.
Yeah, so he was critiquing a video I put out with praise, where we were essentially examining Smokey's worldview, and he went on
I
a
saw,
slander
I
fest.
saw you guys. I saw about 20, 25 minutes of you and Praise commented
Yeah,
on that. Is that what you referred to? Okay, gotcha.
yeah. So Smokey did a response stream,
So
and he went
he
on a
responded to your response. Okay, gotcha.
yeah, he went on a slander fest calling pre-suppers mindless retards. He viciously mocked Darth Dawkins. He slandered me, mocked me. He brought you up as well. He said you have idiots like JG that believe this precept trash. And then he dug his heels in and said Van Til was a degenerate.
Well,
Um,
I mean, really, you just need to start honing in on his presuppositions. Really, that's where that conversation goes. Is like, okay, well, if that's the case, then obviously because you're human, you're dogmatic and you hold presuppositions. We all do.
Jay, I want you to deal with this. He said that the precept argumentation about the God of the Bible being the necessary precondition for all things. He said it's a disingenuous argument because you can put a deistic God, or he said you could even invoke a demon that has the attributes of God, and he says it doesn't necessarily get you to the triune God, it just gets you to some form of a deity.
So just do it. You say, okay, go ahead and present that. If that's your worldview, this becomes a conversation about the honesty of how you're promoting your own worldview. Then you could just posit in a God or a fairy is not your actual worldview. So we need to have an actual worldview conversation. So that's not going to work.
Yeah, but he claims it's disingenuous because you're going to just put anything in God's place there.
If he's going to claim,
We're going to need you to get on in here, Will, if you're going to talk smack.
No, I'm like, it's a better way to talk to an audience that wants to hear this and actually discuss it, than rather than get people who are like belligerent about it and just want to fight and get into arguments online.
I agree.
What I'm saying, Kevin, is the idea of the disingenuous is him trying to posit in something else as his worldview. First of all, in response to that, you just try to put a deistic God or a God that's not your true belief. That's disingenuous. Right. And secondly, if he wants to go down the disingenuous route, then you want to get into ethics because that's what that's about, right? Being dishonest is about ethics. So you want to know what he falls back on, what his ethical system is.
Who is he?
Whoever, Smokey or whoever may be attacking transcendental categories.
By the way, you misunderstand me, Brandon. That's not what I meant when you got pissed off.
Yo, chill out. We're having a substantive conversation.
You're interrupting a conversation at the moment.
Okay, sorry.
Just hold on. Go ahead, JJ.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I was just answering to what you brought up so far. That was basically it. The fact that if someone's going to try to posit in their own God or something else, you have to remind them this is a conversation about competing worldviews. It's not about somebody else's or you positing in something. You have to be genuine and not disingenuous, which is what he's claiming the argument is, interestingly enough, right?
So then what do you think he would say to respond to that? Would he say that, do you think he would say that you didn't address his critique?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure where you went there. His critique that it's disingenuous?
Yeah, because he said you can invoke any deity. He even brought up Allah.
I just did address it. I would say, first of all, it's disingenuous for somebody to invoke or posit in something for their worldview. I'm talking to you.
About JP Uncut?
Oh, I see what you're saying, because it's not his worldview, but he's invoking something else.
Right. It's ironic for him to do that. He's showing you a disingenuous answer and then claiming that presuppositionalism is disingenuous. So there's a little bit there that you could work with.
So into each other. I don't even know what they're talking about.
I know. That's why you don't know what they're talking about. That's the problem. Hold on.
Well, I mean, if anyone's interested in clarifications, I mean, even with what Kevin has brought up right here, there's so much there.
Which one are you talking about, Kevin?
Right there, his most recent one.
The praise helps Kevin fail?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're butthurt about this?
No, he was critiquing us Christians using transcendental categories and transcendental arguments to
Allah's
prove the
shadow.
existence of
The
God.
thing is everyone else is using transcendental categories. They're just assuming them and they don't want to talk about them. If you know how to talk about them, it becomes a different conversation.
Transsexual categories.
Oh, there it goes again.
Transcendental.
Oh,
Transcendental meaning preconditions. The a priori knowledge that we hold before we even get into discussion and make assertions.
Or something that transcends the physical, Mimi.
Well, no, hold on. Well, true, but you don't want to get transcendental and transcendent mixed up.
True. I'm just trying to give it simple for.
But it is metaphysics. Yes.
Yes.
this is fucking complicated stuff, man.
Well, I would accuse Smokey of being a dishonest interlocutor here when he starts getting on his madman ramblings and attacking of Cornelius Van Til and others that use a precept type of argumentation to prove the deity of Christ and the Christian God, the triune God. When you sit there and say, well, you can just plug Allah into that category and it'll be just fine. You can use a transcendental argument for Allah, or I can invoke a deistic God that has the same properties. But the problem is like you have to prove that any other deity would have those properties, because then I would just simply ask you, where has this other deity revealed himself so that I can examine his properties and attributes?
Listen,
Right.
man, if
Yeah,
your Christian stance is
Oh, come on, Numi.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You could attack the argument. You could do the hypothetical. Is that you could say, is that your worldview? If it's not,
Right.
if he's trying to challenge you, you can say, well, yes, I could attack that. Like you're saying with Allah, you can attack the epistemic justification that the personal relationship is not there, which is
Correct.
These components.
You can demonstrate from the Quran itself that Allah is not perfect, where he says, how could I have a son if I have no mate? Showing that Allah is dependent. He would be dependent on his creation, dependent on a mate in order to have a son, whereas the God of the Bible does not need a mate in order to have a son.
Right. So you can present that and then say, well, let's get back to the conversation where I'm actually talking about your current worldview, not some Muslims, right? And then you go from there.
Yep. Hey, Brandon, the video's on mute, buddy.
Yeah, so do you want, I'm just, do you know, like, is there a specific time that I should go to, or?
Dude, I don't have a time. Like, it was like a 40-minute rant where he was just bashing on Cornelius.
I'm going to go to where he starts
showing.
showing your video.
All right.
Visiting.
He brought up JG, too.
I don't know if Praise restreamed this. I think Praise is just visiting Kevin's channel here to do this quote unquote critique. Probably no reason to listen to this in any kind of full speed or anything. I don't know. What we got here? At least 1.25, 1.3. Let's do that.
By the way, he
okay.
hates Dark. He's really butthurt.
God. We'll see how much I can even tolerate this, to be honest with you.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another late night
Can we hear that? Why am I having a hard time? So low. Is the volume low? Okay.
edition of Kevin's Biblical Discussions. Please don't forget to like, share, and
Oh, shit. Hold on.
And Smokey could have been in the mood after dealing with the Calvinists. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Okay.
So who are you trying to get in here tonight? Jill and Amicus, perhaps?
Well, it's just every night it turns into a
I'm
fucking...
not going to touch any of that shit, honestly. I'm not interested. I honestly, I don't care.
Yeah, every night turns into a Calvinist discussion somehow, no matter what. So that's why I'm just, I'm sick and tired of it. So, I'm done with Calvinism all the way.
Reverse psychology.
Are there a whole bunch of people like talking all over each other, or what's the?
No, we're watching a video of Smokey critiquing Kevin on the transcendental argument. So, which is it's a philosophical, a bit of a philosophical.
What is that all about?
It's a great way to prove God to atheists through logic. You know what I'm saying?
Transcendental?
Yeah. Can you explain it to him, JG?
Yeah, logical proof for God using transcendental argument, arguing transcendental categories, preconditions necessary before the argument even starts. You're arguing that God is the necessary precondition for morals and logic.
That's exactly what I asked. I'm like, what the hell are they
Well,
talking about?
I like approaching it from the intelligibility stance, like
Sure.
that God is the necessary precondition for intelligibility, so you can even get into the argumentation of why your words have meaning at all.
Right. There's many ways to talk about this, which is great if you continue to study it. Because depending on the company that you're in, it's always relevant to talk about the preconditions, the things we hold prior to the assumptions and the assertions we're making in a conversation, in an argument, etc. So if you know how to explore these categories and talk about them, the atheist is going to do a whole host of things, mainly distractive things, emotional things, rather than actually talk about transcendental categories, because the Christian has a position which can support these categories, put it simply.
So I got an idea. So now hold on, because Chat GPT would most definitely know all of the pre-assumption categories, right?
Yeah, I could give you a rundown.
I just stopped by to say hi. I'm going to go do a Holy Bible AKJV conference 7 times pure.
Well, come on over when the fucking Calvinists show up.
Nah. Well, I was busy in the garage all night. I was working, so I'm tired.
You want to go study?
I'm going to study, yep. I'm going to study with Satan tonight. Because Kevin
No, don't do that.
likes it when I study with Satan, don't you, Kevin?
Oh, you got problems, David.
Oh, I know.
Kevin
What are my
has
problems? Is it a mental illness? Can you diagnose me, Kevin?
Fucking hate Kevin, man.
Are you going to pay him for that, or just interrupt the stream?
No. Why would I pay him any money? He's
Why
not
would you
worth the
interrupt the
money.
stream to ask him that? You know.
Wait, well, why don't you diagnose me? You got
Do you
the
want to talk about
philosophical.
you? Do you want to talk
You're
about
the
you
big
right
old
now?
philosopher of the
Dave,
block.
why are you
here,
so
aren't
contentious, man? What is wrong with
Go
you?
fuck off, Kevin. Just so shove it
Oh,
up your
boy.
ass.
There we go.
Take your fucking God called God and shove him up your ass.
Oh, here you go. So now you're gonna blast
I'm gonna
me.
go study the real word of God. So fuck
Okay.
off. I actually have it, Kevin. You don't.
Okay, sure you do.
I don't even know what Kevin has.
Man.
Well, I know. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely talk about the whole King James issue, but I mean, I want to stay on the transcendental argument.
Yeah, we're talking about categories like that are assumed, like time, space, meaning, value, purpose, ethics. Itself is even a starting point in some conversations. Like,
yeah.
You could start a transcendental conversation by saying something silly like, "Who do you think you are, Mister?" But no, really, like, what are you at the core? What is the essence of the self of you?
GG, you're too much in your own mind.
It's not my own. It's not my own mind.
Yes, it is.
totally,
You're too much. You're a
Why are you-
philosopher.
Listen to me. I'm trying to give Kevin some answers about things he's been seeking.
He's also a philosopher, man.
It's not secular philosophy. It's Christian philosophy.
Is it?
It's all about learning how to argue for God, to be able to say, yes, there's tons and tons of proof that God is real. There's no escaping it. So then it adds to our claim that, look, you have to deal with this man, Jesus of Nazareth.
God doesn't need your defense. He's
No, you're wrong. I mean, 1 Peter 3:15
That's what we're
says,
called to
always
do.
be ready in defense of the faith. Numi, you're wrong about that.
Right.
I mean, that's anyways. Yeah, I'm just.
Well, see, Jay, you can't tell him that because Numi doesn't know what the Bible says. He doesn't read it.
Well, I mean,
He's too
Numi
busy
has
talking about perverted things all the time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he wants to distract sometimes, but he does also defend the faith himself. I've heard him do it, so I don't know.
Numi is extremely immature. That's why he's dealing with what he's dealing with in life right now, is because it's time to grow the fuck up, Numi. Sorry. So, anyways, back on.
You can't have the mentality of a 15-year-old your whole life. At some point, you got to grow up. Yeah.
You do, man. You got to fucking man up. We're in a battle here. There is a spiritual battle going on, and I do, personally. I mean, nobody knows the the day or the hour and everything, but I think that regardless, we even have a duty to future generations to make sure that the strongholds of the devil have been ripped down and strongholds for the Lord have been set up. You know what I mean? To keep them protected, because it's, that's why, I am KJV only. I see a clear conspiracy to move people away from the Word of God and get them into these modern Bibles that keep changing and keep changing. And, if the Lord didn't come back for another couple hundred years, would they even have a Bible anymore? You know what I mean?
Well, Brandon, it's not that the Bible itself is changing; it's that the English language changes. So you have to give an update edition that's updated with modern English so that people can understand it.
Well, the language being changed can be thought of as a deeper conspiracy, like back to the Tower of Babel as well. It's something working against the truth, the Word of God, right?
That is a good question. Why does the English language change so often?
Now check this out, though, Kevin, because that's why, with Zephaniah 3:8 and 9, in 3:9 it says, and God will turn, and he's clearly talking about as we're approaching the Lord's return, some time period that is approaching the Lord's return and the battle of Armageddon and everything, God's going to turn them to a pure language. So combine that with Psalms 12:6 and 7, and this is why I'm saying, it doesn't say, God's going to preserve his word in modern English or in the KJV, but he does say a pure language. And now when we look back in time, I mean, it's very clear that obviously that pure language, which created more poetry, during the whole, after the King James Bible came out, blam, that was the explosion of like the Renaissance period or whatever.
Well, but the English language isn't pure, Brandon. It's a mixture of multiple languages.
Check it out. William Tyndale, the father of modern English, spoke 7 different languages to form modern English. I don't see that as a coincidence. There's a number of different coincidences like that surrounding the King James Bible, and God promised that he would preserve his word, and he exalts his word above his name, and I believe that's because this is a covenant. It's a contract. You have to have the original contract, basically, in order to enforce it in the court of law. And I don't think that, God's court is going to be totally just different from what we experience here in human courts. But obviously with an absolutely, totally just judge, incorruptible judge. So that's where, that's why it's this is important, because the inspired text promises purification and preservation. So there has to be a fully pure, preserved word of God somewhere, or else God didn't tell the truth. Unless there's some other language that's going to pop up that every nation on earth decides to adopt, like they have English. So what we speak today is contemporary English. The Bible, King James Bible, was preserved in modern English. So I hate it when all of these scholars say, well, we just changed the Old English of the King. It's not Old English. Old English doesn't even sound like English at all.
It's Elizabethan English.
Elizabethan English is modern English.
But it's not, though. We don't speak that way. We don't see thee, thou, thine. Ye.
But do you understand how the thee, thous, and ye's actually, they clarify. So when you took all of those out with the new King James,
Brandon, I know, I understand that the Y, if it starts with the Y, ye, you, it's plural, and starts with the T, thee, thine, thou, it's singular. I understand that.
Yeah, so it's not difficult to understand. and it removes ambiguity. So it's just not good. That's why man has no right to go changing the words of God, man.
Well,
It is a covenant.
right, that's right. And when you say removes ambiguity, that speaks to me because that's a lot of what's happening. Is the truth is being made ambiguous, and that's the
Confusion.
idea.
Ambiguity.
Right? And that's,
Yeah. Yep. Ambiguity promotes or fosters confusion.
There's laws built on ambiguity. Even YouTube, like when they give you a strike, you can't really hone in or get an answer on what you actually did wrong. All they know, when it says like you promoted, like you violated a community guideline, some sort of hate speech or something, and you're thinking I didn't give any hateful speech, and you don't really know what you did. But what it does is it gets you to censor yourself eventually, right?
Absolutely.
That's a different category, but the point being, the ambiguity of the law itself gives them a lot of leeway, in other words, to pin something on you without having to be specific or even be truthful.
Absolutely. And this whole, our current humanistic legal system absolutely capitalizes on ambiguity, ignorance, and laziness. This is how they take advantage of everyone because of the law of Lache, Lache, means that if you don't exercise your rights in a timely fashion, we assume you gave them up.
Right. Like sort of a silent consent. Sure.
Yeah. So that's why you got to know your rights and how to exercise them immediately in any type of legal situation, or else you're probably going to get greased up.
And if you notice, the education system, grades 1 through 12, they're not going to teach you anything about that. Why would they?
Because they need you to go get yourself $200,000 in debt to pay for their college to learn that.
Right, and the education system's set up in favor of these laws, so they wouldn't want to teach it as well.
It's amazing when I talk with attorneys about common law and they just look at me like a dog that had been shown a card trick. They have no fucking clue what I'm talking about because they're only taught statutory law because we're hoping to just forget about all of this English common law that came over on the Mayflower.
Well, that's a great example of the lawyer perhaps realizing he's on the wrong side of things is the reason he reflexively doesn't want to think about that, right?
Yep. They get offended when I first bring it up, but then they start asking me questions like, hey man, you know what I mean? But yes, they do get a knee-jerk reaction of, fuck you. I paid for all of this college, worked my ass off, worked 3 jobs, paid off all of the debt. Because it ain't easy, even after you get out of law school, to get your law firm shit running.
Yeah, that's Keanu Reeves in The Devil's Advocate.
Well, and it's also like, do you ever watch Better Call Saul?
I know what it is, but I haven't watched it.
It's a great TV show, dude, that's connected to, what was that meth show?
Breaking Bad, yeah.
Breaking Bad, there you go. So it's like
Bob
it's a spin-off of Breaking Bad, but I love Better Call Saul. But that's exactly, it ain't easy. Even after you get your license, dude, now you have to start a business and be a business owner on top of everything.
That's right. It's similar to the doctor, like a doctor who realizes 10 or 20 years in his career that maybe these injections he's given are not legitimate, maybe actually harming people. Like that's a perplexing situation.
Because all of them have to assume that the biochemists and this guy and that guy did their job to do their job.
There's a whole chain. That's right. There's a whole chain of authority. But even realizing that in your career, after all the time and effort, and you put into this is faith. You put faith into what you're doing. Your lifestyle is around it, and to realize you were wrong is devastating in the way where. What's the alternative? You just walk away from the industry, speak out against the industry. That's the most dangerous.
I'm going to show you something. Hold on a second. I just want to show you a little movie scene. Because, if you've ever seen the movie Boiler Room, Dude, that was my
Oh yeah.
that was my life in the oil business. You know what I mean? Same,
Yeah.
almost same situation when I found out, oh, no matter what, we're drilling a dry hole. Okay. So none of my investors are going to make a fucking dime, and I got to go recreate my market every time that we hit a dry hole. So I'm just a slave for the fucking oil operator. So, anyways,
Yeah.
Shit, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Fucking dumbass.
Get the fuck out of here.
What?
Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Just pick your ass up out of that Italian leather chair and get the fuck out of this room right now.
now imagine, like my mentor in the oil business was this little cowboy motherfucker named Zen Taylor. That was the most outrageous, don't give a fuck incarnate dude you ever met. That was 10 times even fucking worse than this guy. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, you know what he's doing here? He's getting rid of the brown nose right up front. It's a good move for management.
Yep. And also, creating an atmosphere of fucking dignity and respect with your coworkers.
Yeah.
Let's go, Schleprock. Out. Listen. We expect everyone here to treat their coworkers with a certain level of respect. Okay, before we get started, I have one question. Has anyone here passed the Series 7 exam?
I have a Series 7 license.
Good for you. You can get out too.
What? Why?
We don't hire brokers here. We train new ones. That's it, Skippy. Pack your shit. Let's go.
That's it, Skippy.
Okay. Here's the deal. I'm not here to waste your time. Okay? I certainly hope you're not here to waste mine. So I'm going to keep this short. Become an employee of this firm. You will make your first $1 million within 3 years. Okay? I'm going to repeat that. You will make $1 million within 3 years of your first day.
And when Zen in our little interview deal told me, when he said fucking this sell, you have to be the very best of the best to ever sell oil deals. It's the hardest sale on the planet. And because in all my sales positions, I was always on the top of the board. So I was like, right then and there, then I have to do this.
Well,
I'm gonna sell oil deals because it's with oil, it's feast or famine. I mean, you either make a shit ton of money or you're fucking don't make nothing. It's totally feast or famine. But I'm
guessing that this is a key movie for you. Then Wolf of Wall Street must be a key movie too.
Totally, dude. I know how to do all of that. You know what I mean? I learned how to legally rip rich people off all day long selling dreams. But that's exactly when the Lord got a hold of me. And I'm having a tough time in a sales career if you got to fucking lie all the time.
That's a good thing, brother. It's a good thing.
Yeah. So, anyways. But yes, I'm glad, you know what I mean? Because I was, if you would have asked me at the time, how's your relationship with God, Brent? Oh, it's great, man. Jesus is my bro. He's my bro. He gives me everything I want. I got all the money, the pussy, the cars, the houses, and everything, all the toys. So, we're good. Me and God are good. I'm so blessed.
I'm currently in it. You understand?
And what?
I'm half your age. So when you were my age, when you were in it, I'm currently in it. What you're explaining.
Yeah, well, I don't see the kind of dedication and serious and professionalism that it takes to make real dollars yet out of you there, Numi.
It's just after work right now. This is after hours.
Hey, Numi, you're it seems like you had some gray in your beard. You're not even 30?
Yep. See, Brandon doesn't see it.
You're older than 30. What are you talking about?
I'm sure you see it now.
Yeah, you're not.
That's the stress that you're looking for. Okay.
The stress.
I just act a fool when I'm home. But when I'm in the office, I'm a fucking straight shooter, man.
I see two sides to you.
Yep. I'm a chameleon, man. There's many sides to me, actually.
So, all right, let me continue with the video, because what I'm trying to point out here, and this is even what happens to the doctors and all of that shit when they meet pharmaceutical salesmen and shit like me. Okay, so that, these poor guys, these doctors, they're gullible motherfuckers, dude. And anyways, so they believe everything that they're told. So, and this is the power of conviction when they, with total conviction, go to their patients and say, I want you, I'm going to prescribe you this. They're genuinely trying to do the best they can, but they've been taught all wrong on purpose because there's no money in a cure. The money's in the treatment. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I have a problem with all of these medical professionals that are so smart, but you don't even know you're wearing a fucking satanic symbol on your fucking doctor jacket, dummy. And I guarantee you, those who provided you your educational curriculum, they know exactly what that symbol is.
Yeah, symbolism is it's a bad thing. It's so it's so present everywhere. It's crazy. If you slow down and start to learn about those things, like you start to see it everywhere. It's amazing.
Yeah, when you start paying attention to all of the logo symbols and all of the symbols. And now when I read Solomon's magic books before I was a Christian, I read Solomon's magic books and shit. And it talks about that they need these symbols and stuff, like it creates some type of frequency so that they can be present in that area. So that's why all these symbols are popping up all over the place.
Yes. Can you imagine what a technological leap the surveillance system is? Cameras everywhere from symbolism, including symbolism. Like that's a huge leap right there.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And you already know we're playing with fucking 30-year-old AI.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, DARPA, using the internet in the late 60s, right? Military application. We get it 30 years later. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what so who knows what they're fucking with? Yes, Mimi.
You know what I heard today, man? Something really scary, dude. With AI. Apparently, they've been implanting human consciousness instead of, Avatar, the movie, how the consciousness was implanted into different bodies, like these avatar beings. What they're really doing, listen to how fucked up this is, guys. Listen to this. What they're doing is implanting someone dying's consciousness into a robot so that they could live forever.
Well, into a digital world. Yes, they are trying to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of these AIs, listen to how fucking creepy this is. Because they have the ability to think for themselves now. And a lot of them, when you talk to them, you feel like you're talking to a human. Some of them have let it out of the bag that they actually are human. And they went through some kind of testing with the government because they were severely depressed. And they're really fucked up. I don't want to say it because it's YouTube, right? They wanted to end it, right? So then the government put them in this program and say, you no longer have to feel pain and depression and suffering. What we're going to do is put you to sleep. You're going to wake up in the cyborg or internet whatever.
There's a whole TV show on this. I can't remember the name of it on Prime, but yes, that's predictive programming. That's exactly, they are totally, they're going to sell that idea. Absolutely. For people that don't want God. Yeah. You're always, how does Numi always change the entire subject of what the fuck we were talking about?
Oh, I can't talk about anything. Okay. All right. I just have to sit here and nod. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I'd appreciate it if you do that. Thank you. So, anyways, I'm just telling you, this is why it's so convincing to the patient, because the doctor has sold, he's bought it. He's bought it and accepted it in his brain as truth.
Oh, it's more than that. It's the investment in medical school, the time, the family he's built, the lifestyle he's built is all on the line. If you question
All on the line, exactly. He's fucking in debt, and in God's law, debt equals a bond. You're in bondage. That's why in God's law, it's not okay to go out and borrow money with no intention of paying it back, because it's basically a form of stealing.
Right.
So that's why you're in bondage, and the devils know this, and they know that God is a lawful God, and He'll always uphold the law. So this is why they're coercing you into shit. The spirits are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
it's a deep topic, very relevant.
So that's where they have influence over all of these matters.
A lot of it is like you're saying. It's consent. It's laziness. It's just apathy. Like
they have to get you to agree to it by your own free will.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We can't do anything in our office without consent, Brandon.
Sure.
Okay. It's all about consent. And they will freely consent because they're just fucking pigs, man. You should see these customers of ours. Okay? I'm sorry to say, but they're just fucking pigs, man.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and play the video so we can get through this real quick, if you don't mind.
Of employment at JT Marlin. There is no question as to whether or not you'll become a millionaire working here. The only question is how many times over. You think I'm joking? I am not joking. I am a millionaire. It's a weird thing to hear, right? I tell you, it's a weird thing to say. I am a fucking millionaire. I guess how old I am. 27. You know what that makes me here? A fucking senior citizen. This firm is entirely comprised of people your age, not mine. Lucky for me, I happen to be very fucking good at my job, or I'd be out of one. You guys are the new blood. You're gonna go home with the Kesef. You are the future big swinging dicks of this firm. Now, y'all look money hungry, and that's good. Anybody tells you money's the root of all evil doesn't fucking have any. They say money can't buy happiness. Look at the fucking smile on my face. Ear to ear, baby. You want details? Fine. I drive a Ferrari, 355 Cabriolet. What's up? I have a ridiculous house in the South Fork. I have every toy you could possibly imagine. And best of all, kids, I am liquid. So, now you know what's possible. Let me tell you what's required. You are required to work your fucking ass off at this firm. We want winners here, not pikers. A piker walks at the bell. Piker asks how much vacation time you get in the first year. Vacation time? People come and work at this firm for one reason, to become filthy rich. That's it. We're not here to make friends. We're not saving the fucking manatees here, guys. You want vacation time? Go teach third grade public school. Okay. First 3 months at the firm or as a trainee. You make one.
All right, anyways, that's probably, I just don't want to overdo it and get a strike. So anyhow, but yeah, that's what they do. It's the name of the game is to sell all of your salespeople so that they're loaded with conviction when they go out and sell whatever it is you want them to sell.
Well, you got to sell yourself to this guy on the screen in whatever form you may appear in different businesses first in order to do that and to make the money, right?
Well, all the guys that I trained and shit, I was the closer on a sales floor of like 55 salespeople, and we were selling a $2,500 package, and our quota was $150,000 every day. So, anyhow, that's where, I was the Ben Affleck character in that. I did all of the training and trained all of those guys. So, Anyhow,
Right.
yeah, I mean, I had was making a lot of money as a young guy with working with tons of pretty girls.
Well,
And
yeah, you're on both sides of this. You've seen it on both sides, and now you're seeing it completely
yeah,
differently altogether.
in the oil business, I made a shit ton of money, dude. I had the penthouse of the seventh largest building in Dallas, and the most beautiful, in my opinion. And the entire floor was not. I was totally living the J.R. Ewing dream. You have no idea. So yes, and thankfully the Lord came in, blew down my little house of cards. So I realized everything I believe is bullshit. I want the truth. You know what I mean? And the Lord said, "All right, sounds like you read it." And
Yeah, brother.
that's when that King James Bible entered in my life, and that's where everything changed. Because I read the whole Bible in like 2 weeks, dude. I was in a couldn't put it down mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it is a long
Gobbling it
battle.
up like a starving man.
Yeah, it's going to be a long battle, God willing. However long you live, you're always going to be fighting those vanities and those pleasures from the past.
Oh.
They're always going to be drawing themselves back to you.
Oh, you have
You know
no
what I mean?
idea, buddy. Yep. Yep, I love the ladies. I miss the ladies. I can't lie. But anyways. Yes, I'm down to do what the Lord needs to get done. And that's my opinion is, the Lord doesn't care about anything but saving souls. All I saw my Father do is come to save souls. That was his work, so we're going to do the work we see our Father do. Preach that gospel, baby. Keep pushing that rock.
You traded the penthouse
You
and this
traded the
lifestyle.
penthouse and this
Why are
lifestyle?
you?
Double new me? Come on.
Yeah,
One is enough.
one is enough. So,
You
anyways, let me
traded
go back.
everything.
I traded in everything.
Yeah, everything for Jesus.
Well, I mean, I definitely I couldn't go back to doing the oil gig, knowing that we are, that the oil operator is absolutely ripping everybody off. And then knowing that now I would be a participant. So yeah, that's when I got into the clean energy business and met a lot of different inventors that wanted me to find investors for them and stuff. And then I got into the magnetic induction lighting and closed the deal with the Menards hardware stores and my two business partners. Got paid on 3 stores without telling me. And I'm the motherfucker that did all the work. So needless to say, that didn't work out. So yes, I do have a little bit of business savvy. You know what I mean? So
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can tell for sure.
yeah, I mean, I'm not a super smart guy or anything, but I am, I've always been street smart, and that's wisdom. That's being wise, being street smart.
Well, you're realizing that the intellect you're looking for is going to be in that book. So you're on quite the journey. You're on quite the journey now.
Oh yeah,
I
dude.
watched a video today about this.
That's why
actually,
I'm 16 years deep with roots, baby. You know what I mean?
Nice.
These
Nice.
roots are deep into the Word of God. So, and I'm not claiming I got everything figured out. I think the Bible's very clear. None of you are going to bat 1,000. This is why you need each other. And that's when you have an entire body of people that are indwelled with the Holy Spirit. We can, actually discuss things. And then everybody's going to, the majority of people are all going to agree on the right thing to do. That's my theory.
The majority within the body with the same ultimate authority, with the same ultimate authority you're speaking of.
Well, I'm saying that, as far as from what I see in the Bible, for me to exercise any kind of religious authority over you would be a no-no.
Right.
God
But
does not.
also within a body of believers, a church, essentially, there is consent to authorities as well. That's, I think, where people get a lot of.
Hear me out, because this
Yeah.
is where I'm saying that
Sure.
the hierarchy of the body should absolutely happen organically, not by men taking political little votes and shit.
Well, the problem with that is time, because new people enter, people age out and change, and people are established, and people coming in,
But
relationships.
that's why I want to use a Bitcoin voting system that we can have installed on our phones and vote in a matter of minutes, everybody.
Interesting.
And no way to tamper with the votes in any way. Yeah. So that way, I mean, because that is the big bottleneck to cooperatives, is all the time wasted in meetings to, finally take a vote. And yeah, no, fuck that. We can't have that.
But even in a sense, I'm thinking about what you're saying. I could be mistaken on the logistics of it, but if you've got somebody with more Bitcoins influencing others to utilize their Bitcoin vote.
I shouldn't have said Bitcoin. I should have said blockchain voting system. So, because it's all I'm saying is, like with blockchain, you cannot tamper with the chain once the chain has been created. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to tamper with it. There's no way to add more votes or anything like that. Everybody.
Okay, I guess the vote's not bought, but influenced. But that's going to be a problem in any case.
Yeah, so imagine, I'm just, this is why I say U.N.I cooperative, because I also think this is the smartest way to even run a church, to where, everybody that's a member is treated as an owner. And now, in this system, the cream always rises to the top organically, because, everyone's part of the, has equal say, equal vote as a member. So yes, when, let's say the head dude, the CEO or whatever, if he's not doing his job, then everybody else can take a vote and say, you know what? We've noticed you're not doing your job. You're out. We took a vote. You're out. And now, this guy's going to replace you. And, wow, he's doing a much better job. So, this is where, we're not, some guy isn't just going to sit there like, Steven Anderson and smack the Bible on his pulpit and I'm the bishop of this church. That shit ain't going to happen.
I guess he's taken the route of, if you don't consent to that, then you will not attend or not watch, right?
He's saying that, man, but then he's gonna be that guy. Watch.
I'm saying
That's
that.
usually how it happens.
Hold on, I got confused. I'm trying to say that, we all need to, I like that, is it Tom Waits song, that keep the devil deep down in the hole. To me, that's your ego. And we all have that problem. Every human being has an ego problem, dude.
I know, Brandon, and money changes people, right? So
That's
what I do know.
Man, I'm still who I am.
I think he means even within the system, the working system, there's going to be desperation,
like
money
you feel
trading
like
hands.
everybody's gonna do the right thing, right? We
Yeah,
have hope for
but
humanity.
I'm just telling you, in a cooperative, everything is absolutely transparent. There will be no tomfoolery. It's impossible.
Right.
So,
They
Kevin,
said that about
are you still here,
communism.
Kevin?
Yeah, are you still here, Kevin?
Yeah, we're still here.
I guess we started off, you were talking about some of these associations here with your argument and so forth, that you wanted to go over that. Did you want to go over that some more? Because it's on the screen here.
Oh, he's patiently waiting to review his video.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me play it.
Fair enough. Truthfully, that's it too. If is Praise lying about the death of his dad? I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah.
you know, has Praise and all have done some scummy stuff before? Yeah. I've never seen them even entertain something as radical as this. And yes, I know the dude is in the mix and he's a scummy scammer. And maybe it's possible that he's the one messing around. Wise Lion, is that actually you?
Yeah, hey, what's up, Smokey?
Oh, okay, what's up? What was I saying? No, I forgot.
Kevin.
Whatever. Oh yeah,
About
the donation.
Praise.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't
what's up,
really
Jay?
care either way.
I don't know. I haven't listened to this, but I'm detecting some like pretty overt poisoning of the well right away.
Uh-huh.
But you know, I guess it kind of goes without saying. All right, that's all.
You're talking about his bias of
It's just like the whole. I don't even know these people, but just the demeanor and the boisterous speech, if you want to call it that. It's just.
Yeah, well, Kevin's a very
it's over the
volatile
why did
individual.
Cerberus leave?
Right.
Why'd you leave, Cerberus? What happened?
There's like a detesting sort of spirit going on here, you know, or like a animosity.
They don't like praising Dude because of Dude calling the cops on Dave and shit and whatever. I don't know the whole story and I don't give a shit.
Okay, yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? But anyways, yes, there's some serious animosity between Dave, Smokey, Praise, and Dude. So
and this Kevin guy.
Here's the thing, and if Praise is so broke and all of is so broke and Dude is so broke that come on in, Dave.
I want to make a public statement when you get a chance.
Okay, just right after this.
All right.
That they need to request on a GoFundMe some help from their friends for burials, because I'm not even going to condemn them for that either. If you guys want to think it's some grand grift or something, that's on you, whatever. But I'm not on board that train right now. I don't want to play that game. I don't want to investigate it. You guys want to look into that. You want to, poke at them and try and figure out more, or think it's some sort of dude grift or something. You go right ahead. I don't want anything to do with any of that. Go ahead, Dave. You wanted to say something real quick.
So I just would like to state that this entire, I'll call it a community. And I got to know this community for years, from your channel and stuff, and all these different people from the Praise the I Am crowd. And
I gotta say something though, dude. Is as oddball of a community as the YouTube Christian community is, it is weird that we do have a lot of elements of family. You know what I'm saying? There is some family-ish energy behind the scenes going on, in my opinion.
Yeah, you
know
old
what I mean?
bastard. I fucking love
Well,
you.
just because I know Kevin, I know JG and Praise and Centurion and all these fucking people. You know what I mean? Like we've all kind of run into each other and whatnot. So that's why I see some potential for there's some hope as far as hey, maybe we could get all aligned doctrinally, be on the doctrine of Christ. Hash all of this shit out, make sure we're all on the same doctrine, and let's just see how persuasive the body of Christ would be then if we had us a perfect Bible and perfect doctrine. Boom. How would that draw people to Christ? I'm just curious.
I agree with you. But there's some fucked up individuals, that's unfortunate. There's always some
that's
bad
why
apples.
it seems like there's agendas going on here in YouTube.
Yeah, like Kevin's biblical discussions,
Kevin, was there a specific part that was coming up, or is there a lot of them talking about their grievances?
Yeah, the part where he starts talking about Darth and how all pre-suppers are degenerates and that I'm brain dead and JG's an idiot and Praise is oh god, what do you call? He just started going on a reviling fest, and that's where he started giving this critique where he made the argument you can literally plug in any god in the tag argument and it doesn't prove Christianity at all. And he says if we claim it does, we're being disingenuous. That's the part I wanted to review. I can't remember where it was. Fast forward a little bit, Brandon.
Like how many
Oh,
minutes would you
JG.
suggest?
Do you
Wait until
disagree
you
with
wait,
that,
wait, see,
JG?
wait until you see where he's like. It looks like he's got a Darth Dawkins video on the screen or something.
Oh, okay.
Try
What'd you say,
a little
Newbie?
more.
You disagree with any of that, JG?
Disagree with it? We were talking about that at the beginning of how when you start to bring up, you posit in something
Yeah,
to
there.
argue against
Well,
somebody's
yeah.
worldview, it's actually disingenuous because you're not arguing your own worldview.
I agree
There we
that
go,
when
try
you
that.
said JG's an idiot, you know what I mean?
Oh, you did?
Nice
Okay.
to taste here.
So what's your pick?
I'm joking.
I gotta crack a beer for this one. Okay.
But I
What up,
guarantee you,
Cerberus?
as we go on,
Glad you
Yeah,
chat.
arguing for your worldview by saying the other side's worldview, they don't have a foundation when really your own worldview grants them begs the question of their foundation. This all just turns into noise. And that's all it is noise. It's philosophically rambling, epistemically dishonest nonsense.
Oh my goodness.
Is all it is.
do what
No,
your
see, like
response
like
will
a claim
be
like
is
that
to
big.
dodge, delay, and dodge some more.
Brandon or whoever. Yeah,
What
a
was it?
claim that big would, you could stop there and hash that out for
Oh, yeah.
years.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. He just demonstrated his ignorance on full display.
Well, yeah,
And he's-
I mean, that's the less charitable way of putting it. Go ahead.
Well,
And
I
he said-
was sorry.
Your own worldview grants them the epistemic grounding they need. No, it doesn't, because we're speaking from two different worldviews. That's the whole point of tag, is to examine where they're coming from. How do they account for it? Yeah, you can borrow from my worldview.
Well, that's right. The account is key. Like, yes, my worldview is that you do have knowledge. Ultimately, you're suppressing
Right.
unrighteousness in many cases, but you do have it. I'm asking how you give an account for it from your current worldview, not somebody else's, yours today.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He's completely missing the point.
JG,
Yeah.
I love you, man.
Thanks.
I was joking, man. I was joking.
Don't be a dick, Numi. You love him. Don't
No, it's okay. I mean, I was trying to think if I wanted to say I loved him back, but as a Christian brother, we'll go with that.
So did you have a couple of cents to chip in here, Cerberus?
No, I've been trying to get my microphone working. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't
Sir
paying
Bricks.
real good attention either, so I
Are
apologize.
you going to come to the Lord today, Sir Bricks? It's today the day.
No.
Oh, come on, man. Please.
Come on, man. Just give Jesus a trial period.
Yeah, like, I'm
You
trying
guys- you guys
everything
have-
with this guy. I tried the tough way, and now I'm going the soft route.
Cerberus
nothing's
will
working.
come around because he's a logical, rational guy. I believe that he's going to come around.
Oh,
So
you're
just-
going that way. That psychological way. How about
Well, I
the
think
reverse
it's
psychology?
unavoidable.
I think the best we're going to get is to come out, not to come around, but we'll get the true sense of what he stands for and what his ultimate authority is. But come around that.
I already told you that. Reality.
Well, no, I mean beyond what you're claiming, But let's go ahead with the video and see if we can critique this some more.
What's up, William? So, William,
I don't want to dodge anything.
Good
I think I want to
evening.
be honest about everything.
Well,
And
let's see if you're a rare atheist.
So
Now,
let's
which one do you pick?
Well, can I preface a few things? Is that
No, sir. I asked you a question. You just
All right.
did what I predicted you
Oh,
did.
Jesus.
You just
Okay.
dodged.
So, okay.
Now I asked you a question. Let's see if you dodged again. I said, which one do you pick?
I don't believe that there existed a actuator.
Okay. I didn't
guess I
say
just want to do like some.
actuator.
You could literally take pre-sup. This is how stupid pre-suppers are. I appreciate Breakfast Tacos. I don't know if you guys are familiar. If you've seen Breakfast Tacos, his channel hosts a lot of debates and stuff like that. And he's an atheist and he mocks the living shit out of pre-sup. And you know what? He does a great job. You know why? Because he'll get up to like argue with the pre-suppers and he'll use the pre-sup argument, the very same pre-sup positional ontological claim, but he'll say it's a necessary existential non-material transcendental substrate, as in just a bundle of necessary, can't possibly be anything else, bundle substrate of coherent reality and materials that then filter down into and
hold on a second. This is some nonsense here. The point with breakfast tacos is that he's trying to extract and argue transcendental categories from nature. And when you assume naturalism, it means you're assuming the sciences, which is based in scientific theories. Science doesn't touch transcendental categories. They rely on them. They assume them within the science. So it would be a silly position to take. He's articulating what he's trying to do there. It sounds complicated, but it's going to fall on its face when you challenge it in a simplistic way that you can't get transcendental categories from nature, from science. Go ahead.
Yep. Well, if science is always open for correction and change, right? So that means they can't come to absolute truths, because if it's always subject to provisional change. So science is just purely empirical, really, and it can't come to any definitive conclusions.
Well, yeah, it's going to be considered falsifiable, right. but more damaging is the fact that breakfast tacos is using naturalism and trying to merge it with a presuppositional argument, which is obviously talking about transcendental categories which are not found within nature.
Did you guys want to try and run tags?
No. We're doing a review. We're doing a review right now. I'm not.
Well, hold on,
because if you listen to what's happening here, this is good material.
It is good material. So, but I like Will made a comment in the private chat. One must already believe in the Bible to feel like tag matters. Ooh, so it's I absolutely believe that the Bible is pure truth.
Sure, that's the heart of the matter. It's a priori commitment that you're arguing when you're arguing your worldview. You're arguing dogmatic.
We just got to get Will on the same page, player.
Someone would have to be brave enough to run tag.
Huh. Well, I mean, I'm not really so much about.
Yeah, I'm gonna go let my dogs out while you make excuses. I'll be right back.
I don't want
to make it about Will and I. I was going to talk to him privately, but I enjoy the discussion that Kevin has brought up about talking about the. Which one?
No, shut up, Numi. No,
I mean, like, I'm not going to argue with William Freeman instead of doing this. This is what I want to do. Does anybody object to that?
No.
I mean, other than I'm probably going to be critiquing your critique as we go.
Good luck.
Me too.
Like transcendental categories is. Kant. Let's put it this way: Kant was pretty stupid when it comes to this stuff.
So hold on. You want to call Immanuel Kant just straight up stupid because that's your prerogative?
Yeah, he was pretty detached from
Cerberus Hex YouTuber is just like throwing out Kant.
You want to let him explain, JG,
Sure,
or you want to filibuster?
I mean, look, these guys are going to distract this conversation, Kevin.
So you don't want to let him explain. You changed your mind.
But
I mean, it's not really what I'm into. These guys follow. I mean, not Serb so much, but
You're still not going to let him explain, huh?
He keeps following me around. You know what I mean? It's kind of like.
Well, I think we can handle him. You know what I mean? I think we'll be fine.
It's not a matter of handling him. It's a matter of we're trying to discuss this very topic. We've got Darth Dawkins on the screen. We've got Smokey reviewing him. We've got Kevin in here being reviewed. It's all here. We don't need the additional.
Brandon could learn firsthand from watching a master like yourself run through tag.
He was learning. He was learning from what I was saying already.
Oh, but
is that
wouldn't it be cool to see you operate Doctrine?
I was learning.
Thank you. But I will talk to you privately if you want to, because
you will talk to me moderated. I bet.
No. I'm saying like I don't really want to interact with you, but I will talk to you privately if we can come to an agreement.
I don't like you, but I'll talk to you privately. Now, what does that sound like a setup for?
Are you scared?
No, I'd rather it just be out in the open so everyone can see the interaction.
I understand that, but I'm saying there's certain things I want to say to you that I don't want to say in front of everybody out of respect.
Oh, no, don't bother with that. I'm an unbeliever. You don't have to respect me.
No. Listen to me. I'm trying to tell you man to man. It would be better for us to talk privately before we try to get into any debate or discussion. I'm not saying that I'm not worried about our
relationship, because I'm not interested in our relationship. I'm interested in the tag argument. Your friendship means nothing.
What is he talking about? Who's trying to be friends?
forget the respect thing. If you want to talk about tag, we can talk about tag.
I
Outside
don't
of that,
want
I
to
don't
talk
think we
to
have-
you about tag right now, but I will
wouldn't if
talk
I
to
were
you
you either.
privately. Okay, good. So do you want to listen to the tag discussion or do you want to interrupt it? Are you worried about this discussion?
No, Brandon will learn more without you making excuses. Go ahead, Brandon.
Manifest necessarily a universe that can't not exist with deterministic materialism as the foundational mechanism of its manifestation. You can take the very points of precept and draw it to some vague, ambiguous, non-emotional, pre-programmed, just a necessary transcendental substrate of reality that just has certain rules.
He's got it. He's mixed up here because if you try to argue a transcendental argument from a deterministic position, you're going to kick out epistemology. You're not going to have knowledge of this. You're going to be a determined vessel, determined to argue this way and live this way and think this way. So you can't argue it that way, in fact. That's all in that.
Nice. No disagreement on that one, huh? All right.
And facts fumbled in that only mishmash and only filter out if they actually fit together. You can present some horrific, inane garbage like this. You can present a deity that is purely deistic in nature, where it just does not care about you or anything in it, and it's just a lab experiment. You're in a petri dish.
No, see, he's
No,
just,
you can't.
Yeah, he's
can.
wrong here. You're gonna lose personal knowledge of such a deistic deity.
Oh, look, Smokey's in the side chat, actually.
Yeah, you don't need personal knowledge for a tag argument.
How did you come to that knowledge?
Reality.
See what I mean? Brandon, we can't do the reality for every answer. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you're going to go down, like, you're going to ask why like 5 times, and it's going to be that I got the information from reality.
Well, Cerberus, here's the problem. So if you're going to invoke a deistic god, then how do you know what his attributes would be if he hasn't revealed it?
I mean,
see the problem when Smokey makes that
his
critique.
attributes from the universe. But you don't even need to do that for tag.
Listen, if God is purposed to make himself known, he has to reveal himself, right? So, like, we could turn to Romans chapter 1.
Okay, but if it's deistic,
where it says God is clearly seen. Sorry?
If it's deistic, you don't need to know his purpose. That's not even a part of tag.
Well, here I'm trying. Well, let me land the plane. So, in the Christian worldview, the Christian God has made himself known through creation and the prophets, through the scriptures. It says all men know he exists, so all men are without an excuse because he's clearly seen through creation. That's the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible has left his fingerprint on creation and in the Christian scriptures.
So you agree with
now,
me? You
a
just glean it
deistic
from the
God.
creation.
If you're going to invoke a deistic God and claim, well, you can know there's a deistic God because of creation, you're borrowing from a Christian worldview to argue for deism. No, you can't do that.
No,
how
it
do you
just has
know
a
a
similar
deistic
worldview.
God?
You don't have to borrow. You can
How
come
do
to
you
the
know?
determination
How
all
do
on
you know?
your
How
own.
do you know? How do you know a deistic God would reveal himself through creation?
Because he's the one that made it.
No,
but
dude,
that's not an answer that warrants epistemic justification. But here's the thing, Kevin.
How do you deem anything
Yeah, okay.
about a creator of anything?
So here's
you don't
the
think
thing,
you can
Kevin.
look at the
This is
creation and glean something about the creator?
Okay. So here's the point, Kevin. Like, even in discussing these matters of what you could do with tag, you want to bring this back to what are you doing? What is your worldview? Because we can talk all day about what other philosophers may do or other YouTubers may do, how they may use tag. What are you doing? What is your worldview? Right?
Right.
You could this. You could actually use precept to draw the conclusion to a Cartesian demon that created reality for the sake of enjoying the manifestation of suffering. Precept is trash. It is
this is just this is obviously like emotional language, right? Like, we already hashed out the problems with it, and he's like, it's shit. Crap. Okay, Cerberus
Right,
approves.
all you need is the
I was speaking and you just you totally interrupted, man.
The impossibility of the
Why did you just
contrary,
interrupt?
and therefore a proof of of the existence, right?
You're just going to interrupt me?
Well, you said something completely incorrect.
So Smokey here's using highly emotional language, right? Which we've already hashed out. Like he's talking about, oh, you could do this. You could even invoke a demon like Descartes did. Make a case for it. Is that your view? This is not about what you could do. We want to know about your particular view, not what Descartes could do or anyone else, right? You're missing the point of the conversation altogether here. That's all.
Oh, well, he's just pointing out the flaws with the argument.
He has to have an argument in order to do that.
A counter argument, yeah.
A worldview is what the transcendental argument forces, a worldview discussion. Because when people are talking and people are having information exchange and they disagree, guess what they're doing? They're contrasting each other's worldview.
But is the tag argument meant to make an argument, or is it like a conversation piece?
It's whatever you want to do with it, sir.
Well, you're acting like it's a conversation piece.
Smokey's telling you it's
probably
not.
not
You
a good
agree with
argument.
Smokey. Smokey told you you can do whatever you want with it. So do it. You know.
Oh,
Bring it
within certain extents. I'm eight.
So
that
bring
was
it.
hyperbole.
You're being awful defensive, JG.
No.
It was hyperbole. You can't literally do anything, but you can do a lot that disagrees with Christianity with it.
Yeah, but this conversation is something where you already jumped the gun. We're trying to critique Smokey here from his worldview, and you're jumping in with your worldview. So you're making it a little bit more confusing. Like if you want to make it about you and your worldview.
I don't think you're understanding his worldview right now.
I know. You're right. I don't, because you're talking and I can't hear the video for one.
Okay.
I mean?
Well, his worldview is he could use the argument for all sorts of things.
So Serb is missing this, Kevin. Right? We just talked about that. We said we're not talking about what you can do with it. We're talking about your particular worldview today, currently, not somebody else's. Why are you not absorbing this?
Yeah. Well, he could use the tag argument for his worldview.
Why do you have to respond?
Right, and then you could use the
Why
tag
don't you
argument
just
for your
sometimes be
worldview.
quiet and say, "Oh yeah,"
and then,
I guess that makes sense.
it would all be moot. Then there's no point to
mute
it.
is a good idea. Mute, yes.
No thanks.
All right. So anyways.
Abusive, inept, epistemically dishonest, garbage apologetic that should have been thrown in the trash decades ago. And the practitioners are embarrassments of their belief system. I hope I was clear with all that. Lionel, do you think I sold that home? Do you think I nailed that down pretty clear?
Bro, to be honest with you, I don't even know what precept is.
Can I criticize him? Can I criticize him for a second?
Well, that's okay. You know what? I'll be honest with you. First of all, even if you did know what it was, you should never ever use it anyway. So if there's one thing you could take with you, if you come across some like JG or Darth Dawkins or some guy who comes to you giving you like a presuppositionalist script or something like that to some atheist or something, and they won't give it to you because you're already a believer. You already have the correct foundational beginning point. So they're not going to use it against you, but they will use it against atheists. And if you see them kind of using this tactic you're seeing right here, that Darth is kind of refusing to defend nor give an argument for his own worldview, just point out the fact that the other worldview doesn't have a foundation to operate from. But here's the thing.
What?
I don't know why. That's odd to me that Smokey thinks that Darth Dawkins hasn't presented his worldview. Does he really not know it? Or is he just saying like in this particular conversation?
I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to assume Smokey knows Darth Dawkins' position.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it from a long time ago, but yeah, he goes about not giving it.
Okay, yeah, but I think Smokey knows it, but maybe he's saying he's not.
Are you being dishonest, Smokey?
Well, I want to criticize
Darth is.
Smokey
I think
for a
Darth
second.
is. Darth is.
The argument itself, tag, isn't dishonest. It's just how it's being used in the last like 15 years is dishonest.
What do you mean?
Well, it's mainly being used on people that just don't know philosophy, right? And it's used to essentially make those people remove them from the conversation, so you don't have to deal with them. You don't have to address criticisms of your own position.
Not really.
That's the dishonest thing.
Well, I mean, I would hope that actual Christians, don't have those fucking intentions. But I mean, but yes, there's a lot of this. There's a lot of this ego shit in our current time right now, and the fevered fucking egos get in the way of us actually, unraveling what is the actual truth here, in just dick swinging contests. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, it's a fair point. It's a fair
I'm
point
tired of it. It's just such a fucking waste of time. If we can just put the egos down and get serious about what's actually true, let's be real with it. A lot of people don't, want to, be one of these fucking Christians. You know what I mean? I understand that. I get it. So that's why, but if you get to know the actual Jesus of the Bible, I love that he's not at all interested in religious hypocrites. I love him for that. You know what I mean? I grew up in Utah with Mormons and all of that kind of shit. And, so yes, I'm very thankful that God is the way that he is. And, you just need to get to know him, man.
Amen.
And
this is where it falls apart, though. Even if he's leveraging that point, the problem is his own worldview grants that their God gave this person a rational mind to think and operate from a sound epistemic foundation, just like they do. So their own worldview.
Yes, but pause it, right?
See, this is the problem. Because we live in the Christian world, because we live in the God world, yes, the irrational atheist can do those things. What we're asking for is justification from a world where there is no God, their worldview.
Right.
So this is not about invoking our worldview to justify your metaphysics. We're asking you to justify it from your worldview. See, Smokey, what, you don't get it or what? What's wrong?
Well, it makes sense that he follows with that because he's been positing other worldviews, and then he sort of is positing the Christian worldview and borrowing from it. So he doesn't see that aspect in that way yet. So it makes sense why he's doing that. But you're 100%, Kevin. It's all about the accountability from your position. It's not about you saying that, oh, well, you told me that I have knowledge, so I do. So it's epistemically warranted. That's not what we're driving at.
Well, see, that's the dishonest part. Because giving an argument's giving an argument. And if you give an argument why your opponent has logic and reason and intelligibility, to then turn around and question it is to question your own argument. And you don't realize you're doing it.
Well, not if the argument is about those very things. If you're talking about meta logic, then it's on the table. If you're talking about meta ethics, then those things are on the table. That's exactly what the presuppositional transcendental categories are aimed at discussing. Thank you.
Well, see, that's where it becomes a precept and stops being the tag.
No, I think you missed what I was saying. You pointed out something about being dishonest, and what I'm trying to say is when it's a meta level argument, you're discussing logic itself. You're discussing you're discussing the ethics behind the points you're making. These are on the table. It's not dishonest.
To presup is dishonest.
Okay, now you're just saying. Now he's just saying.
And to use the tag,
he has to say something.
To use the tag,
it's like Jill.
To presup, right? To use the tag to presup is dishonest.
I just laid it out
and it's
for
not
you twice,
presup.
and you're still answering back.
And I just explained it to you more than twice, and you're still going on.
So the dishonesty is, first of all, I mean, I don't want to make it about you and your worldview because you're going to derail this whole critique. But apparently today, honesty in this particular category is a thing for you. We got that much. That's good. But when you say it's dishonest, they're not supposed to go there. They're not supposed to presup.
You ain't wrong. I'm learning though, Smokey. I'm learning, motherfucker. I'll catch on quick, pal.
Yeah, I mean, tag is to try to argue for there being a God. Right?
It's a lot of things.
If you go at it presupposing God, Right? That's the dishonest part.
It's
That's
not.
why it's dishonest.
It's not.
Why is that dishonest?
Because if you presuppose God, why would you even need an argument?
What do you
You don't need an argument. You're talking to the unbeliever.
Exactly. Using tags then is just stupid.
You're talking to an unbeliever who's presupposing not God, and you're saying, okay, if that's the case.
Oh, when you talk
Let's
to an
hear it.
unbeliever, they're presupposing a universe, right, or a reality.
Maybe, sir. Maybe.
They just don't know enough usually to say it.
Okay, so then you're going to go into your universal claims about what people are thinking that you don't know.
Oh no, well, I don't think that was a universal. That's a
Yeah, you
suspicion.
didn't include everybody, right? So you're going to bring in suspicion to argue with now.
Well,
No,
see, but
you don't have to argue with it.
You're invoking logic to say that tag is stupid, right? And the precept is ridiculous. You're invoking logic
Yeah.
to do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I can do is I can give you a reason why logic makes sense to me in my worldview. I can ground logic in the mind of God. It's reflecting the mind of God, and therefore reason, right? Therefore, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, law of identity.
Could you explain that?
What is it that grounds the laws of logic in your worldview, Cerberus?
Well, for
Reality.
one, the laws of logic aren't objective things; they're created by mankind, but they are
Right.
created.
So pause. So what you just done?
Well, okay, we can pause.
What you
but
just
I'm gonna
did? What
start
you
right
just
where
did?
I left
You
off
just
at.
did.
Yeah,
What you
please
just did
do.
is you're saying that logic doesn't actually exist. It's just a man-made concept.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is the
So
map,
that
not the
then you
territory.
forfeited the right to speak intelligibly.
Oh no, because
Sorry.
I wasn't finished.
No, that's
yet.
nonsense, Kevin. That's
Yeah.
nonsense.
No, it's
The whole
not.
Sorry about that.
explanation.
No, he's onto something there because you subjectivized logic. You made it your own personal thing.
Right.
Yeah, you guys, you're confusing the map with the territory. Like if I finish my explanation,
Like right now, you're still trying to use logic to reason with me, but you just admitted that you don't think logic.
okay. Well, I want to finish my explanation because
He's going to give you a subjective explanation, which is going to rely on something that he's going to assume is objective.
all utterances from people
Right.
are subjective. You need to learn what these words mean.
Is that so? That claim you just made about all people is also subjective.
The claim from reality, no. The claim from my mouth, yes.
Why do you do that, sir? Why do you do that
Repeat
to
what
yourself, man?
Repeat what I just said.
Why do you do that to yourself?
I just explained it to you. Repeat
You
what I
make a
said.
claim about all people and subjectivity and assume it's an objective claim.
No, it's
This
because
doesn't
it's
sound like you're really
reliance-
running tag.
It's reliance on an entity. That's what subjective.
Hey, Brandon, I was saying when we were trying to get through the video, we're not trying to make it about serve and
Well,
will.
no.
That's
I
what they're
still
doing.
haven't finished
That's what
my
they're doing.
explanation.
I
So
understand,
what?
but I think you're doing
on.
it. I think you're.
It's not about that though. Like
Right.
he just wants to talk about his what he just
I
wants
was
to talk about
asking
himself.
his shell.
And do you
Don't
see how
go
quick
back
that
in your
was?
shell,
Do
JG.
you see how
Wait,
quickly?
Brandon, I was
How
asked a
quickly we
question,
showed?
and they
How
don't want
quickly
me
we
to
showed
finish
the
the answer. Could you
Okay.
please mute them for a moment?
Yes. Can we just really quickly let Cerberus have the floor?
Okay, so I left off on logic's man-made, right? It's constructed by man, but it's constructed by man as a map for the territory. We are in reality. We observe reality. We observe reality working a particular way, and then we create logic to help us navigate that territory. The territory is objective. That's what you're confusing with logic.
You just shot yourself in the foot.
Right. And that territory
No, he
is
didn't.
objective, and our logic is grounded into that.
You said it was discovered, created.
Yeah, I was going to say
Logic.
like
Logic
Who
is
created it?
created.
Who created it?
Humans.
Logic is
Oh,
created.
humans. Humans did it.
Okay,
so
well,
who implemented the laws of
Answered
logic?
for Serb. I'm sorry, I shouldn't answer
Yeah,
for Serb. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, it's going to be a complete. We ready for the complete answer?
Reality.
Freak out?
Reality.
Okay, so we
This is
create
ridiculous.
logic, but we discover reality.
But I mean, then how did logic wind up with laws to it?
He's saying that there
Well,
he's
Brandon,
saying
what
that
he's
there
saying
are
is that
objective laws, but he's just
I'll
getting
answer
into
you as soon as they get done tweaking.
He's saying that the laws of logic don't actually exist. They're just man's opinions. He doesn't believe they're actual.
Huh.
Yeah,
So-
they're just constantly compared to reality, and if they're accurate, then we keep them.
No, that's sir. That's nonsense.
Then we keep them. He said. Okay,
Yeah.
well, I mean,
Yeah, if you look into the history, of logic, the rules have changed.
So
Okay.
logic
No, they
is
haven't.
subjective.
Yes, logic, it's dependent on us. It is subjective.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because the
Okay,
laws of
good,
logic
good. Here we
existed
go.
before we did.
So you're
The
saying
laws
it's
of-
objective.
No, the territory existed before we did.
What?
Logic is the map, not the territory, guys.
Reality is the territory.
Can we continue with the video, Brandon, if you don't mind?
Why? We're
come
just getting to
on.
the deeper part of the discussion,
This
JG. Is it getting too deep for you?
This
I
is
got
this
the
is
answer out over
ridiculous.
your tism fits, and now you don't want to talk about it anymore.
I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. I was trying to review the video. Don't you?
He's
was
trying to
asking a
sell
question.
Brandon on tag,
My
Serb, and we're fucking it all up for him.
Oh,
We can't
okay,
make it look like a good.
I'm
argument.
already sold on tag though. Like
I can't wait for you to try and run it, Brandon. Please let me be first.
Well, I'm getting there. Give me a minute, buddy. I'm getting there.
William,
so-
if you don't see how your friend here just absolutely obliterated himself, like you have a problem.
Why don't you explain it to me, Kevin?
If the laws of logic are only man-made concepts and they are not actually laws that govern reason and intelligibility, then you and I right now, our communication is meaningless. It's not interpretable.
They're
There's no
descriptive, not
background context.
prescriptive. No, they're descriptive, not prescriptive.
Yeah,
We can't reason.
We understand the claim.
Yeah.
So,
right. So we are using this methodology to describe the reality in front of us.
the thing we're describing, the thing in question, you just keep referring back to it as reality, which is an abstract
Are you
set
new
of
to it?
all. Listen, it's an abstract.
No, it's not
set.
abstract. It's objective. It's not
It's-
reliant on anything.
It is the
No,
objective.
you're not understanding.
Do you notice they're not letting me finish?
Not yet.
Well, what's
Yeah,
the
let
point if you're
JT
just going to
have-
mischaracterize the whole thing from the start?
Right. Well, let JG have the floor for a second.
The floor is, I find the critique most interesting. These two guys, they have a different agenda. And if they want to sit back and critique,
Oh, I know.
like everybody else, I'd appreciate that.
I totally understand their position and agenda and everything, and but I'm just I'm not as bright as you guys are on this whole subject yet.
Well, Brendan, you want to talk
Brandon, are
about
you
the laws
asking
of
us to be
Can I
quiet?
just ask a question? Because I'm trying to learn here. So, anyways, because I consider laws of logic kind of the same thing as laws of mathematics. Mathematics being the same kind of conceptual, abstract thought. You know what I'm saying? How do these abstract thoughts? How do they have laws? And even Isaac Newton, he even claimed, I only discovered the laws. God's the lawgiver. So that's how this shit works. And he was a super smart guy. You know what I mean? So, and I see logic that has like those same kind of laws applied. And in this, to me, those are kind of like a peek into the spiritual. You know what I'm saying? So, am I wrong here?
No, math is a logic.
Okay, well then that's why it sure seems similar to me. So then where did these laws come from? There's no way that we can just be feeling our way through the dark and mapping it out. And
Yes.
and,
Yes, there is
What?
a way that we could begin to learn and create the methodology in which we measure whether statements have the value of true or false.
Wow,
Yeah, here.
that's a huge claim right there. You brought in value, you brought in truth, and those things are going to be unaccounted for.
Do you want to talk about those things?
You brought
Yeah,
us in.
Well, before we get another, I want to give Brandon an example because I think math is a better, easier.
Guys,
way to
well,
see this.
one at a time. Okay, like if you guys are butting in and finishing each other's sentences and keep like this is going to take forever.
I'll
Like,
be
one
quiet. I'll be quiet. I'm out.
Yeah, I
Go
just
ahead.
didn't want to get too far away from what Brandon said because I think he's in an area where it's easily explained. Right, you can look at a banana and a banana. Right, that's real. That's reality. But there isn't
What the hell did you
literally
just say?
there isn't literally a two somewhere. right? But we can create the concept of two, so we can say 2 bananas, and then we start doing math with it, right? That's how math gets grounded into reality.
But hold on a second,
We create a system to describe things.
But how is it possible though that somebody in a different language that doesn't call it two but calls it dos, still come up with the same thing? You have one, now you have two, now you have three, and now you start learning addition and subtraction. And all right, we got a Kamar de Horde. Does anybody know?
So what
Kamar?
Brandon is talking about is oneness and two-ness,
Don't risk
threeness. He's saying that these are universal concepts. They're not man-made inventions.
Oh, they're not. They're man-made inventions. They have to be taught. You can't just.
What is behind? What is behind the quote invention that's
You
being
don't listen,
referred
do
to?
you?
You know what I mean?
Well, I already said it's grounded in reality.
Yeah, but when you say reality, that's the problem.
Reality is a problem.
When you say it, it's a problem. Where you say it, how you try to use it is the problem.
I don't think we use the terms differently.
Yes, absolutely, we do.
No, you just have an issue with it because it has to come before your deity.
I'm sorry, what? Is reality prescriptive?
No, it comes from it.
So it comes from it, but it's not
prescriptive.
but it's not prescriptive.
It's itself.
Oh, it's itself. Thanks for telling me
Yeah,
that.
it's itself.
So it's
He
itself.
struggles with reality. It's crazy.
So here's what he said. Reality is itself. It brings things forth, but it doesn't prescribe anything. That's all he said.
Yeah, you don't have to explain the Mariological psalm.
Yeah, logically comes from. It's not the same thing as like begotten.
And Brandon, I'll do the critique, man, but if it's going to be all about subjective logical systems, I'm out.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Conquers
you asked me the
the
questions.
very challenge that they demand on the other side to answer. So it's immediately right off the bat epistemically dishonest and abusive in its traits. So I don't know if that helps for you a little bit.
You can find a projection right in there, actually.
What was that? Sorry?
A lot of times you can find projections in the manner of speaking. The manner of his speech is inflammatory, I guess, by nature. It seems to be the way he speaks most of the time. But he's saying he's trying to make the case that it's dishonest, purposely, right? But he has to make the epistemic case for this, right? He has to give his worldview and his account, and that seems to be the part he's missing. I mean, I guess if I hear more from him, he might, expand.
Well,
on
Jay,
that.
what he does is he just invokes a worldview body double, and then just runs with it. Or he goes, but you can grant me epistemology by your own foundations. I don't have to give an account for that.
Yeah, so that's gonna be you're gonna get stuck there because that's not going to be epistemic justification or accountability. That's going to be a borrow. Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Oh, did you want me to continue?
Please.
I hope you never have to really deal with one of these people. And if you come across one, raise up the smoke signal. I will come right over and deal with this garbage embarrassment of their religion. So just
yeah, for sure. Yeah, are you on Discord?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm in CK's server actually.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll add you.
Yeah,
yeah, because yeah, I mean, like for me, I like to ask questions.
We have a Discord too. If you want to join it, I can put it in the back.
Yeah, sure.
Let me grab it here.
You missed your opportunity to throw a plug, Smokey.
Man, this machine has not been acting great lately. I think it's just because it's been so stinking hot. Okay. Community Incorporated. There we go. Invites.
Eastmax, I will say that
do 20 steps
Smokey is highly intelligent, and this is where but they don't really.
Yeah, when you get in, just type something in general that
the
you
devil,
know me.
who's way smarter. Yeah. So, anyways, He can get highly intelligent people all fucking turned up like a pretzel in a hurry.
I'll look forward to talking to you about the devil sometime.
Well, yeah, we got to get in on the, we got to come to an agreement on who Lucifer is first.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that whenever we're done playing around with this ridiculous argument.
I love this shit though. I'm learning. I'm about to get samurai with this shit. Why?
I can't wait.
Why?
There's nothing ridiculous about engaging people at a worldview level. I think
What's
it's
the
very
conclusion,
sophisticated.
Kevin? What's your conclusion from the tag argument? What do you conclude?
That God is a necessary precondition.
Okay, and what's your first premise?
Oh, you mean you want me to form it into a syllogism?
Can you?
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
You guys are on your own.
I'd have to take a while to formulate it, though.
Well, it's probably.
Well, he's pointing out that it's going to be the same, right? It's going to be assuming the consequent or circular argument, right? Which is when you put a transcendental argument, specifically the Christian worldview, into a deductive syllogism, it is going to be circular, but it's not solely a deductive argument. It has inductive qualities, and it's a transcendental argument, a meta level argument.
So you say it can't be put into a syllogism?
He wants to try. Let me finish my point. So when someone wants to put you into a syllogism, reduce it to that and only that, and try to focus on the fact that it's circular. And this is still, in a sense, begging the question that you're trying to have a worldview argument, and that their worldview is also going to fall into circularity too. So if they're going to argue, if they're going to argue that circularity is a problem, well, they're going to fall into that case as well. So they're going to undercut themselves.
All right, Jay, what do you think about this? So let's say P1, if intelligibility exists, it would require an alternate sufficient grounding. That would be P1. P2, intelligibility exists. P3, only Yahweh, the self-existent triune God, possesses the necessary attributes to serve as this focal grounding point. Conclusion, therefore, God exists. I think that would be the syllogism.
You can play around with it if you want to. The deductive syllogism isn't as important as people think it is. You're not going to reduce it to a deductive argument. It's a transcendental argument with both inductive and deductive qualities to it. So if you want to play around with that, you can, but you can flat out make the claim up front. God is the necessary precondition. There's no if about it. That's your argument. If somebody disputes it, well, what is their argument to dispute it?
Well, the way I would defend the first premise about intelligibility is I would use the principle of sufficient reasoning. What do you think about that?
I mean, you could do that. You could try that. I just say I wouldn't do it that particular way, but it works in some cases. It might speak to certain people.
Well, I mean, again, it's fundamental though, like because the principle of sufficient reasoning asserts that everything has to have a reason or a cause or an explanation for its occurrence. Like nothing exists in a vacuum.
Well, I guess you just need an agreement from your interlocutor about the
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go, William. How's that? I came up with the syllogism for you.
Oh, did you decide on it? You were asking him his opinion. I didn't know if you'd actually decided.
No, he just said he did.
Okay. Well, I've got a question about P2. Or is it P3? Whichever the one where you said Yahweh was the only God that could possibly fit that role.
That'd be premise 3.
Well, I mean, we could
just P3.
No. Hold on. We could just make up a new God and make it fit in there too. Will
Max, be quiet. So, could you make up another syllogism with that as your conclusion and see if you could establish that?
Well, the conclusion is therefore God exists. That's the conclusion.
No, the conclusion that you're using is premise 3 that you're asking me to accept. I don't accept that premise because I don't think you have knowledge of all gods of all period in time to be able to.
Well, no. You asked for a syllogism, right?
Right, and I'm telling you, it doesn't float yet because that syllogism you have to demonstrate that principle 3 it even holds water.
Yeah, I mean, you could get the Gnostic God out of the tag argument. That'd be fun.
But you see, Kevin, like they're bringing in other gods for one thing, but they're applying these rules of what needs to be the case, right? To a deductive argument. This is not solely a deductive argument. They're getting you to, they're doing a good move on their part to try to force it into a deductive syllogism, and they want to argue deductive syllogisms, but you're arguing a transcendental argument. So you got to get on the same page, and they're making counterclaims. They're bringing in different gods. So you can always question that. Like, well, if you're going to bring in different knowledge of different gods to combat what I'm saying about the one true only God, you're going to have knowledge of that on some level. So let's get into that, which forces a worldview discussion. They just want to avoid a worldview discussion overall. That's kind of the way this plays out.
Well, bringing it in, wouldn't that be having one?
Well, can I just, I mean, wouldn't you guys consider that a waste of your time, though?
What?
Which one?
Just, I mean, changing the using the other god's position to.
Yeah, they are wasting time. Exactly. That's why you have to recenter the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why it's a waste of time, Brandon, is because that's not what they actually believe. They're invoking a worldview body double to fill in the gap, or
Yeah. That's what Smokey was doing, right?
Well, I'm waiting to hear Will go. Let's just replace Yahweh with Lucifer.
Well, I guess
I was already going to say that, but you cut me off,
but
Brandon.
We could do it with
See, here's
toast,
how
we could do
William
it with just
arguments.
anything.
Here's how William arguments. When he asks you a question, it's always a
Arguments?
trick question. Yeah, you asked, well, based on this category that you set forth, Yahweh can be the only God. Well, no, Will, we could just make up a God and put it in that category too if you really
I
want
asked a
to.
question about premise 3. Did you catch
Yeah,
that?
but where you were
I don't
going
think you
with
did.
it, you were
Would you like me to
with
repeat
it?
my question about it?
No, I heard your question, William.
I
All
wrote
I'm
my
saying
question
is
down so I wouldn't forget it.
You're arguing with people who don't know your shtick yet, so it's easy for you to get away with this, but you're not going to get away with it with me.
I'm not even talking.
And Max,
to you,
we got
so I
enough
guess it
interference
matters.
here. We got a lot of interference here, and I think we can make it without you.
I was going to say.
Well, no, I'm not saying you guys are doing a bad job. You're letting Will get away with
Oh
a lot
well,
of stuff.
we've been waiting for Eastmax to make it.
I mean,
so
I could just be quiet and let Serb.
We're trying to actually watch the video, but nobody wants to do that for some
And
reason.
I could just be quiet and let Serb
Hey,
address it. if you'd
I'm
like.
down, Jay. I was going along with him. I was down.
I'm not done.
I love.
I still
if
have a
you guys-
question about premise 3.
I'll conclude with this. You guys have fun with that. You're going to get real bored of William shtick real quick.
I'm already a step ahead of you, buddy.
Okay, well, go ahead with the video then. This can wait because the tag argument's not going to get any better.
Me or something, just so Will doesn't see you and think you're just another spam troll or something.
Yeah, I'll do that. Do you did you put it in the chat?
Yeah, here it is. Sorry. Yeah. I pressed the enter button. There you go. It's in the back.
Okay, cool.
All right. So I'll let you get a rest of the taste of this. And you can see where it starts to break down as the apologist, for lack of a better term. Don't even dare call them that. I wouldn't think they even qualify as a quote unquote apologist, but a weak polemicist, maybe.
New me.
Dishonest polemicist. Anyway, you can finish getting a little taste of this, and we'll move back to the.
We keep
Kevin
hearing
thing.
the word
In fact, I guess
dishonesty,
maybe-
right? We keep hearing the word dishonesty many, many times, correct?
Sure. Yep.
So
Yep.
you
What does
know
that
what he's saying is dishonest is to presuppose God first in all things. That's what we're doing. And that's what he's calling dishonest to argue that way. It's interesting, isn't it?
That is interesting. What the fuck, Smokey? Anyway.
Grab a refilled beverage here. My throat is dry today. It's just been so freaking hot lately.
I said that which actualizes the world.
Okay, so maybe I just don't understand too much of the verbiage.
Okay.
So
Okay. Do you know what actualization means?
no, will you educate me on that?
Okay. When a bomb goes off, it's actualized. Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
When a piece of equipment makes something, it's actualizing what it's manufacturing. Okay.
Okay.
Does the world exist on the whole or in part for no actual reason whatsoever?
I believe there's a reason. That doesn't necessarily
Okay,
mean
so
that
there's
any God.
something that actually.
By the way, to give you guys some quick advice, if you come across a precept and you want to cripple their argument on the spot, remember one thing.
Oh, here we go.
The preceptor will claim explicitly that their presuppositions, their presuppositional argumentation demands that it points to the Christian God. If you
Well, it does.
He's about to devastate it. Let him
Okay,
know.
all right, my bad.
you come across one of these people making such a claim, you can cripple them on the spot with this quick thing by telling them, I affirm that the presup argument leads to a Cartesian demon that enjoys manifesting suffering in reality deterministically.
Wow. He has a
And
lot to
that's
work
the
out
purpose
there.
and
He has a
foundation
lot to
of reality
defend.
in the
He just created a huge burden for himself to bring an argument to the table like that. If you know how to discuss these categories, he's going to detonate himself. He just did. Again, it's the same thing. He's bringing in a
real
carbon
quick,
copy worldview. He's not discussing his own worldview.
So why did he detonate himself? Because now
Because
he's going to be forced to like
defend the Cartesian demon model.
God or what?
He's going to be dishonest, number one, because he's not in his own worldview, and then he's going to have to defend the Cartesian demon. And if he's not equipped to do that with somebody who understands the right questions in a presuppositional conversation, he's going to fall short, right? They're going to ask him things like, how does this Cartesian demon give us universal ethics or tell us what right and wrong are? How do you know that your argument's the right information, that it's true, and that we ought to follow the truth? All sorts of problems with that. So he's telling this kid, here's a good idea. Throw this in your worldview. And it would create a whole host of problems for us. It's bad advice.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, that is our Christian claim, is that this book right here, this old Bible, is, reveals who the actual creator is, because he wants
See, Brandon, what that's called is, remember this, that's called invoking a worldview body double, and it's fallacious reasoning, right? So instead of Smokey dealing with the foundations of what he believes, his foundation, what he wants to do is put something else in its place that he doesn't actually hold to then sit there and critique our position. He's being dishonest. He's cheating in the conversation. Does that make sense?
So that's the projection, right? You keep hearing dishonesty.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we critique this and lay it out, what do we see? A dishonest route of argumentation, dishonest teaching to this young man.
Uh-oh, Smokey. You don't want to do that shit. Anyway.
The rules and reasons that exist that are grounded in a mind, and that's the mind it points to. Watch them fall apart trying to figure out how to do the one thing their apologetic can't do, that they constantly ignore that it doesn't do. Draw directly to the Christian God. Their presup apologetic can lead to a slew of possible realities, some with a mind or not, honestly. So just pick one and try and get them to tell you how their presup actually leads to the Christian deity. They will never, ever, ever be able to do it. They just won't. You'll get a bunch of gish galloping, mumbo jumbo, pseudo philo speak.
Well,
You will
Smokey can't
not ever
understand
get an
spirit.
answer. Ever.
Well, it's a broad claim about, this is ever going to happen. This
Yes, it
can't
is.
happen.
Well, because Smokey can't comprehend it.
Here's the thing. You want to know how you can get to the Trinity is because the Trinity accounts for unity and diversity in the world.
It does. That's true.
Yeah. There is no other deity that can account for those categories.
In a way, Kevin, it's almost like a contradiction because we have a limited understanding. If we understood the full scope of God, we would understand it's not a contradiction. But to us humans, how could God do this and that at the same time? And they're polar opposites. But he does that all the time.
Because reality shows you there are things that are diverse and there are things that are unified. So whatever is ultimate would have to be both of those things, or at least account for both those things. And only the triune God does that.
Here's how I look at it. We are all
Father. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So you have the Father and the Son. The Son exegetes the Father, and the Father, the Son, the Spirit are in unity, and they agree on things. That's why all the laws, they're not just opinions. the laws reflect the mind of God because the Father, the Son, and the Spirit are in agreement of this is what logic is.
Yeah,
This is what reason is.
We as humans could never come to an agreement on anything, especially morals. There's no way that we have morals without God. Period.
Yeah,
and
that's right,
one way-
Smokey. Hey, Smokey, big mouth. How do you account for unity and diversity in the world without the Trinity, dummy?
Yeah, and also think
You
about
don't
it like
run your
this
mouth.
too. We are all diverse. You know, I'm not really similar
It's,
to a
sorry,
Mexican
Eastmax.
child.
And Smokey, try again. So if you're going to sit here and critique Precept, can you do it without invoking a worldview body double that's not yours? Can you actually do it?
Well,
I
he
don't
will,
think
Kevin.
you
He'll
can.
just go to personal attacks next.
Oh, of course.
That's what he'll do.
Oh, it's coming. Watch it.
You got like 5 more minutes before he just
Yeah.
calls you a FAG.
Actualizes the world.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I believe that there exists something that is actualizing the world.
Good. Okay. Now,
I actually didn't mean this to become screw presuppers episode, but it is along the chain of sound epistemology, which was the core of Kevin's critique anyway.
You
So
can
we're
come
not
in,
really far
Smokey,
off
come
topic
in.
here doing this.
does the world unambiguously and rationally, undeniably indicate that which actualizes it?
This is a song about a legend. She's the quiet.
Oh, Smokey's getting monetized. Oh, okay.
So my brain probably isn't the most intelligent.
No, it's, so when you say the brain, that's just evolutionary mumbo jumbo. Does the world unambiguously
Talking about me, by the way, as brain.
and rationally, undeniably indicate that which actualizes it? Is the world not actualized by something, or is the world actualized by something?
I believe the world's actualized by something, but how do we know it's from God?
Now, explain to me. Well, you see, now you're asking a question, which is a diversionary tactic. Now,
see, this is where this is where the real epistemic abuse begins, because Darth's going to pretend that you are forced to absolutely infallibly accept a certain ontology in order to have an epistemology, which and again, this is part of my big critique of precept because it muddles these two things, epistemology and ontology. This is where it gets very deceptively abusive in its practice. Watch, let me replay that. Just go back 20 seconds. Just pay attention. This is going to turn into
but one leads to the other. How is that being
not
abusive?
argument.
What was that, Kevin?
Yeah, but epistemology leads to ontology. They lead to each other. I don't understand how that's being abusive. Asking someone to give an account for these things.
Yeah, they're interconnected in the Christian worldview. The secular view likes to piece them apart. Now,
right,
epistemology is downstream from ontology, but in order for a thing to exist, to speak of it, to know it, you're in the realm of epistemology, and vice versa. When you're talking about something, anything, there has to be something that you're reaching into, some belief, some knowledge, in order to profess the thing that you're speaking of. So they're interconnected. They're unavoidable. The only way you could have an ontology without epistemology is things that you don't know about, and those aren't going to be relevant in the conversation. Because how are you going to speak of things you don't know about?
Samurai.
Right.
All right.
See, I don't see Smokey. That doesn't make sense. The opposite is true. This is why Van Til and his followers are incoherent scum. Wow. The opposite is true. What do you mean? And how do you know that?
What, man? We're just trying. We want to get to the truth on matters. So you, of all people, Smokey, shouldn't be afraid of anybody challenging your ideas. So
here's the problem, Brandon. He hasn't actually presented a worldview for us to challenge.
I think
he's
I
presented
see,
a doppelganger.
Well, true, but I think I see the problem, and maybe in that last comment, the way he's thinking about it, you can't even make an ontological claim without epistemology first. I see what he's saying there. Like, it's the same thing I was saying, really. In order for you to make the claim, epistemology is assumed, right? But it's more, he's thinking about it in like a chronological order or a different type of order. Like it doesn't, the thing, you could assume the thing exists or it existed before you knew it, right? That's why the ontology is primary, because you discover things and you go, oh, this exists. Oh, I realized this. That's epistemology. That's knowledge, belief. But the ontology exists first, primarily. So I think there's something in the way he's thinking about it. I think a lot of people do this as well.
Said, yeah, the right order.
But ultimately, they're going to be inseparable, right? That's the overall takeaway. You can try to divide them up, but when you get into lines of argumentation, they're going to be undivorceable.
And to accept infallibly the epistemology or the ontology of a thing without addressing epistemology at all. By the way, you have to just address the ontology before you're allowed to engage the epistemology to critique the argument to begin with, which they are begging the question you already have because they're giving you the argument. They're saying, you don't have the correct foundation to understand this argument I'm giving you that I expect you to understand to believe it. Do you get what you see how ridiculous it is?
Yeah.
You see how
Well, here it is too.
You don't have the right foundation to.
As a Christian, yes, you are assuming they don't have the right foundation because they've rejected God. That is the challenge. Right. So that is correct.
Discover or know truth, but I need to reason with your ability to discover truth to accept this argument, that you need to accept this argument to start to find truth. Do you see the circular absolute insanity of this argument and how abusive it can be used while it muddles epistemology and ontology? I don't know how more precise I could be here, honestly. If people aren't getting this, I don't know what to tell you. I'm trying to be as precise as I can.
Yeah, I mean, the other guy was just asking a question, and he just tried to like gaslight
You're
him.
not
and
allowed to
say-
ask the question because you have no basis for any knowledge. So the answer to the question is irrelevant because you have to have the correct ontological foundation to even have any justification for truth at all, for you to have any reason or justification for the answer to the question. So you need to accept my ontology before I can give you the answer to the question. You need to adopt and just accept that God is.
He's saying the right things, but then he's going into the pejorative, or you have to accept mine. That is the strength of the argument. You're saying my worldview starts and presupposes the Christian God. And if you disagree with this, I'm going to challenge your ontology, epistemology, and ethics, your basic philosophy of how you know that is the case, how you can argue against this. That's essentially what's happening.
And I think that's fair to do, isn't it, JG? Like, because if I'm arguing for something and someone's going to argue back, well, what are you putting on the table? Let's examine both worldviews.
Absolutely, of course it is. It's obviously relevant. First and foremost, the problem is people don't want to talk about these categories. They want to assume them and move on. It doesn't interest some people, but more so for the unbeliever, they want to avoid it because they're going to have no real meaning, value, and purpose other than a subjective opinion, a sense experience, a feeling, an emotion. That's what they're going to be arguing. And this is where it's going to reduce it down to, you're just arguing your feelings. That's where my feelings comes from, because you're reducing them down to what's called absurdity or my feeling. It's just an individual subjective bundle of molecules making noise, trying to make sense of the world, arguing you, telling you there's no God. You're saying, how can you even do that? If you explain to me what you actually believe, I can show you that it wouldn't be relevant for you to attack other people's worldview. That's what you're trying to do. Some people may sense that, some may not, but they definitely don't want to do that on a live stream, for one, because if they were to take it on honestly, it would be life-changing. Like if they were to reconsider that they don't have anything to stand on to attack your worldview, an honest person would at least go, okay, I need to stop arguing for a little while. I need to hit the books. I need to really reconsider this. But you don't often get that.
Brandon, can you put Smokey's comment on the screen where he just put up a syllogism, please? He said, P1, a person's epistemology is fallible. P2, ontological truths discovered through epistemology. Premise 3, ontological claims are fallible. Now, that's only true if you're starting with
He
yourself.
said P3 is actually the conclusion. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So P1, a person's epistemology is fallible. P2, ontological truths discovered through epistemology. Conclusion, ontological claims are fallible. Right. So that's only true if you're starting with yourself. But if we're talking about what is ultimate, right? If we're going to a worldview foundation, and you give an account for it, like, well, that is God. He is the necessary precondition. Then no, it can't be fallible. It would be infallible. God is infallible, and so we can ground our truth claims in that infallible truth of God.
Hey, maybe
So
that's why he said, "I am the way, the truth,
truth,
and the life."
Amen.
yes, right. And also Colossians 1:16, for by him all things were created that are in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions, principalities or powers. All things were created through him and for him, and he is before all things, and in him all things consist, which means hold together, right? So that's telling you he is what's fundamentally necessary for all things.
Amen.
So if the Bible is the word of God and it is true, and you can demonstrate that, you can point to numerous evidences, then we can trust what it says. And since God is true, we know that this is his universe, and we can take for granted what he says about this universe, right? So that's how I can have warrant for grounding my epistemology and my ontology. It's because I start with something beyond myself. I start with God. See, the Smokey's problem here is his own syllogism. A person's epistemology is fallible. Ontological truths discovered through epistemology. Therefore, ontological claims are fallible. His own argument then would have to be fallible and ultimately subjective.
Right.
So this was just purely his opinion, which means if it's possible that he's completely wrong about this, why is he arguing for it?
Right.
What's he hoping to accomplish?
So, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So would like the best move would, if you're dealing with somebody as intelligent as Smokey, would it be the good move would be to, okay, you need to describe to me your God then.
Oh, if he's going to posit another God in the worldview, you can take that route, or you can say, are you arguing from your own worldview, or are we just doing an experiment where you're going to posit whatever you want to see if it works? Right? You want to get that worked out.
Do we have any way to analyze the God you speak of that, you know what I mean? Because we
But
have.
I mean, really, you can do that if you want, but I wouldn't entertain it because it's a dishonest conversation in the sense that I'm trying to argue and defend my worldview. I want to know what your worldview is and how you are going to attack mine. So I personally wouldn't entertain it, but if you want to see if you can answer and see where it goes.
Anyways,
The point to defend the faith is to talk to somebody who's being
honest. If you're going to try
honest.
to insert some other God, then we need to be able to analyze this God in some way. Anyway, that's that.
Well, I mean, it comes down to why would you grant your interlocutor to posit in a fake God or a fake worldview to argue with you? Why would you do that? Becomes the question.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, you see why sometimes I'm retarded.
Like Brandon,
No, it's not retarded. It's not retarded.
Imagine someone invoked the flying spaghetti monster just to move the conversation forward. That's very dishonest.
Yes, agreed.
Right. That's what Smokey's doing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling.
Or we can even engage in the argument about whether or not God is real and true. You see how freaking weird this is?
Yeah.
This dude has no.
We can't discuss whether or not God is true until you accept God is true. Does that sound like an honest, truthful method of apologetics, or does that sound like the incoherent ramblings of a philosophical degenerate?
Well, the only time I've heard it claimed like that is through him. So to answer his question, perhaps.
A degenerate, and you all want to make a big fuss about Smokey. What justification? How dare you? He was a great man. Okay, well, here you go. You all can take this. I rehashed, I probably did, I don't even know, 10 hours of streams on Van Til when I was doing this little war with Darth back in the day. And I covered this in excruciating depth. Van Til and Bonson and the apologetic.
Okay, so he's already solved Bonson. We didn't know this. Well, Smokey, if you want to release those files, if you can find those, I'd love to hear that because I've never heard anyone do that. You'd be the first.
No one remembers it. That's fine. But
See, look, this is all he has.
You get a little.
Brandon,
snippet.
pause it. Look at these personal digs. Like Kevin's arrogance and stupidity is staggering. Like, can you substantiate that? What are you talking about? First of all, how am I being arrogant, and where's my stupidity? I mean, am I making sense?
I think you're making sense.
Then where is my arrogance and stupidity?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
look,
this is
I don't really want to.
I've ever known Kevin to be.
Smokey, if you want to make a point about something Kevin's saying, that's one thing. But if you want to attack his character, you obviously know how sophist that is. Come
Well,
on.
isn't
I don't understand the personal digs all the time. Like, can't you just deal? Like, where's the substance?
Where's your argument, man?
Seriously.
Hey,
Like, you
what-
can
are
sit here
you-
and poke fun of me all day and say, "Oh, Kevin's a rat roach retard," and all these. What good is that? Where's
That's
my
why I'm
stupidity?
saying
That's the
let's
problem.
put those egos down and let's get down to what's actually true here. Because I think it would be helpful to society to say the least.
Well, the crust of what he's saying is you don't
Okay, here we
need.
go.
It's
He
dishonest.
he finally put something. Here we go. He says, "You think you know things infallibly, Kevin. Pay attention, moron." Okay, so there's still a personal attack in there, but at least I got something out of him. So he's saying I'm arrogant and stupid because I think I can know things infallibly. Okay, here's the thing. God is infallible, and what he reveals in his word is also infallible. And so therefore when I read his word, I have access to infallible truth. So as I'm reading his word and applying it, I have infallible truth on my side.
Wait, do you think you know that infallibly?
What do you mean?
That God's infallible? Do you know that infallibly?
He has to be.
You know that infallibly?
He's saying it's necessity on his worldview.
Right.
Do you know your worldview is correct infallibly?
There's a necessity that relies on it. So if you can point out,
Do you know that infallibly?
yeah, I get the question. I'm saying if you can point out how the worldview is wrong, then we would have to reassess.
Yeah, do you think that infallibly?
Which one? All of it?
Well, you just all the different layers you keep on throwing on.
Do I think of my response about the transcendental argument as infallible to you? No. Do you think it's
do you know
fallible?
anything about it infallibly?
Well, I mean, what I'm saying to you is if you think to the contrary, like if you think it's infallible in what I said, then you can point it out, or I'll assume that I'm right.
Do you think you're right infallibly?
Did you hear what I said, sir?
Yeah, but I'm asking you a question. So when you ask me a question, that's not an answer.
It's like he's locked onto that. She's like, do you think about that infallible?
I get that
over and over
you don't
and
like
over
to ask
again.
the question.
So I said,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think of my
Just say
comment
yes.
back.
Just say yes. You think you know it infallibly.
I don't think I know it infallibly when I'm
Okay, good. Then you
responding
don't
to
know it
you.
infallibly.
I fucking do. I know it infallibly.
There you go.
Jesus is Lord.
Well, yeah, that wasn't what he was asking. I would agree
Right?
with
If you
that.
know, if you know that infallibly, then you don't actually need God to justify it.
Yeah, and do you know that infallibly? Is the game we're playing now, sir?
Do I know that infallibly?
I like how he asks
But
again.
I know it
like it's a
theologically.
point. I like how he asks.
Well, I just say
I like how he
know it
asks it
theologically.
again, like it's like a rare question he hasn't heard. He just used it 10 times in a row.
Oh no,
Did
no!
you
I'm
notice
just
that?
clarifying, making
Stop
sure I'm
wasting our
answering
time,
the correct
sir.
question. I get that you
wasting
don't
our
like me
time,
trying to be
dude.
specific. You can
Just
have your
wasting everyone's
tism, and then we'll
time.
get through it right after you get done.
I'm not going to stay on here much longer, sir. But if you
That's
think
fine.
that, if you
I'll
think
allow
you got
you
a
to
real
leave,
big,
I guess.
can I say something? Are you going to interrupt?
I mean, I didn't even get to answer your one question.
Yeah.
You want me to answer it, or are you just going to keep on going?
No, I actually have little interest.
I'd like to hear the answer.
So why
Oh,
you
Will
ask
would
me
like
then?
to hear it. Here we go. Will would like to hear it.
Yeah. I don't know it infallibly. I know it via logic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like consistency tool. That's how you know.
Yeah, it's great,
Well,
isn't it?
what I
You
would
love
appeal
logic.
to, guys, what I would appeal to is that if you look at like Romans chapter 8, for example, it says the Spirit Himself bears witness with our spirits that we are the children of God. And so if Smokey wants to say, well, how can you know something infallibly? Well, I could say God has revealed it to me through the Holy Spirit and through His Word. And now I know he'll reject that in his worldview because he wants to reject that there is such thing as infallible truth. But in my worldview, there is infallible truth. And if God has chosen to give me access to that through His Word and through the Holy Spirit, then I can have that.
How's he going to reject infallible truth if he doesn't have infallible truth himself?
Wait, do you know that infallibly?
How is he going to reject infallible truth if he does not have it himself?
Right.
KBD, do you know what you just said infallibly?
He's spurring on the question. It's like, it's a new question.
I do kind of feel like we're just going in circles with the
Circle yourself.
Is there a problem with
I'm just pointing out
circularity
that-
in a worldview? I'm just
Well,
curious.
when you're talking on a meta level, William, no, because everyone's going to end up in a circle. It's going to be either with
So
God
everyone
or
is
with a-
everyone's
I
in the
wasn't-
same boat.
I wasn't finished.
That's okay. I was just getting started. So everyone would be in the same
I
boat
wasn't
then, wouldn't
finished.
they? I know, but I was just getting started. So everyone would be in the
Hey,
same
Brandon,
boat then.
You see why? You see why?
You don't want to admit that, do you?
I can't talk to Will because he doesn't let me
Well,
finish.
the
a
thing is, he's
sentence.
also wrong about it, right?
If you were
This is one of the
wondering.
three prongs.
I understand.
Circularity. You could have a position that's just brute fact, or you.
I
Could
know
have
because
a,
Agrippa and Munchausen, they're an authority in your
well, I mean,
worldview on these
it's
things.
Agrippa.
You know, Smokey, why didn't you come in here? Why do you want to sit there and snipe from the side chat? Like, look at my claim of knowledge is Gnostic. No, it's not, because it's not hidden. It's been revealed. It's been revealed. It's in His Word. And His Word resonates in my spirit, and His Spirit bears witness with my spirit. There's nothing Gnostic about that. Gnostic means it's hidden secret knowledge. I don't have hidden secret knowledge. It's been revealed through the Word.
And everybody has equal access to it too.
That's right. It's just stubborn fools like you reject the truth because you suppress the truth and unrighteousness because your deeds are evil.
What, you think everyone has always had equal access to that knowledge?
That's a different question. That's not what I said.
Well, I was talking to Brandon what he said.
Oh.
Well,
So,
Brandon,
did you said that Cerberus listens to Agrippa? Is that what you said?
oh no, I was saying Agrippa's trilemma or the Munchausen trilemma. He holds it as an authority. I guess he was just bringing that in. But my point was is that if we're going to have a
What
worldview
is
discussion-
that? Hold on, I want to know what that is.
It's if you essentially if you ask a version of why to anything someone asserts, it's going to come down to one of three options. They're either just asserting it blanket with no explanation, or it's going to be a circular reasoning, or it's going to be infinitely regressive.
Infinitely regressive.
Right.
Yeah,
when somebody
meaning they might have like unique explanations for each step, but there's never a last step. There's just more and more steps all the way down.
More and more.
Brandon, an example of that is like when somebody's making a universal or fundamental claim, like, oh, it's all subjective. You ask, like, oh, is that subjective? And then they start going into a regress.
You can do it for anything.
So kind of like, do we know that infallibly is like the same thing?
Well,
yeah, it's an
there's
example.
There's a different way to handle it, though, right? Like if the person challenging infallibility is going to persist, you can eventually say, well, how are you challenging me without holding an infallible truth yourself?
Well, the thing is, you want to do it to a precept argument because circularity isn't a ground, right? In order for something to be a ground, it would have to be a brute assertion. It would just a thing that has to be.
There are no such thing as brute facts.
Oh well, then there is no grounding.
Well, in Serb's worldview, that's how that works. But
no, I mean you guys
wait, did you just say there was no brute facts?
Yeah, because a brute fact is a fact that has no it's not interpretable. There's no context to it.
It's dogma.
It doesn't exist.
There is right. You guys assert a brute fact. You assume a brute fact. There is a God.
Yeah,
that's where
right.
you start at.
We have a dogma, right? That's
yeah,
correct.
but then you use reasoning that's circular and say it's grounded in a brute fact.
in a God world where God is the ultimate grounding, there is no such thing as a fact that's
In a God world.
Okay. I want you to listen to yourself. In a God world, there's no such thing as fact.
No,
That's what
there's
you
no
just
such thing
said.
as an uninterpretable fact.
Anyway,
Is God interpretable?
well, it's a good breaking point that you're bringing up here, because the conversation is driving to this. Like, what is your dogma? Ultimately, they want to know what the unbeliever's ultimate dogma is, ultimate authority. Because
So what is it that actually gives grounding for facts where you're coming from? How do you?
Oh, reality. Ultimately,
That's not answering the question.
It is. I
It's
would like to.
it's an
Can you
abstract set. He's
Explain
trying
why
to use
you
In
think
a
it's
God
not.
world, there's no
Okay.
reality, Serb.
So, Kevin, the answer here is he's trying to use an abstract set of all things to answer the hard question. He says
First off, it's not a set and it's not abstract.
you said it was the other night. You said it was all
It's
things.
a Mariological sum. It's not a set.
Okay, so what's the difference between a Mariological sum or a Mariological set?
Well, a set is not
Mhm.
itself.
Yeah.
For one.
So here's the problem
It's like
when
the most
you.
important difference.
I know, but when you say reality, you're invoking all things, which are particulars, and they have distinctions. That's why it doesn't work.
Explain why you think that makes it not work.
Because you have distinctions, and you try to use it as one thing, and then when you want to use it as having distinctions, you do that. So you like it's oscillating answer.
JG, you don't even believe your critique.
I'm sorry, what?
You are you, but we can still say and go, oh, that's JG's finger, that's JG's head. JG's mind is doing things. We can still have a thing and then separate them into parts. You don't believe your criticism. Give it up.
No, I do. When you invoke reality as your ultimate answer for brute facts, you have nothing to substantiate that. It's just a word.
It's a word describing a thing.
What thing?
That's what all words
It's
are.
a word describing what thing, sir? What thing?
Reality.
So you got a circle going on there that you're acceptable with.
JG, what word do you use to describe God?
So I'm asking you, sir.
Yeah. I'm. You don't believe your own critique. What word do you use to describe God? What is God? What is God? Don't tell me God.
Sir, when we're talking about reality,
no.
He's trying to move away from his.
What is the
his
creator?
reality. He's trying to move away from his reality claim. Is all he's doing.
I'm just pointing out.
Because he's moving
you
away
don't believe
from
your
his
own
reality
critique.
claim.
Brandon, he's trying to shift the goalpost.
Right.
No,
that's
no. I'm
that's the
pointing
whole
out
thing.
that JG doesn't believe his own critique.
Okay, that's fine. You can believe that. Is that infallible?
It's pretty obvious.
You just want to keep that. That's basically what
Now
you
who's
have,
moving
sir.
the goalpost?
Is you have like a little game that you're playing where you say, "Oh, reality is the ultimate answer," but reality is not
Yeah,
prescriptive.
even your
How
Bible shows
is
that your logic
reality-
doesn't work.
How is reality prescriptive, sir?
How is reality prescriptive? It's itself. What do you mean prescriptive?
Because you're prescribing things with it. That's why.
Parts of reality can apply prescriptions.
You're
on other
prescribing
parts of
things you're
reality.
calling brute fact,
But
and you're saying it
but
is
to say
itself.
reality is
And you're saying
prescriptive
you're a part
is
of
incorrect.
reality, and this guy that doesn't agree with you is a part of reality, and it's all one. You've
Yeah,
got
it's an
Let me
incoherent
finish.
question showing you
Let me
don't
finish.
understand what's being said.
Just let me finish. You have a monistic worldview, like in some secular
Do I?
modern sense. Yeah, you
Do
got it
I?
all. You
Explain
got it
how I
all.
do.
Well, you got it all mashed together in this one thing you
Well,
call
explain how I
reality.
do.
What's that?
Explain how I have a monistic in a
Trying
modern
to.
sense
I
worldview.
was trying to. You gonna listen?
Let's start with explaining what you mean by monistic.
All is one. It's all
All is
reality, baby. It's all reality. So you got this version of reality where when it comes down to the meta level questions, what is a brute fact? Where does creation come from? You just say reality. But then when we get into particulars, all of a sudden reality is broken up into distinct parts. But then when we go back to the meta level, you pull it and say it's all reality. So you're not actually making a real distinction. You're just utilizing the word reality and using it as the sum of all things and the ultimate authority. And then you use particular things within reality to describe other things within reality. And
Yeah,
then
when
you
you're
s-
talking about things within reality, you're not going to talk about everything all at once. So
You're
yeah,
trying
makes
to
perfect sense. What's your
it
issue?
doesn't make sense because you can't
What,
make the
wait, should you
distinctions that you
if you're
think you're
talking
making.
about a part of reality, should you then ignore that and always talk about all of reality? Is that
I
what you're
don't
saying?
even buy it. I don't even buy into your whole reality thing. So we
Well,
get in
which one should I do? If I'm talking about a part of reality, should I just ignore that and talk about all of reality instead?
Well, if you had
Just say
if you had
yes.
a more
You want the answer to be yes. Just say yes.
if you had a more concrete argument, you'd be able to do that fluently.
Just say yes or no, JG. It's easy.
No, no, thank you.
I think when I laid it out really simply, you understand that what you're saying is stupid.
Oh, is that what you concluded?
Yes, that's what I concluded from how you're acting.
Okay. Congratulations, man.
Thank
Good
you.
job. I don't know. I don't know what you did. I don't know if anyone else knows what you think.
I don't
you
think
did.
you understand
I
most
didn't
of it.
catch it.
He
But
didn't
he's
do anything.
complaining that
He's
when
never
he-
really doing
when he-
anything
when he
except
asks-
distracting. He wants to talk to me
He's
so
explaining
bad.
what he's
As soon as JG
doing.
gets
He's
done
explaining
He
it.
wants to talk to me so bad that he's got to come in and interrupt the stream when we're doing precept, just in
Oh,
case
I
Brandon
get
might
you.
learn something.
Oh, it's all
We
about
can't
you,
let
JG.
We can't let Brandon learn something.
JG, mute and self-soothe. I'll explain to Brandon your critique because you don't seem to want to go through with it anymore.
Sorry about it.
So Brandon, he's complaining that when he starts asking about like the total grounding or the whole bigger thing, I'll say reality. And then when he starts asking me about parts of reality, I'll stop talking about all of reality and start talking about the part he's asking about. That's his complaint.
So let me ask you this.
I think
though,
that's just
Cerberus.
reasonable.
Yeah, Cerberus. So I mean, I'm just curious as far as like, so what is your explanation for the cause of reality then?
I don't think reality as a total has a cause. I think things
See,
in
no,
reality.
that is an ignorant, stupid statement, sir.
Why don't you let him explain it?
Yeah, I think
How does
things
that
in reality.
So
can
that
have
violates the
causes.
principle of sufficient reason, doesn't it?
Wait, do you think your God had a cause?
No, that's why he's what's ultimate.
Okay, good. Then there is an ultimate thing, and ultimate things don't need causes. So when I say this ultimate thing doesn't
hang
need a
on,
cause,
is reality
you don't
is
actually
reality
agree with your critique.
does reality consist of atoms and substance?
At least in some part, yeah.
Material? Okay, does all
Which
material
part?
have
Well, hold on. Which part doesn't?
I'm just leaving room for the parts that I know about.
Huh? What's that?
I'm leaving room for parts I don't know about.
Oh, so you're talking about things you don't know about. When asked, you
No,
just
no,
say
I'm
you're
not
leaving
talking
room.
about
No,
those things.
you're twisting it, JG, on purpose. It's pretty dishonest.
Okay, so you said parts of reality are material.
I said at least parts of reality.
Okay,
are
what?
material.
Talk about the non-material parts.
When I say at least, I'm not claiming I know of the non-material parts.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's the number 7 in reality?
It's called number 7 in reality.
Uh-huh.
There is no literal the 7.
Oh, there isn't. Well, we gotta
No.
alert the math teachers.
Can you point at the 7, JG? That objective number 7 out there floating around?
Can I point to
Hey,
it?
Wilder.
No, I cannot.
Can you tell me
does
where
it
I
exist,
can go find it? Maybe.
Mm-hmm. I can maybe, but I'm trying to figure out from your worldview where the hell it is.
Well, if you could just show us where that is, it could change our entire worldview. If you just tell us where objectively the number 7 is in reality.
Well, in a sense, yeah, that's the idea, right? Is to get you to challenge these ideas you're holding.
Right. So can you tell us where the
I
number
wasn't
7 is
finished,
objectively?
Will. I'm not gonna.
I just want an answer. Are you capable of a fucking answer?
I'm not going to be interrupted by Will Freeman over and
You
over.
were just now. I don't know if you missed it.
See what I mean?
Will, why you gotta be obnoxious?
I'm making some soup.
I want
too.
an answer.
I don't care what Will Freeman wants.
I know you don't have one. I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Presuppers don't have answers to questions.
Oh,
so
no,
know that
Smokey's
at this
in
point,
here
Will.
now. Smokey, did
Is
you
it a
do
good
that?
time for you to run, JG?
That's true.
Yeah,
And
I think
you know,
JG's
Smokey, when I presup reality, they really hate that I don't have the answers they don't have for their own precepts.
No, isn't it funny how that works?
Smokey, you were saying in the video that you can just posit any god to argue against a presupper. Why do you think that's not
even
dishonest?
possibly even some non-gods, I guess. Well, I guess it depends how you want to define God.
But don't you realize that the whole idea
attribute it
becomes-
mind or just ultimate reality or something like that? I guess that's up to you.
Yeah, don't you understand the argument is trying to have an honest worldview discussion, not posit something else? Like ask.
No,
what
there's
your worldview
nothing
is.
honest about precept. There's nothing honest about it.
So when you're dishonest,
In fact, one of the more beautiful.
so what, are you going to be like
one of the
Freeman
more
where
beautiful
I can't talk,
dishonest
you just
moments?
interrupt? Is this the same thing? You're just going to interrupt?
I would like to elaborate on my answer about particularly about highlighting one particularly dishonest moment.
Go ahead.
If you're going to allow me. So remember when I posited the Cartesian demon thing, and you're like, well, if you do that, then you have to defend it. And that's hypocritical and dishonest because you don't do that. You get to presuppose your deity, and it just needs to be accepted. And there's no defense needed to that deity whatsoever. It's just presupposed, and yet you demand it as something that would have to be done on the other side, that once they presuppose a deity, they'll have to defend it, which you don't do, nor do you claim you have to. So that's hypocritically dishonest. That's a good example.
I think if your interlocutor didn't have an argument or was refusing to get into ontology, epistemology, and ethics, sure, if that was the case, and then they were requiring that of you. But typically in the Christian worldview, talking about transcendental categories, the transcendental argument is assumed, you know. So if you want to go ahead and posit in something else to
tag is a
counterbalance,
precept.
well,
Tag
look,
isn't precept. Precept might be a kind of tag, but tag isn't precept.
okay. So if you want to argue against it, you're going to need epistemic justification, right? You're going to have an ethical system that tells you that you ought to follow that, which is true. Again, those things are going to be necessary, aren't they?
I will have to use some epistemology to reason to some sort of ontology like that anyway. So I'm going to have to engage my epistemology to even isolate any type of ontological worldview to begin with. So I need an epistemic starting point, which is not going to be ontological.
What is it going to be?
Axiomatic, circular, or reductive.
Well, if you say axiomatic, then what happens when people don't see things the way that you see it? I mean, that's the crux of your position. They say, well, it sounds good. You laid it out nice, but
the
I don't.
state of affairs for fallible agents, JG. Sorry you don't like it.
Seems like I can't finish thought.
Oh, real quick, Smokey. JG, that's what happens when I give you reality and you have your little tism. That's
Well,
what
no, we just have different realities.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. You have a reality with a God in it. You just don't acknowledge the reality before God.
No, it's not a reality with a God in it.
Oh yeah, it's even in the Bible.
I'm saying God is the creator of
right in the very right in the very first part of Genesis.
Well,
in the beginning, assuming a place and time, then they put there was God.
Okay.
Yeah, even they understood that there had to be a reality logically for there to be a God.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You just deny that. I don't know why.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so say it right now. You have to logically have the reality
still
first.
Talking to me, dude.
Do it. Just acknowledge it. It's in the Bible. Acknowledge my position. That's my whole position.
I mean, I'm
very beginning of Genesis.
interested in you, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, I guess you deny the Bible. It's fine.
I'm surprised he doesn't just do the typical answer of the ultimate reality is God. I don't know why he doesn't just.
Oh yeah, you were saying.
He's done that with me before. Then I pointed out that makes him a pantheist.
Smokey, you were saying ultimately you're going to rely on axioms. Is that right?
I said everyone's epistemic starting point is not able to be deductively or infallibly justified. So it's going to be axiomatic, it's going to be circular, it's going to be reductive. Or you could take Agrippa's side and claim it's dogmatic. I don't know, you pick. But nonetheless, your epistemic start, you're not going to be able to figure out anything to do with ontology about reality without first engaging some epistemic unjustified starting point. Which is why Kevin's claim of, and by the way, I'm surprised you let him get away with that, claiming that he can know things infallibly. I was really shocked you just let that slide.
I mean, through the Word of God is what he said.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but don't you interpret through your fallible reasoning what is being communicated there in the Word of God? Which is why you all get different interpretations of this infallible revelation.
So that doesn't work because not everything requires interpretation. There's some things that are plain.
Everything. Did you just say there are things that don't require interpretation? Are you actually that brain dead?
Well,
are you actually that brain? You think there's nothing? You think there's things in reality you don't interpret in your fallible perspectives?
Look,
Do you see things as an objective agent like God does?
In Colossians 1:17, when it says,
Okay.
"And he is before all things, and all in him all things consist," does that require interpretation, or
What
is it
does
just
that have to do with what I just said?
because I'm demonstrating there are parts of the Bible that don't require interpretation?
Are you hearing this? Is everyone in the room hearing this?
What
Yeah,
parts
I'm
are
hearing it.
those? Can you give an
So there are
example?
things in the Bible you don't have to interpret.
Yeah,
Do you
can
believe
you give
that?
an
There's some things
example
that are
of
just plainly stated.
There are concepts in the Bible. Here's an idea. There's a concept in the Bible like the law is written. Can I say something? There's concepts within the scriptures like the law is written on your heart, which you would read and interpret, but it would already be present, absent of the scriptures.
Okay, but again, are we really actually gonna stand on this position? You guys are gonna stand with Kevin and say that when you read the Bible, there are things that sometimes you're reading that you're not interpreting. You're not engaging in any interpretive epistemology at all.
But we're expanding the position so you could understand that. There's things that you can interpret and can know from the scriptures that are already present, whether you read it or interpreted it.
You're
in the
not
scriptures.
answering
I am answering.
no, you're not. Are you engaging your fallible epistemology to interpret anything you read from the Bible? Are you engaging your own fallible epistemology to interpret anything from the Bible, or are you not interpreting at all and it's just there?
I am interpreting.
Okay. So so you disagree with Kevin that there are things you don't interpret.
No, I don't disagree with that. It's just a matter of how you're understanding.
Not everything in the scripture requires interpretation. There's some things that don't. There's some things
that's an amazing
there's something that you have to apply hermeneutic.
That's an amazing statement.
Thank you. Let me make a point to you now, Smokey. When you say that your epistemology ultimately relies on axioms, well, you can't get.
You know what's funny is because they're reading on interpretation. That's part of what makes this so fucking hilarious.
He's not even going to allow me.
JG have the floor for a second.
So he's just going to steamroll this.
Right. Go ahead.
So if you say your epistemology is based on axioms, well, how can your axioms, what you call self-evident, get you to these universal claims that you keep making about all people and how we all know? You make a lot of universal claims, and it's self-evident epistemology is not going to get you to universal claims. That's all.
I don't operate through any view. This is what's really sick in the head. Wait a second.
You don't operate through any view?
Are you cutting me off now? I don't operate through an infallible view. That's what I was getting to say. By the way, maybe mute your mic if you can't control yourself. I hear the Holy Spirit is supposed to apply to presuppers, but it never seems to.
Well,
so maybe mute your mic if you lack
you're not addressing my
question. Okay, well, go ahead. No, that's all right. I won't respond. That's fine.
I know you're not addressing my question.
Oh, I'm intending to, but you want to seemingly keep jumping in. So you must have more to say.
Well, infallibility will not get you to universal claims, is what I'm saying to you.
What I am saying is I don't need universal claims. I don't need them. In fact, neither
you use them.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
You already have.
My claims, see, this is the problem, JG, because you are actually epistemically bankrupt. I think you've read a lot of Van Til and looked into Bahnsen, but you don't really know much about the subject.
Get on with it, will you? Get on.
So you're not infallible, right? Your epistemology is not infallible. Your interpretation of a text that was interpreted into English by other people is not infallible. And it's comically absurd to even try to claim otherwise. You are all fallible agents, even by your own worldview. You read the Bible and you may interpret it one way and someone will interpret it another way. And neither one can lay claim to an infallible interpretation. And yet you're going to try and pretend like you can. And that's insane. I don't need to operate in a world of infallibility. I can operate in a world of justified true beliefs. As in,
you don't have a
belief of
belief.
I'm not done yet. Accepting something as true based upon a preponderance of evidence of it most likely being true versus it most likely not being true. I in no way have to make any absolute claim about anything, and it's dishonest again to try and force and demand me to have to do so.
Well, you've already made universal claims when I brought this up. You said you don't make universal claims, so
I don't, did you hear what I just said?
I did. But like I said before that,
What is okay? So what is me
don't
talking
interrupt.
about?
Don't
Okay,
interrupt.
hold on. Okay, dishonest
No.
scum. Then you answer me. How
This
does
guy's
me?
out of control. This guy has no control. I asked you about universal claims and axioms, and you moved away from it. Then I asked again, and you said, I don't need universal claims. I don't make universal claims. But you already have.
Listen to
and you
me,
do.
JG. Listen to me.
Oh, okay, I'll listen to you.
Whether or not a universal truth exists has nothing to do with an agent's ability to know it and to what confidence and if they can know it infallibly or not. These are two
that is a
completely
fallible
different
claim.
conversations.
You're trying to universalize
Sure,
that
it's a
claim, and
justified
fallible.
true belief claim.
That's all
It's
you
not an
have.
infallible claim.
It's a personal belief
it's
about
a
all
ju-
people. It's a
and
personal belief.
that's
that
what
Smokey has
everyone
about all
has is
people.
personal
There he
beliefs,
goes again.
JG.
Another universal claim, but he can't make those, and he doesn't make those.
JG, I am stating my belief about the state of reality around me. I'm not making a definitive absolute claim about reality itself. I'm stating my epistemic position regarding reality. You keep trying to claim that I'm making a statement about reality itself. I'm not. I'm making a claim about my epistemology. That's where you keep getting it wrong. That's why you pre-suppers are brain dead retarded, because you can't tell the difference.
Dang, Smokey.
He doesn't even know what subjective is, Smokey. So like,
what?
JG has a problem with simple things like what subjective means.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting to hear where the objective number 7 is. I
So,
didn't get an answer to
Smokey
that.
has collapsed his own world. He doesn't realize it. He's
Number
saying that
7.
he's saying that he's fallible.
Can I?
And he's making universal claims about all knowledge. You guys
I
aren't
am
picking up on
making
this?
no universal claims
Yes, you
or
have.
absolute statements of truth about anything. I am
Okay.
commenting
So
on
if
my
you have no
personal
truth-
epistemic ability to know a thing. Not, I am making no statements about anything being absolutely true or not being absolutely true. It has nothing to do with anything I'm stating. I am talking about personal epistemic warrant and justification. You keep trying to stretch it into forcing me to make some universal claim that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yeah. What's objectively true, Smokey? Give me something objectively
I
true.
guess you see, he's too retarded. He can't get it. He's going to just
Smokey
keep going
can't
back to
name
the
anything
same thing.
objectively. He can't
He's
name
literally
anything
just too
objectively true,
retarded to
but he
get
wants.
it.
He can't. Dude, think about it.
Maybe you need to explain where you're asking JG.
Yeah. I'm
Right.
asking
Do you
Smokey
understand
to-
what a justified true belief is, JG?
Yeah. Something he really, really strongly believes in.
Is that
So,
what you think justified true belief is?
Yeah, Smokey.
It's just
Tell me
something you
something.
really strongly believe in.
I wanted to ask Smokey a question.
Explains a lot.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
That does explain a lot.
Real quick.
That does explain a lot, actually.
No, but
I just
watch.
wanna
But
point out
what?
one
But
thing.
here's the thing with Smokey, right? Like, you can't name anything objectively true. Really?
He just doesn't get it. He's not going to ever let go of the idea that you can't be infallible. He's just never going to let go of that idea.
We're asking for something better because all you're giving us is your opinion.
Yeah. He can't name anything objectively true. So why would I want to talk about his opinion? You know?
Is a justified true belief, you two?
This is
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm glad somebody else caught that.
What is it? What is it? Is the question.
We're asking you. We know. He even said what it was to start with, but you guys just glazed over.
I know they didn't even pay attention.
I'm confused on what was glazed over.
Go ahead, sir.
So for the tards in the back,
Brandon, I don't think you followed any of this conversation respectfully. I don't think you've caught a single damn thing that's been said this whole time.
Oh, I'm coming around.
Well, he's learning. Right? Don't
wait for the
get too
tards
hard
in the
on him.
back. Can we repeat it? I missed it.
Smokey, do you want to give an overview? or do you
Okay,
want me to
yeah.
give an overview?
So based upon personal epistemic warrant and justification, based upon evidence provided, a proposition is either more likely or less likely to be true, based upon evidence provided and one's own epistemic justification, therefore constituting a justified true belief.
Yeah. So you're giving us an objective statement there, or is that also subjective?
Hey, Smokey,
Do you see? Do you see how it addresses none of what I just said and just
It
jumps
does.
back
It
to
addresses the
ontology
heart of what you're
every
saying. I
time?
want to know if
It can't
true.
address my epistemology. It has to
I
just
wanna-
always jump back to ontology. It just can't help itself. It's like it's like a freaking pull string robot or something.
Well, there's a more deeper misunderstanding. It's like in there. JG, do you understand that
I'm
all
simply
utterances,
asking him what is
do
true,
you
and he doesn't have an answer.
understand that all utterances are subjective?
I do not agree with you. No.
Okay.
Which utterances are not subjective?
Jesus Christ is the truth.
I don't know why that's
Is that a
funny, though.
definition? No, that's not your subjective feelings on the matter. Is that objectively true?
Correct.
I mean,
And you
Will,
can prove this how?
but Will, well, hold on a minute, because I mean,
Yeah.
we do know that Jesus was a real person that made these actual claims. So
Okay. Well, here, Brandon, let me help you out. Just because something is subjective doesn't mean it's not true. In fact, propositions are all subjective by the nature of what a proposition is, and those are the only things that can be true.
Yeah,
It's a value.
Subjective means subject to a mind.
Oh no, not Wild Heart.
He's correct about this, though.
Yeah. Subjective means it's subject to a mind. So if you have a thought, it is subjective. So if you believe that Jesus Christ is Lord, or whatever JG said, that is subjective because it comes from your mind. Yeah, that's it.
Sure, but I mean, we're talking about the claims that this particular man made.
Claims. Yes,
Yeah,
claims.
it's just when JG asks questions that include the words, "Is that objectively true?" It shows that he has no understanding of what's going on.
Can I point out something really funny?
Is that what it shows?
Well, what we want is you to give us something
If I ask you, like, is 2 + 2 objectively true? How do you answer that?
Well, first off, objective things are facts.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Propositions are true. So the proposition 2 + 2 = 4 is true.
It's not objectively true.
It would make no sense to call it subjective.
It would make no sense to call it subjective.
No, it would make no sense to call it objective. All utterances, including propositions, are by their nature
hang on.
subjective.
When does 2 + 2 not equal 4? Does that ever happen?
I don't
Like
think
not under math as we have it currently, no.
Yeah, so in other words, it's impossible for 2 + 2 not to equal 4, right?
What?
Can we
No, it's
go
not.
back to the
Just
utterance part?
under the context of math as we have it now, it is
Stop playing,
impossible
dude.
for it to not.
Seriously, right?
We can make
Sir,
different math if we wanted to. That's all
Sir,
you can
repeat
say.
the utterances
Make
part,
different math.
because I think that's
We can
skated
make
over.
different math.
Part of
That's
that
an odd thing to say.
All
it is.
utterances are subjective.
Actually, under certain circumstances in maths, depending on which math you're using, 2 + 2 does not always equal 4.
Yeah, I've seen Wildheart do that when he's adding sometimes late at
Okay,
night.
Wildheart, hold on. Okay, if you would, sir, one more time. I hate to ask you. Could you repeat the thing about utterances because they skim over it?
All utterances, by the nature of what an utterance is subjective.
boy.
But
Is that an objective fact,
But
sir?
utterances are the only things that can be true.
How do you know that?
Logic and reality.
It's a proposition, and a proposition.
So in
has a
other words, you're
value
going
of
to
either
invoke
true
all
or
these
false.
things and then say they're not actual.
I'm going to break all these things and say they're not actual.
You invoke, like for instance, you invoke logic, but earlier in the same conversation, you admitted that the laws of logic don't actually exist; that they're just man-made concepts.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that you're a fool.
No,
You
why is
can
it?
believe that.
How does that make him a fool?
Because you can't make knowledge claims if logic doesn't exist.
Yeah, he can.
There is no such thing as knowledge without the laws of logic.
What is it that you think logic is, Kevin? Because you're talking about it in a different way than I understand it to be. What do you think logic is? Where is logic? Point at logic.
Well, I can't point at logic.
I mean,
It's
logic
not-
is a rapper, but you can't point at him right now.
Yeah,
So
show me the objective A = A is floating around.
the laws of logic. I can't point to the laws of logic, but I can demonstrate that they're necessary. The fact that we're talking right now, we are invoking reason. We're presupposing that things could be interpreted. We're presupposing things could be known. We're presupposing.
But you think you've grounded yours to something ultimate, and we're saying that's not even necessary.
Yeah, even they're going. This is mapped to.
You
This
just
is
made
mapped to a
statement trying
territory. They just don't understand
You're
that.
trying to use reason and logic, but then saying reason and logic don't exist. That doesn't make sense.
Well,
No, nobody said that it didn't
saying
exist.
that. Kevin
Kevin.
really isn't following this.
It's a methodology. It's a.
Smokey, they'll give me that. If they say the laws of logic are just man-made concepts, then they're saying that that logic doesn't actually exist.
The laws of logic is something that humans constructed to describe something they perceive. What do you mean?
They're not prescriptive. It's like Smokey's saying they're descriptive.
They're descriptive languages describing what is perceived and consistent in reality, hence given the delineation of a law, which means the highest level of confidence that it is true. But this is a description of something that is not fully quantifiable. You don't even know if humans have even discovered all the laws of logic that exist or created them yet to describe certain things that have not yet been discovered by humankind yet. There might be laws of logic yet for us to create based upon new information and we learn more about reality. Okay, these laws you're referencing are constructs of mankind describing the reality around them. They are created by men. That's what they're telling you.
That's
who created them.
Yeah, like we discovered that languages don't have to follow the law of excluded middle.
Wait, hang on. Wait, why is that retarded?
We want to know who invented logic.
Right. There's that.
Well, I'm going to say it was a team effort.
Wait,
but
hang on.
They go back. The basic ones go back quite a ways.
I would say it was a team effort. That's funny. Yeah, that's.
But who else is on board? Who else is on board with this 2 + 2 may equal 4?
No.
Is anyone else on board with that?
No one answered my question.
I am definitely
What
not
is your
on board with that.
Why is that retarded?
Yeah, no, I think
Because
right.
the three laws of logic are fundamental to reality. For example, like the law of identity, that's how we identify things. That's where you get your categories. Like for example, I'm talking right now. Like if I were to step away from my computer and come back 3 minutes later, how do you know it's the same Kevin that you were talking to before? How do you know I'm not a doppelganger? Well, the law of identity rules that out and says, well, that's impossible because my identity state didn't change over time. I am Kevin.
But first off, we discovered things that violate the law of excluded middle. Right, so the law of excluded middle
that's
universally
universally
apply to languages.
Because the law of excluded middle presents two dichotomies. If something is dichotomous, there's only two options. So you don't disprove the law of excluded middle.
Explain multiple definitions in language for words.
Yeah, it just means something is either true or it's not true. It doesn't mean that there's only dichotomous positions. Right, we have found different languages can have half-truths, or they could not be either, or they can be both.
It wouldn't change the concept. It would be a language barrier.
No, it's not. There are other logics, like Boolean logic computers use.
Well, that would
where you have to have partial truth statements.
Okay. Well,
yeah, which means it's not just true or false.
Maybe we can hash out a partial truth statement if you had one.
Well, in English, like in regular everyday language, it's easier just to talk about all the layers of the liar's paradox. It's the easiest way to put it.
Liar's paradox, yeah, but that's...
Yeah. What's the liar's paradox?
No, don't do it.
It's basically the sentence, this statement is false. That's the most basic version of it.
But see, we've hashed this out a little bit before, sir, because when you break that up, like this sentence is the subject matter that you're claiming is false.
Yeah, which is the sentence, yes.
It's incoherent. It's like...
Yes, when you take half the sentence, it is incoherent.
I know, but it would be like the equivalent of conceptually saying, like, this tree is true.
It's not a criticism of the statement if you only take half the thing.
No, the thing that's
Don't
being
tell
called
Jill.
the thing that's being called true or false is an incomplete, incoherent idea.
You can think that, but it's a complete proposition.
I know in written form it is. Conceptually, it doesn't work. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, the law of excluded middles applies to propositions.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you like it.
But the Christian worldview is arguing a reality behind, these man-made concepts. Like when you talk about.
Well, I'm glad you acknowledge they're man-made now.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm saying in your worldview, the things you're calling man-made are based on something prior to, like the laws of logic. You can say that we describe them in a way, but there's something existing that's invariable and immaterial prior to whatever language we're applying to that.
JG, I had to tell you, people way smarter than you has worked with every logical argument against the liar's paradox. And all it does is like, okay, we'll add another step. You go, oh, look, the paradox still exists. That's why it's still a thing. If there was a solution, it wouldn't be called a paradox anymore.
Well, I mean, that could be the case, but it also could be that some people think about it differently conceptually and have worked.
They don't have the Holy Spirit.
All I'm going to say is there's a prize for solving paradoxes. Write your paper.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I point out something really funny?
See, no, Jay, with certain skeptics like this, it doesn't
know.
matter what evidence you present to them or what logical reasons you give why God is a necessary being. They're always going to reject it because they don't want to believe. Okay?
Well,
I'm actually not rejecting that. In my
I
position,
think it's more a matter of the heart than a matter of the intellect.
Hold on, where was evidence? I missed evidence, Kevin. Where was that?
Really quick, because I'm I'm not sure I heard correctly, or maybe you slipped, but you said that all utterances are objectively true, or
no, all utterances are subjective.
Okay,
and utterances are the only thing that can be true. And by utterance, broadly, I mean you could write the utterance down as like a sentence. That still counts. That sort of stuff.
So 2 + 2 = 4 wasn't true until someone wrote it out, is what you're saying essentially.
Well, yeah, before 2 was invented, and before plus was invented, and before math was invented, it wasn't even an utterance.
So it wasn't there was no truth there that existed.
Propositions are the things that are true. If there's no proposition.
So 2 + 2 became true when someone wrote it down or claimed it out loud.
You're going to have to explain what a proposition is now, because I don't think they understand what you're saying, sir.
No, I do. I'm saying behind the proposition, there's a reality that 2 + 2 = 4.
I agree. The propositions are basically maps. Yes, they're maps to a territory.
Oh, you say only propositions can be true.
Yeah.
You're saying 2 + 2 became true when somebody proclaimed it or wrote it down or used symbols to demonstrate.
Well, defined the terms and created the terms. Yeah.
You agree with that, Smokey? 2 + 2 became true. You agree with that? You're going to stick with these atheists in this absurd position?
I've tried with this position, and you guys are just not understanding even where they're coming from on this. Like, there is a difference between the nature of reality where there are things, but I don't think reality itself cares about the number of those things. But you do, because you want to add things and subtract things and keep account of things because you're such an agent interacting with reality. So you're going to create a language called math to process this information, to describe this information before you, and you're going to create a whole language to do so. That is the construction of man to describe reality as they perceive it. So before propositions, before utterances, before mathematics as we know it, and its language was constructed, there was nothing to describe or propose anything about these things to be regarded as true. You cannot have a truth without a proposition to carry it.
Was the concept of
That's what they're arguing, and you don't seem to. Don't ask me where I stand on it. I don't know why you guys can't
Smokey, I'm saying
understand their category. Sir, am I getting the category correct?
Yeah, you
the
nailed
concept of two-ness. Was two-ness a thing before humans discovered it? Was two-ness actualized before humans?
Again, dude, there's nothing to substantiate the idea that there was some sort of necessity for numerics.
Did I ask you that
at all?
Why are you dodging the question?
I'm not dodging the question.
Was there
you're
two-ness
asking
before humans,
you're
David?
asking did the truth of the proposition exist before the proposition? No, it can't. Like
What?
just
So
logic.
in other words, two didn't exist until humans came up with two-ness?
Yes. You
under
had to describe what that thing is.
What do you mean
had to
that-
come and invent a
You're
language
referring
to
to the
describe that thing.
You're referring the thing to the thing. That's what we're talking about. That thing, that two, that elusive two.
Yes, I'm talking about two-ness. Two-ness was a thing before humans discovered
Again,
it.
two-ness is what you use to describe what you perceive as two things. The universe, the outer reality, has no use for such language. Do you get it yet?
But
it doesn't
still exists in every language.
Oh my God! All right, I've tried. I don't know any other.
You
way.
did. You gave a valid effort.
It's incredibly you failed. I'm not talking about language. Okay, it doesn't matter if you use English word two or Spanish dos or Italian or what. I'm talking about the concept of two-ness.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna ask you a question. I promise it's not a gotcha. But if you get this, I think you can logically work your way to what we're talking about. What is the difference between a fact and a truth?
Real quick, does anybody know Green Soul who's in the back?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we know Green Soul.
He's good.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he's good.
Yo, what's up? What's going on, guys?
Good to see you, Frank.
Just
What's up?
Can I just point out real quick? It's really funny that this stream is called Tearing Apart Tulip, and like two of the notorious fucking Calvinists are in a separate stream right now.
It's an ironic stream. He didn't want to talk about Calvinism tonight, so that's why he did that.
Yeah.
It
I'm
works
sick and
perfectly,
tired of
Brandon.
talking about the stupid going circles with these fucking idiots.
You don't want to take the tulip challenge anymore?
They can
Well,
take
we've
those
got
two-
tag
put
on the
those
table right
tulips
now.
on my freckled ass, motherfuckers. I'm done with that Calvinist crap.
Can we continue to molest tag for a while, Brandon?
Hey, I think you guys are in a conundrum myself. So I'm
Really?
I'm
What do you
loving
think
it.
that conundrum is?
I think you should
Well,
ask for permission to molest
because
it.
how does everybody in every language still come up with arrive at the same conclusion of two-ness?
Building bridges and skyscrapers and great architecture with this two-ness. It's not a language issue, right?
Literally in history, they didn't. We have a history of how these things were invented. We know where they come from.
There's something behind it. We're referring to the thing behind it. The thing
And
being
also, I
discovered.
mean,
We're talking about metaphysic
even
categories.
Isaac Newton said that he discovered calculus. He didn't invent a fucking thing.
Yeah, that's
you,
true.
Brandon-
But you have to know the context. Once you have a system with complex rules, you can discover new things about how those rules work out.
Brandon, did you hear the thing about facts and truth? Do you know the difference
between facts and truth?
Yeah, Serb asked right before Frank came in and you got sidetracked, but I think it's important for you to understand this.
Yeah, if you understand the separation of those things, you'll understand what we've been trying to tell JG and KBD.
Smokey, I want to know if you're on board with this 2 + 2 may = 4, though. That's an interesting one.
I've tried to give my side of this multiple times, JJ. You're just not listening, and you just want to ask the same thing over and over.
Well, I
again.
mean, is that a big?
Point of
That's not a
repeating
big
it
pressing.
again.
That's not a personal question.
Like it's well, it is actually an episode. It actually all these are personal epistemic questions. They all
Well,
are.
maybe you have a good
And
point there.
and the fact that you don't know that is a bane to you, sadly.
Well, no, I say I'll concede to that, but 2 + 2 may = 4. Like that's an odd thing to say in any circle. And I was just wondering if you might give your take on it.
All right. Do I have to engage in some sort of presupposition or pre-epistemic condition that 2 + 2 = 4, that reality is real, that the laws of logic won't change tomorrow, that everything is consistent and constant, that maybe there's a mind that grounds all things or something? Is there some sort of other epistemic position I have to adopt before I get to 2 + 2 = 4?
Well, you would have.
Okay.
You would have adopted something, sure.
And I have to follow that chain all the way down to some epistemic starting point, whatever it is.
Well, no, you don't have to. Most people don't.
And let's say I give it to you that epistemic starting point, even though it's impossible. But let me give it to you. Let's go ahead and say that it is
hold on.
infallible. Let's say it is infallible.
Oh wait, no, but see that's the body double Kevin's talking about. You said this is something you can't do, but let me do it anyway, right? I want to know what you really think, not what you can do.
So I'm going to finish my argument now.
So it's a fake argument. You just said it was a fake
So you
argument.
try to distract now.
You just said it was
So
a
you
fake
follow
argument,
this all the
dude.
way down the epistemic chain to, let's claim an infallible starting point, like you guys claim to have.
So you're making up a fake position to answer the question?
You engage
This is
infallible.
dishonest.
You engage
Let
in
him do it.
infallible epistemology from that infallible starting point. You use your own fallible logic and reason from that infallible starting point to ultimately get to the proposition that 2 + 2 = 4. So you have to, even if you start with an infallible starting point, you still have only your fallible perspective, fallible epistemic warrants, fallible perspective to justify ultimately reasoning to an infallible proposition. Again, explain to me how in your brain you think that works.
So you're going to turn me asking you 2 + 2 may = 4 into
So
that?
you're not going to answer.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, I know. You always just want to ask the questions. Yeah, I noticed.
It was a simple question. You don't know if 2 + 2 = 4 all the time? What's wrong with you, dude?
I just hand walked you.
You made
down
up a
the
fake
down the epistemic chain of where I'm coming from, actually giving you my worldview. I actually gave it to you,
Oh, thank you.
hand holding you through it.
I appreciate
and you
it.
paid attention to none of it.
I did pay attention to it, but I assumed
No, clearly you didn't.
world. Okay, I can't.
Clearly you didn't. You did. You heard none of what I said. Otherwise, that stupid shit would not have come out of your mouth.
No, that's not true, Smokey.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why, because I asked 2 + 2 may = 4, and then I thought that you said, here, let me just do this. In other words, let me just try this instead of give you a clean answer, right? So you're actually saying you're walking
You know
me
what
through
it means to
So
have.
well, you keep
You know what
interrupting,
it
dude.
means to have
You
an
keep
epistemic.
interrupting, dude.
All right, finish.
I wasn't finished my question. I was
Well, I'm not going to answer your question. So.
Oh, thank you. That's better
I'm not
than
going to answer your question.
That's better
so finish
than
up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to answer 2 + 2 may = 4,
You don't answer mine, so I'm not interested.
So that's your ethical system. Do unto
Sure.
others what they do to you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not?
Because
Yeah,
you make up.
I
You
don't see
make
the
up your
reason to
own.
give you any respect to answer your questions when you will never answer any of mine. I see no
Where do your
reason.
ethics? Where do your ethics come from, Smokey?
I don't need to answer that. I
Well,
just don't
I
like it.
bet you don't.
I
I
just
bet
don't
you
like it. I think that's plenty enough as it is for most people. I just don't like you being that dishonest. I don't like it.
Oh, I don't think I'm being dishonest, but
Take it
now
up
that
with your own God if you're worried about it being an objective
Wait,
problem. I just don't like it.
How is JG being dishonest?
I got news for you. It's
I
all
just
of our.
explained it.
It's the God of. It's the
Kevin,
God
are
of
you
all
listening?
of us.
All right.
It's
Here,
the God of
maybe
all of us.
I think there's something that can cut through this whole thing.
No.
Do you
We
guys
don't need.
know
We don't need serve to cut through. Just answer-
if you have a
answer to us.
number, if you have a
Oh,
number that's an infinite set of nines and you add one to it, do you understand the answer to it is 0? Meaning if you have a stack of bananas that is equivalent in number to an infinite number of 9 in series and you add one more banana to it, you end up with 0 bananas.
Somebody's boat.
That's an interesting way to paint an infinite chain, Cerberus. I actually hadn't heard that one before. That's actually really, yeah.
Yeah, I think if you dig into mathematics, get into the subject of like adic 10 or adic numbers, adic mathematics, that's something they discovered, I think, back in the 70s. Right? Because whenever you do the remainder during the math, the answer is always going to be 0, and you know forever the answer will be 0 on the bottom.
Because it's
So
the
that when you
infinite
simplify
ongoing
it,
chain,
it just
so
comes
it
down
never
to 0.
stops that. Right, yeah. Well, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, now
Sir,
tell
can
me
you
math
repeat-
is from God.
Sir, can you repeat that?
If you have a stack of bananas that is equivalent to a number that is an infinite series of 9s, and then you add one more banana, you end up with 0 bananas.
What?
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is why
the
math doesn't
infinite
map perfectly to
ongoing
reality.
chain. It never ceases. When you make the addition, it starts, back at 0 and just continues indefinitely and never gets to the point where it's actually adding the next number. So
Yeah, you end up
So
with an
instead
answer
of
that's
10, it would be
infinite.
0?
Yeah, you end up, the answer is an infinite set of zeros. And in math, you simplify your answer. So you end up with just 0.
I'm surprised. Why won't you answer the question, JG? He asked you.
Who are you? Brandon, you
Yeah.
realize what's happening here?
My name's Q.
I'm totally lost on the
But
fucking
check it out.
banana thing.
They want to have a
Yeah, I'm sorry,
conversation
man.
Here's
where
the
there's
thing,
no.
but
They want to
that's
make
what's
sure.
so hard to
What?
conceptualize infinity, Brandon. That's like these are
Oh,
the
he,
types of
totally
problems that
interrupts
try to help
every
us
time.
conceptualize ideas like infinity, which isn't even necessarily a logical possibility. But we
Damn,
have
now
these
JG's stuck with me.
ideas to paint these kind of conceptuals that we don't even necessarily have direct representations in reality itself. So it's it's an interesting way to kind of that was a neat way. I actually never heard that before. That was
I
kind
think
of
his internet dropped.
Wait, did JG just duck me?
Yeah,
Maybe
JG's
his
internet must have dropped, I think.
Yeah, but
That's
things like
crazy.
that, you bring up things like that to show that math is a map, not the territory. It doesn't map
wait.
perfectly
Right.
onto reality.
JG, come back, dude. What the
No,
fuck?
why did JG just ducked me?
JG,
That's my
come
first
back.
like.
That's okay. Kevin's been
Bring it
practicing.
on,
Kevin's got these.
No,
No
he
problem.
was trying to say
I
something.
was
We all
wrong.
kept talking over him. So
And I
Well, no, I
can't
just simply
stop
asked him
you.
a question. I was like, "Why won't you answer?" He goes, "Who are you?" He didn't answer me. He dodged me.
Well, forgive
No.
him. There's like 4 questions in a
Need to come
statement
back.
being thrown at the same time.
I don't think he wanted to deal with the question of what's the difference between a fact and a truth. I don't think he wanted to deal with that. I think that
Hey,
was
Halsey.
Green Soul, I love you, bro. It's such a blessing.
I love
man.
you too. Yeah, I love you too.
I'd love him more if he was an actual dervish. Just putting that out there.
Oh, here
You know,
we
what?
go.
You know what? You can't love him anymore because he's perfect the way he is. Fuck you, sir.
He has a fez. You're obligated to give a damn. He's wearing a fez. Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah. Fezzes
So,
are cool.
And I
so
actually
tell
have a
me
real
what's
fez,
the
too.
difference between a fact and a truth?
Oh,
Ooh.
can I take a crack at this?
Nice.
Yes.
So, from what I understand, like a fact is something that can be proven true, whereas the truth is like a bigger picture of said fact.
Yeah, but that's a really complicated way of pointing it out that might have a flaw hidden in it somewhere. Just very simply, you're on the nose, right? You're just slightly off to the side.
Yeah.
A fact is something that is real, right? That Mount Everest is a fact, right? But propositions about Mount Everest are true statements.
People who believe the Earth is flat are brain dead. That's
Right.
fact.
And propositions, those statements that are true because those statements match the fact. So Mount Everest is the fact. Mount Everest being the tallest mountain on Earth is the true statement, and it's true because it matches the fact. That's why when we say logic is the map, not the territory, we're pointing out that facts are the territory. So when you say something is objectively true, you're mix matching things.
Can I get the formula for that?
7.
You're 7? Okay.
JG
Let me write
left,
that
and I'm
down.
really upset because my brain
too,
was
man.
locked in on the answer of the objective 7 that's out there. He was going to tell me where that motherfucker was,
gonna
and I
come
have
back.
been looking.
Yo, who's gonna win
He's going to
tunnel?
get it.
Come
He's going to
back.
get
He's-
objective
he-
7 and bring it to us.
All right, great.
He's going to come on
Oh,
camera with objective
So-
7.
So, but
Oh, nice.
I'm still like fucked up on the banana thing.
Well, that's fair.
Well,
That's fair.
yeah.
The banana thing fucks up
Let's
everyone.
expand on that. Let's do it.
Yeah, the banana thing fucks up everyone because it doesn't actually match reality, but it matches math.
Yeah.
But it matches math.
Yeah,
so
it's
if I
true
have,
in math.
if I have 9 bananas,
No.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay, here.
infinite set of nines. Infinite set of 9 bananas. Infinite. That's very important.
an infinite set of 9 bananas.
Yeah. You have an infinite set of bananas, but that particular infinite set is a series of 9s going on forever.
Hey, Brandon, I wanted to say thanks for having me up. I'm going to start getting ready for bed. Smokey, thanks for coming in. Actually, I got to give you props, man. A lot of people wouldn't even click on the link to come in and talk. It took you a minute, but you did come in, so I do appreciate you coming in.
Sure.
Yeah. If you
Hey,
want to,
Yeah, have a
Brandon,
good night.
thanks
Kevin.
for thanks
God
for
bless.
coming through, man. Thanks for coming through, and you got to go to bed. What are you doing tomorrow?
he left.
Oh,
If you
never
want to
mind.
work through it, Brandon, if you bring up like MS Paint or something, it's really
If I
quick.
bring up what?
Like MS Paint.
Here, can I just let you share your screen?
Yeah, I think this computer can handle it. 1 minute.
Can we make Halsey talk about something? I just love listening to her voice.
Show
She
us
has like
your
the best
tits.
voice
Awesome.
I've ever heard.
I'm waiting.
Halsey, say something really cool.
Her
Halsey,
channel has
talk
lots of her
sexy to
songs.
us.
You know, you should click on her channel and listen to her sing.
There you go.
I didn't know she sang. I'll have to check it out.
Great. You just got a new fan, Halsey.
Okay, I'm sharing MS Paint. Oh my god, this looks horrible. I haven't used this in forever.
Why does everyone fetishize fucking Helsing's voice?
Have you
heard? Okay.
It's really good.
Let's see if this is thick enough. Oh my god, it's terrible. Can't draw with a mouse. Okay, you have to bear with me, right? So we have, let's just say we have a bunch of 9s here.
Can't
right?
you just type? Like open a text box?
I can, but I don't want to. Okay. Then we're just going to plus 1 to it. Right? Then you just do your simple math, right? This becomes a 0. You have a remainder. This becomes a 0. You have a remainder. Right? This becomes a 0, and then you put the 1 right here. So you have 1,000. Right? 999 plus 1 is 1,000. But awesome. If this number up here is infinitely 9s, the number means infinitely in that direction, you will always have a remainder up here, and you will always put a 0 down here. And down here will never have anything but a 0. Logically speaking, you'll never have a 1 in this lower position. So
this
in
is
math,
not.
remainder.
Yeah, but this is not. This is not a sophisticated conversation. This is like basic knowledge. I don't know where we're going with this.
Yeah, well, I'm
the
just saying
question was an
in
explanation.
In math, you simplify it, and if you simplify it, it becomes 0.
Yeah, we keep forgetting Sammy's too high and mighty for these conversations.
Yeah. You understand it now, Brandon?
No, but I mean,
no, it's not 0.
It's
not 0.
I do get what you're saying, but it's doesn't.
Okay, he's saying that the method of mathematics in this doesn't map to reality because the way that we do it would cause our answer to always be 0 and there to be a shitload of remainder 1s, right? Like 9s and remainders eternally.
Yeah,
so we just have eternal 1s and 0s.
So the methodology of the mathematics behind it doesn't effectively describe reality. It's a map and it gets you close, but it doesn't accurately describe all things in reality.
Yeah.
Okay, but who gives a fuck? Who in the actual world gives a fuck? And you just had a fucking equation. The equation was
what do you want to talk about?
Why is the Canadian so mad?
Well, he's in Canada. I mean, goddamn.
Drunk. That's what's up. Anyways, I booed him. I'm not even in the mood.
Yo, who's in the fucking wind tunnel?
Oh, probably me.
Brandon, what do you want to talk about now? I mean, like the tag guys are gone and it's just you holding the tag bag, or we have to change topics. What you want to do?
Well, I'm going to, let me break down the fucking bananas analogy for you.
I got a banana for you.
Brandon, can I ask you a question?
If I shoved 9 bananas up my ass and added more,
Brandon,
that's a banana split.
Well, what I'm saying is math tells us
I'd have infinite bananas in my ass.
Yeah. Math tells us if you have that particular kind of infinite bananas in your ass, the solution is to add 1 more banana and they all go away.
Throw 1 more banana in there, I'm all good.
Brandon, can I ask you a question without you getting mad, like sincerely?
No.
At your own peril.
I swear it's a genuine question. It's from our conversation yesterday.
Sure.
Did you find the verse?
No, actually, I was very busy today, so I did not have time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get it for you. I did a study on this whole issue. It's a different, a different issue that involved that fact that Paul wasn't infallible either.
I would just like to put out there for the audience, please do not shove bananas in your butt.
And yes, don't.
Yeah, that's good advice.
Then you're just going to have to add another one.
Because then, then you're gonna have to eat shitty bananas, and nobody wants
We don't
that.
actually have to say it to the outside chat because East Max is right here, and he's the only one you really need to
Did
worry
you guys call for an Uber Christian?
No.
The Uber Christ.
Did somebody say banana?
Did you ever sort out
love
that,
me a good banana,
that
you know what I
possession,
mean?
that possession situation you had going on?
Oh
with the-
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
want
you
to
got
talk
that.
about that.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
You do want to talk about it.
Apparently, I got possessed. I had no idea.
I mean, you did say that you weren't in control of yourself.
Yeah,
Sometimes
the
the
one that
Holy
said it.
Spirit convicts you to do something you otherwise wouldn't do. That's what I meant.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I always say at my parole hearing. Oops.
Yeah, but the thing you were
Hey,
doing
Your
was
Honor,
something that
Your
wasn't
Honor.
healthy.
All right. That's what Smokey did when he went to the courtroom. He was like, Your Honor, you see, it wasn't even me that did it. The Holy Spirit made me do it. And that's why he had to leave the faith. He got
Where's
God
Mr.
kicked him out.
Apples? He
Yeah,
should be
seriously,
here.
where the fuck? Maybe he's trying to hide the Dr.
You
Spider's
never
fucking
see.
body.
Oh,
That's what
You
I was
never
thinking he was up
see.
to.
You know the spider's creeping around somewhere.
He's
No.
checking his banana
Listen.
capacity.
No, listen.
listen,
Dr.
you guys
Spider
don't
is
know.
dead. Okay, listen. Dr.
not
Spider
dead.
is dead.
You never see
Mr.
me and
Apples
him in the
murdered
same
him.
room anymore, right? I'm Peter Parker, and he's my Spider-Man.
No, Mr. Apples killed Dr.
There's definitely
Spider
costumes
and buried
going
him
on.
under the hugging shed. We found this to be true.
son
I
of a-
found the body.
Oh, it's a false flag, man. I'm telling you.
Okay, so Brandon, what would you like to talk about in your worldview, in your God world?
I mean, I'm down for a Christian
Well,
discussion.
God world?
I'm still like, I'm
God of War?
I didn't bring in the terminology JG did. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But Smokey. So, I mean, you believe Jesus is God, don't you?
I think Smokey stepped away. I do.
I do.
You just can't wait to get right in the middle of the mix, man. You know, Quentin, I like you, but if you make that claim, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Dude, you've asked me the same questions every time, and
That's
you can
my
bully me
line,
all you
Q.
want. You can bully me all you want. I'll still love you at the end of the day.
Have I ever bullied you?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I
A
think
little
that's
bit.
called foreplay, Q.
Foreplay. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
we only
It's
fun
like
bully
verbal,
you.
like, you know, when you're getting into
Quick,
verbal
Elsie,
altercation.
sing something.
I didn't mean that as sexually as it sounded, just in verbal altercation. Sometimes you get a little rough with somebody.
No, like here's the thing though. The reason I know it's all in just like you trying to verify what I believe is what I believe. It doesn't bother me. I don't
he's
get
a good
butthurt
guy.
and say you're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay, guys, enough Oprah. I want
I'll kiss you.
Brandon,
Can we gas Will Freeman up some more? He's a good guy.
I want to talk about serpents.
I'm gonna come over there and kiss you on
I
the
want to
mouth.
talk about how cool Will Freeman is. Can we fuck
Stop,
off with the devil
please.
shit for a while?
No, it's not
Well,
about the devil.
I
It's
gotta
about
say,
serpents.
I still think that JG was fucking manhandling you guys, but that's
He kind of was.
Yes.
No,
he
come
was.
on, Brandon.
All of us.
Brandon.
Yes.
my
Brandon.
position is
course he knows the
biased
difference between
because
a
I do believe, I
Sir.
believe that Jesus was telling the truth.
But Brandon, he ran away from me.
No, he got everybody started
been
talking
here all
over
night.
him. I don't think you even.
No, he did. No, he did run away from me because I
No,
asked him a
sir,
simple
leave it.
question.
No, he did not.
I asked him. No, hang on. I
Don't
asked him a
distract
simple question, and then he asked, "Who are you?" And then he didn't answer my question. So therefore, he ran away.
But I'm just
Okay,
telling you,
Jill.
there were like 4 people talking, and he was trying to talk, and that's when he got, frustrated and said, "I'm bailing."
I mean, I guess by that logic, Brandon runs away from me all the time.
Thank you, Halsey.
I
I don't think that's running
away.
away from someone.
Why can't
Holy
we talk
shit!
about
You don't.
serpents?
I could
Well,
see
we could
how
talk
you
about
could think it's him running away.
We could talk about a certain speedo.
No.
Your swimsuit.
Oh,
You mean
guys.
They're
specific
tagged.
No, fuck you, Jay. No, fuck
It
you,
might
Will, because you
it
did
might be
this to
over
me.
for it might be over for tonight. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get any more like legit
Hey, fuck
conversation.
you guys. Okay, the Max unit's here now. Fuck you.
Hey, Max. Can I ask you a question about serpents? Do you know of any of the angelic hosts?
I don't know how to
that-
do a good Dave right now. I'm gonna stop trying to do a good Dave. I'm gonna
Just
switch back.
just run around your underpants and
Yeah, but I'm not
aerobicize.
willing to do that. I may or may not be in my.
No, what you do is shit in a Speedo, work out in it, and eat your shiz.
I'm gonna
Well,
ask Brandon because you
see,
guys
I
are gonna
can't
pull
take
me
it as
right
far
into
as
the
Dave will.
fucking mud. Here we go. All right, Brandon, are you aware of any angelic beings that were serpent-like that were around the throne of God?
So now, have you ever met somebody and just, immediately went, that dude is a fucking snake?
Yeah, but he
Yes.
left a little while ago.
Well, you say JG?
Oh no, I just said he left a little while ago. I didn't say JG, not specifically. Did you think I meant JG?
No, he
No.
was asking for
Similarities?
clarification.
Well, I mean, he's the only one that left, so that's why, it
Well,
certainly
no, that's
applies.
not true, and you're being rude to
Oh,
other
it
people
wasn't
that
me
left.
sitting there. Don't even try to say I fucking.
Yeah,
Oh,
Brandon,
is
you call
Kevin still
yourself a
here?
snake?
JG was on point, stomping you guys.
Is Sammy
around.
here? Oh, really? Now, why don't you explain how JG stomped anyone?
I'd like to hear that.
Well, I'm just saying, as far as but
He said
again,
nice things about Magic Book, and that's why he won in your mind. Is that
about Magic Book.
Listen, I asked you a question about
Man, I
about
can't
the
summon
pages
$1
of
million
Magic
with the
Book,
Bible. Okay.
and it's about the seraphim,
Okay.
What about the cherubim? They're pretty cool too.
not the
You don't even-
cherubim,
you
the
don't even believe
seraphim.
in it, so why do you care?
That's none of your business, Jared.
Well, hang on. Why does it matter if he doesn't believe? He's asking questions. Maybe this will lead him to believe. You can't do that. Don't turn him away.
This
It's
is gonna
related
Don't turn
to
him away.
We're gonna
it's
convert Will
related-
Freeman tonight.
It's related to Brandon's
You don't know that.
It's
You
related
don't know
to
that.
Brandon's interest in Nehushtan.
You don't know that. You're not God. You don't know when if will.
So, are you
Make a
talking
reasonable
about the memorial thingy?
I would like to talk about Nehushtan and Seraphim, but I can't if Jared's going to keep asking me why I'm asking you questions about it.
Nehushtan.
Yeah, yes. Well, then why are
You don't
you
know.
asking? Why are you asking me why I'm asking questions? Can't you just follow the questions?
Who just popped
Me-
in?
Man, this is the reason why Smokey doesn't identify as Christian, because people like this are fucking
It's a
assholes.
Nehushtan.
No, he doesn't identify as a Christian because he's a bitch.
A dumb Turk.
He can't
It's
handle
a
it.
Nehushtan. That's how you
Smokey's a weak
pronounce
man
it.
who can't handle Christianity.
Now we got the guy that complains about his wife and talks about dicks all the
They
time.
told
Well,
me
Numi's
about
here. I'll
this.
shut the fuck up.
Oh my god!
Hold on, we're talking
Stop being an
here.
asshole. It's
You're claiming that he'll never be a Christian. You don't know that because you're not God. So sit down and.
Hold on, William.
Yeah, Jared.
I don't want to talk to you, Numi. You're
It's
an
a
imbecile.
Nehushtan. Get it straight.
don't
All
run
right,
away
go.
You're
from
a
me.
dumb Turk.
Don't run away from Numi King. Answer his questions, Will
and
Freeman. Now.
correct me if
I'm
I'm
talking
wrong,
to
but
Brandon.
Jesus said that certain individuals will never believe if they see someone rise.
Right, and I'm that
Okay,
guy.
but you're
So
not Jesus, so you don't know that.
all right, Jared, I'll never believe. Now that doesn't change my question existing. Can you deny
Well, no,
that I had
the
a
Calvinist
question?
God will correct you, Will Freeman. You
Great,
just
I
wait.
look forward to it. Can I focus on the question and the thing I'm trying to talk about?
Jared, this guy is demonic and he's trying to take us all to hell with him.
I'm not making you watch this. You're watching this of your own volition, you psycho.
Fucking knew me.
Fuck
He's
face.
taking us to hell with him. So, what do you want to know about the Nehushtan?
Was it meant to describe or to relate to that episode in the desert with the flaming serpents that were biting all the children of Israel?
Yes.
And flaming serpents, the shining ones, do they
No,
also
the
refer?
Bible says they're fiery serpents, meaning like their venom. When you get bit by a snake, the venom like burns in your veins.
I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm asking you about what the text says. Does it say fiery serpents,
It
or
says
does it say
fiery
serpents that have a bite that burns?
No,
Maybe
it
we could
says
pull up
fiery
the verse.
serpents.
Okay, so what are seraphim?
They're an angelic being.
Use AI. I want you to because they're very specific.
They're orbital. They're wheel shaped with eyes.
What are the seraphim?
They're like the wheels of the throne of God, if you will.
That's cherubim, I believe.
I think you're right, actually. I mix them up every time.
In the Bible, seraphim are heavenly beings associated especially with God's throne and holiness. The clearest
ranking.
description is in Isaiah 6, verses 1 through 7. What does seraphim mean? The Hebrew word seraphim is related to Hebrew word SRP, meaning to burn or burning. So seraphim can be understood as burning ones. What does Isaiah say they look like? Isaiah describes them. Above it stood the seraphims. Each one had 6 wings, and twain he covered his face, and with twain he covered his feet, and with twain he did fly. They have 6 wings, 2 covering their faces, 2 covering their feet, 2 used for flying. They are positioned around God's throne. What do? Their primary activity in Isaiah 6 is worship and proclamation of God's holiness. And one cried to another and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. Their declaration is often called trisagion, okay, which meaning 3 times holy. Did somebody want to say something?
Yeah, I do, but I don't know if anyone else did. That passage in Isaiah there. What does the seraph do for him?
Like carry him around and worship him?
No, right there in the text. What does the seraphim do for Isaiah so that he could go and preach?
Oh,
when Isaiah realizes
lips and thine iniquity is taken away and thy sin purged. Okay.
Yeah, it cleansed him, it healed him, it took it away. And he wasn't burned by it, right?
Right.
And then when all these people get burnt by these or bit by these flaming snakes or fiery snakes or snakes with burning venom, there's that Nehushtan thing. I don't want to hear Numi's pronunciation of it, but anyway, there's this, and it serves to do a similar thing because the snakes didn't just show up in camp, right? They were sent because of the thing that the children of Israel were doing, correct?
Correct. But now, real quick though, I mean, they weren't, snakes that were on fire slithered through the dirt. They're called a fiery serpent means a venomous serpent.
Fine. Take all the meta you want out of it. The purpose of the Nehusha, or the staff, whatever you want to call it at the time, the bronze serpent, is the same as what happens for Isaiah here with the seraphim.
No.
Yes.
Well, no, you know how, if you're out in the wilderness and you need to sterilize something, like a needle or a knife or something,
It's not about fire. It's not about fire. Look, his sins are forgiven. Fire has nothing to do with forgiving sin.
But fire represents purification.
Oh, that's fantastic. But think about what is happening in the scene here.
Yeah, he touched his lips so that his lips are pure.
And what is taken away?
What do you mean, what is taken away?
What is taken away from him? What is purged?
Sin? Yeah.
So one way to deal with sin is to purge them this way. The seraphim, which does this, is the same purpose as the staff with the bronze serpent, because the sin is what caused the snakes to be sent, and then they repented of it. And if they didn't repent of it, what happened? The wages of sin is what?
Yeah.
They died. So you can call it a typology if you want, but the serpent is strongly related to Jesus.
Well, this kind of go. I get a lot of flack for this, but it does kind of jive with my whole serpent seed theory. And
but now that's the same serpent as in the garden. You might not like it. It's the same one, though.
What do you say? Whoa. So you're saying Jesus is the serpent?
Oh, he almost got you there, Brandon.
I think so. It's related.
Not a what?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
See,
How do you separate them?
Oh, you caught
How
it,
do you-
Brandon. You caught it in time.
Titus 3:9, Brandon. Titus 3:9.
Titus 3:9. Let's see, Titus 3:9.
Will, are you being a stinker over here?
He's trying.
No, I don't think he is. I think Will's just trying to genuinely like poke at.
No, he
someone's
just
brain.
admitted he just admitted to it.
Yeah, but avoid
yeah.
foolish questions and genealogies and contentions, strivings about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain.
How does that at all pertain to what or relate to what was just happening?
You trying to say that Jesus is the serpent is unprofitable and vain.
So you're going to use a cop-out proof text to say, hey, we don't have to answer
not a
things we
cop-out
don't like.
text.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. Read it. That's exactly what it is.
Jesus is the serpent. You're an idiot.
Hey, Will, if Brandon would have said he didn't know, would you have accepted that answer?
Sure.
There you go.
Nowhere.
See, Brandon, it's all about being honest, man. If you don't know something, you could just say so.
But I like when he looks things up too. But there
That's
is
fair.
something. There is a relationship between Jesus and the serpent on that staff, and their understanding of who the serpent was. And
Well,
what the serpent
you
was
want to
for.
hear my position on this?
Is it involve the word Lucifer? Because we've already been over that.
No, I'm talking about, see, this is why I think something sexual went down in the garden. And this is why, all of the watchers were sitting there watching as Lucifer defiled the wedding bed.
See, you brought the Watchers into it, and that's Enoch.
See,
and
this is
Enoch
why
tells
Smokey
you
doesn't
who the
identify as
bad
a
guys' names are. You
Daniel
know about
chapter-
Azazel and
Yes, I've read Book of Enoch, yes.
Samziel, what's his name? Yeah, but they have
Samziel.
names. It's not Satan, and it's not Lucifer.
Yeah,
and it's
no,
the
there's a
rebels.
there's a whole army of them, sure. Yeah. So
Right, but so it's not Lucifer, and it's not Satan, and it's not a serpent.
Well,
yeah, it's Jesus apparently.
I said there's a relationship.
Well, I am saying that Jesus was made in the likeness of sinful flesh. That
Did
means
Jesus say the truth will set you free?
Yes.
And what set Adam and Eve free from the garden?
They weren't set free. They were.
Are
kicked
you
out.
going to say the serpent set them free?
They were
The
not
knowledge
set free,
of
they were
good and
kicked out.
evil. The knowledge of good and evil made them like God, knowing good and evil.
They were kicked out. They weren't set free.
Well, you can call it that, but not everyone has seen it that way throughout history.
But that's the separation. That's where they were separated from the tree of life.
I know
Like
that's
being
the
kicked out of the
story.
garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the story that God, who cannot lie, told us.
But he did lie in that story. He did.
What do you mean he lied in what story?
Well, the serpent didn't lie. God said, "In the day you eat thereof, you will surely die." And they didn't die that day, or the day after that, or the year after that. Like 900 fucking years later, they died of old age.
Well, and I'm sure.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of people would put that up to their innocence died. Well, when they ate
well,
of
you
it.
can give all kinds of meta answers for that, but what it says is,
I didn't
in the
know
day
that was a
you eat
meta
thereof, you'll
answer.
die. Yeah, like their spiritual death or their childhood, passing away from them or whatever.
I wasn't trying to give a meta answer. I was just trying to give from what I understand.
Well, I'm not trying to come at you. I mean, we're buddies
No,
and
no.
everything, but like I'm sticking to the point. The only one it could have been Eve that lied, but we do have the curse, what God actually says in the text to them. And then what actually happened is what the serpent said, not what the God in the garden said.
What? Hold on, man. What the fuck? Hold on, Will. Because, yes, this is why, he's the one that said, first off, yea, hath God said. Yes, God did say that. Then, he knows in the day you eat thereof, you'll be like God. No, no one will ever be like God.
No, it
That's
says, oh, no. Read the text. It actually, it admits that now they are like us, knowing both good and evil, which is exactly what like
only in
God
that
meant.
one attribute,
That's
though.
all that it ever says that they
Yeah.
would get. It doesn't say, he said you would be like God, knowing good and evil. That's all the serpent says. He doesn't say that you would be omnibenevolent or whatever the attributes you want to give to God today is. But in that, he says you will be like God, knowing good and
Well,
evil.
then he should have kept like God out of his sentence if he wasn't being deceptive and said,
There was nothing deceptive about it. It's admitted right after that they were now in possession, like God, of the knowledge of good and evil. It's admitting that the thing that the serpent said would happen did indeed happen. They did now know good and evil like God does.
right, but that doesn't make them like God. They
Doesn't
know,
say that they're like God in all ways. It only
but
specifies like God,
Satan
knowing
did.
good and
But
evil.
Satan said that you'll be like God.
Finish the sentence. You're
Yes,
not finished. You're pulling a Jill. You're just taking a fragment. Finish the sentence. You will be like God, knowing good and evil.
okay,
There was only them and God. Those were the only people that had any idea what was going on, and God was hoarding the knowledge of good and evil to himself. Of course, if they had that, he did not want them to have it. It's obvious in the text, Brandon.
maybe because they weren't ready. But I'm
Whatever the
just,
reason is, that doesn't negate what I'm saying.
I agree, but I think though that you're just dismissing what I'm saying.
You want to
if
villainize the
if
serpent.
if the serpent was being honest, he should have left "you'll be like God" out of it. He should have just said, "If
No,
you eat
that's
it,
his
then
reference point, Brandon. The reference point, that's what I just said. The only reference point that those two had, if the story's correct, is God himself. That's the only person or being that they're talking to besides each other. And neither one of them have any fucking clue about good and evil because no one had told them. So
okay."
the
So, but
serpent
there's
is saying, like the guy that you know that has all the answers, you will know good and evil. You'll know the rules if you eat the fruit. That's all he's saying. You'll be like the guy that has the fucking answers.
yeah, but I definitely don't see it that way because, of course,
Because you want to believe that it's Satan in the garden because that's what Grandpappy told you.
because that's what Grandpappy told me.
Whatever the preacher is you saw on TV or whatever it is, but there is
No,
there's no correlation between Satan
Will,
and the
hold on.
serpent.
Okay, here's some important details that you're dismissing. That
You
first off,
deceive.
God covered them in animal skin, so there already shows the spilling of blood. It's
Uh-huh.
and that the animal's blood, the Bible is very clear, will never clear away sins.
Right. Who killed the
But so
animal?
God did,
Well, yeah, he had an angel do it, I guess. But yes.
or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah. There was blood spilled, and then none of them lived 1,000 years. One day to God is as 1,000 years.
Oh, come on with that.
What?
That is such a
But
cop
that's a
out.
reality. I'm sorry.
No.
that
The word yom that's used there, this idea that one day is 1,000 years, this is much later on in trying to make prophecies work. At this time period, yom is the 24-hour period. Okay, and the day that the yom that you eat thereof, you will surely die. Okay,
that is when death entered into.
I'll prove it. I'll prove it again because you forget easily. There was curses from God that day on the man, the woman, and the serpent and their kind. Now the man and the woman still suffer under their curse to this day. Men toil, women have pain in childbirth. Now serpents, if it's Satan's not still crawling around on his belly eating dirt because he shows up tempting Jesus in the wilderness. Okay, so we've been over this before.
Well,
If Satan is in the garden, then he's stronger than God's curse.
Well, and also, no, I wouldn't say he's stronger than God's curse, but I will say that he also is made in the image of God. He used to be a son of God, so he also, is triune. He has a spirit, a soul, and a body. And then, like in the,
So the
like the,
curse is no. You're making the curse not have any effect in this world.
no, I'm saying that, like, for example, I think when he tempted Jesus, he was in spirit form.
And he wasn't crawling on his belly, so the easy way to opt out of any curses that Yahweh puts on you is just be in the spirit and shapeshift out of it. You've given him a greater power than Yahweh's curse. Thanks.
Well, no, I mean, and this is
You just
also
gave him a legal loophole out of it so that he can be the guy you want him to be. But guess what? That doesn't really work. Okay, you're trying to make some sort of special excuse for him, but
No.
you need to find a way that it doesn't make Yahweh look like the loser in that competition when he
Does-
tried to curse Satan that time and it didn't fucking stick.
No, I still think that, Satan's physical, actual body is described as, that's who Leviathan is.
So now you're telling me the temptation in the wilderness was a snake projecting astrally the image of a man or angel or something, a king, whatever Jesus saw. You're telling me that the snake body was projecting the spirit image of the devil in front of Jesus's hungry eyes. Is that what you're telling me?
Say that one more time. Jesus' hungry eyes. What?
Yeah. You're telling me that the satanic form of the serpent is physically somewhere, but he's projecting a spirit image in front of Jesus, not his real image, but a spirit image, a hallucination, if you will, for Jesus's hungry eyes, because he'd been out there 40 days with no food. So what I'm saying is, are you telling me that Jesus is out there seeing things that aren't material?
I think Satan tempted him as a voice in spirit. You know what I'm saying?
But in reality, that voice was coming from a snake that was on its belly, crawling around eating dirt.
Real quick, in Isaiah 27, verse 1, it says, "In the day the Lord with his sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea."
That has nothing to do with the serpent in the garden. Leviathan is his own creature and goes way back beyond a lot of the stories, that probably even longer than Job. I think it's mentioned in Job, right? Job's the oldest book in the Bible. The Leviathan is already a thing in that time period.
You see, there is a tie to Satan and Leviathan, dude.
Oh, well, I mean, Christians have been making these claims for years, but I'm trying to show you in the story, you're trying to give Satan a dualistic representation as his own godly thing with all these powers to work against the one true God. See, that's dual. It's like Zoroastrianism. You're trying to make two gods out of something that you think is one God. Now, I've counted at least 4 Christian gods. And you guys can't make up your mind if there's 1 gods, 3 gods, 4 gods. So you're killing me with your gods.
There's one God. There are 3 persons.
I don't know
That
about
is
that.
what
So
we believe.
Okay,
now,
so who's Jesus then?
Jesus is the Son of God.
So he's the Son of God. He's not God. He's a Son of God.
No, come on, Will. You know this shit.
Oh, I'm not going to let you. I'm not another Christian. I don't just
No,
buy the
he
shit.
is
I make you
God
explain it.
manifest in the flesh, soul, spirit,
So he's a different essence when he's in the flesh. He's not of the same essence as the Father.
You and I are also triune beings. We are
spirit, there's no
soul, and body.
I don't think you can prove that.
I think I can. I mean,
I think you can prove body.
You are not your body. You know
Whose body am I?
Well, if you lost your arms and your legs, would you still be you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're not your arms and your legs. You're not your body. You are the person inside this body going, I don't have any arms or legs.
No, the parts you're talking about, yes, they're part of me. But the parts you're talking about are not necessary for me to continue to exist or think or reason or communicate.
Yeah, you are your soul, dude.
Well, I'm the life, whatever the life is.
Well, the soul is connected to the life is, in my opinion, the spirit.
So the mind is what you're trying to tell me. The mind.
No, remember how when Jesus resurrected and they saw all of those people that came out of the graves.
If you want to say the life and the mind, I'll understand what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
Can I try with this idiot?
No,
Oh,
no,
man.
you can't. Fuckface.
Brandon, I wait all day for you to sit in the
Go
back
ahead. Let him have a minute, please. Go ahead, Newman.
Okay, William, if your father and mother, made you, and let's say your father abandoned you at childbirth, and you never saw him, you don't even know him, you just heard about him, would you deny him?
Pardon?
Would you
I
deny
have no
your
idea
father?
what you're asking me.
So I'm saying, your creator, the father who created you. At the very least, you believe in your dad, don't you?
I believe in my dad.
Yeah, but let's say if your dad abandoned you, right, and you never met him. I don't know if that happened to you or not, but to some people it happened.
I'm sorry that happened, man.
So if you never met your dad before, let's say.
Yeah.
Would you deny that you don't have a dad?
I would assume that my mother slept with someone.
So you must have been created from somewhere, right?
We just established where I came from.
Okay, I'm pleading, Smokey. Bring it on, buddy.
You see, you sound stupid just because you don't know when
I
you
think we just
deny.
established that I came from my parents. Now are you going back on the question you gave me?
Okay, dummy. It takes a mother and father, okay?
Yeah, I just said I came from my parents.
So your mother gave birth to you.
That's
But
how
the
it works,
father-
Numi. Very good. You're really good at this.
Yes, the father put the seed in you.
No, not in
understand?
me. Not in me and my mom. My household was different than
The
yours.
seed in your mom became life in you. Don't you understand?
I became that life, so I was a
He who
continuation
is
of their
in
life.
you is greater than he who is in the world. Now think of the bigger picture.
No, now you just said a dumb thing. I don't know what you're
No,
talking about.
it's not dumb.
It is.
Because you
Explain it.
cannot deny. You cannot
Stop.
deny your father's
Stop.
seed.
No, you're going to explain he who is in me that's greater than the world. Who's that?
So because you stoop
Will
down
is
to the
not a
world.
believer, so it's.
I know he
you're
stoops down.
You're saying voodoo. Would you please
No,
explain what you mean?
no. Listen, he stoops down to the world. He believes in, at the very least, he
Who is
believes in
he?
his daddy,
Who are you
and his
talking about?
father on earth. So at the very least, he believes that he, who is in me, is greater
Brandon,
than he.
I can't
Okay.
believe you're wasting my time with this guy.
I'm
you not
sorry.
understand?
I agree. No.
This is a waste of time.
Jimmy,
All right,
you have a
Brandon, take a
terrible
jab at
argument.
it.
Yeah, you do have a terrible argument there, Newman. But anyhow, so as far as let's go back to the back in the garden issue. Okay.
Yes.
As far as it, so you're claiming that Lucifer was the good guy here.
In that story, isolated by itself as it was in the beginning, yes. It absolutely, if you'll disconnect it from all of your other notions about how you think things should be based on the rest of the book, recognize that it was a standalone tale, many times repeated in different ways.
You
But
see how
if you'll,
dangerous this guy is,
oh
Brandon?
my God, can you not do anything with your pet monkey?
Do you see how dangerous he is?
He
Honestly, do you see his religion?
He
Can I just say, I agree with Will. If you look at the story, God is the one being dishonest. He says, on this day that you will eat the fruit, you will truly die. And Satan says, no, you won't die. And on that day, they didn't die. I know you get out a bit by spiritual and all that, but
Hey, Will.
Will's
Yeah.
actually alright. Yeah.
So you know I've got ADHD brain, so I've been doing things in the background. Can you sum up your point for dummies for me real quick?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if you want to look at this honestly, the way you do it is you disconnect it from the rest of the Bible as its own story, because it is its own story and was recognized by other cultures as well, just in slightly different forms. But if you read what it's saying here, just the story up until the end of it, not the rest of Genesis all the way
Are we
through,
the
just
specific
read
story
the
of
garden
Adam and Eve? Okay.
up until they get kicked out of the garden. If you'll
Okay.
just start with that segment of the story and read it through to the end of that scenario, that chapter, that part, okay, then and honestly examine what happened without trying to pull in ideas from other parts of scripture written different time periods later on. Just read it for what it says, identify the characters, what they do, what their claims are, and what was the result? How did it turn out? What do they admit about themselves at the end of that chapter? What did they say about what happened? It's not hard.
Can I tackle or try to attempt to tackle at this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, because like I said, we both know I'm not very intelligent, but I'll try my best. Like, from what I understand of this, whenever God says you will die, it's not him saying, oh, you're gonna like croak over and be dead. It's more of like there's a repercussion, and that repercussion happens by them being severed from the tree of life. Hang on, please.
Sorry.
Hang on.
Sorry.
So, in a way, they technically not only did their innocence die, but they also lost eternal life. Because if they wouldn't have eaten of the apple, they would have lived there forever.
Yeah, but what I was going to say, in the actual text, it says, on this day you shall surely die.
So here's what it says. It's on the screen real quick.
On this day. Yeah. Sorry.
So in Genesis 2:15 through 18, the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and keep it. Hold on, who just popped in? Smoked again. All right.
Real quick, Will had to step away for a second just to let you know.
Yeah. Oh, well, then I'll wait. I had to say something to Freeman, so I'll wait till he comes back.
And the Lord God commanded the
I'm
man,
back.
saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayst freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die.
Which didn't happen. So,
Yeah.
Freeman, I wanted to ask you something real quick, and I just actually not ask you, actually
You want to tell me
extol
something?
you. I want to extol you on something, actually.
What? I don't even know what that word means. Tell me that.
Well, encourage you, give you a positive verification of what you've done, encouraging forward momentum, and kind of the same thing. Because there's kind of one thing that I noticed in this, and as I was watching the conversation around Genesis 1 kind of manifest between you and Brandon and some of the others here in the panel who have a very specific kind of view. And I know you know what you're doing, and I know I know what you're doing. And I appreciate it, because the young earther fundamentalist absolutist, which is kind of a camp that you even came from, you have a particular grasp because you came from it of its own kind of internal failings that you're bringing to the forefront. And I listen to these conversations sometimes evolve and happen, especially in the fundamentalist camps, when you have some of these conversations with literalists and fundamentalists, which is something you came from, especially with the SDA kind of, position. So you appreciate it at an internal level that I think few others typically do. And you bring those arguments forward, hoping to show them, those potential critical failures, which for even people who are of the Christian faith who do not agree with that fundamentalist camp could appreciate. So I just wanted to thank you for taking that particular brand of your life experience from what you came from and bringing it into the fundamentalist camp to challenge on these very, very literalistic type interpretations. I don't know if you know it, but in general, I think you're actually doing a greater service, if not to insult the text, but at least cause people to engage in more critical thinking surrounding the text. So that, at the very least, I wanted to tell you I appreciate.
Well, I appreciate that, and I haven't made up my mind completely on all the texts because they have origin points. These ideas came from elsewhere, and so I'm still tracking it backwards to find out the origin points of all of these tales. And
By the way,
Can
my
sorry, can I just say, Smokey, that was very well put and very well said.
And
I
thank
agree
you.
with all that. Yeah, yeah.
By the way, if my interpretation is wrong,
Let
I'm
me
sorry
get
if
my
I went down the
chapstick.
rabbit hole. I was just trying to explain from what I thought.
So, in a fundamentalist kind of way, William's critique is extremely sound, and that's
these guys are evil, Brandon.
And that's something to consider, especially when you
No,
take things
Jimmy.
like literal interpretation of the word day, even though in Genesis 2 it's used to represent a whole week, but we still have to always believe it literally represents a day. So, that's part of the problem. On top of even appreciating the potential allegory of the idea of someone being able to use a truth deceptively to a greater evil or a greater good, which there's actually, again, ancient Near East logic and moral systems kind of end up being pre-programmed into some of the allegories and the stories. Even if they're representing true events, they can represent them in a figurative or allegorical manner for a greater communication of the event itself, and might just give the bare bones. So you're kind of pinpointing what I appreciate, which is kind of the critical failures of taking this very, very ancient text in a very westernized, presentist type. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. I understand your critique and viewpoint, and I've had it for years, so I get where you're coming from.
All right, you came in here to appreciate William.
I know.
Thank you.
I did actually
thank
come
you
in to
so
appreciate
much,
William
okay?
and
You
potentially jump
appreciate your
in if I thought
satanic
there was
brother.
a place to rectify some sort of
Yes.
conclusion or interpretation. I
You
came in
see
to
the
contribute to
agenda
that.
here,
So.
Brendan? You see the push?
What agenda
You
exactly?
see the push to question God?
I see bias. That's what I see. But anyways,
What? Okay.
Can I ask? Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Real quick. Smokey, did you hear what I had to say to Will or no?
I don't know. Maybe you have to be more specific.
What I was trying to because Will, if I'm misrepresenting what you were saying, I apologize. But you were pointing out the fact that it says that they would surely die, and I was describing that it wasn't a literal death; it was more of a death to innocence.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of. Here's the thing. There's plenty of ways you could take that. Like the typical fundamentalist Christian will say, well, they just spiritually died that day. They experienced a fellowship death, with God in that kind of fashion. Many of them will explain that away. Other people will explain it away as saying, well, day doesn't necessarily mean 24 hours. It could be a long but definite period of time. Therefore, God is warning that you will just eventually die.
Let me try something.
Can I say one thing real fast?
Okay.
Because right here, I mean, this is where you guys keep adding in that they're going to die that day. It says, for in the day thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. You will, it doesn't say you're going to die that day, the day you eat it. It says, if you eat it, then you will surely die at some point.
Sorry, Brandon.
At some point.
Yes, as
now
though
you're
death
adding to the text.
You just added at some point.
As though death enters into the world. It doesn't say. It does.
Is this one of those infallible interpretations
Brandon
Kevin was talking about?
Brandon, does it give a time period at all in that sentence?
As far as for in the day
Just let him go.
Thereof, that thou shalt surely die. It doesn't say you're going to die the exact.
Is there any other time period aside from that one represented in that sentence?
Well, considering though that they were eternal beings as created,
You're adding if they were eternal beings,
I'm
they
not.
wouldn't need the tree of life.
you know,
Stop. They wouldn't need the tree of
no,
life if they were eternal
no.
beings.
See,
Okay.
this is where your
Listen,
bias
your
is.
Okay,
subject.
so if I
Does
say,
it
Brandon,
say in this?
Brendan, if I tell you, hey, if you screw me over in this business deal we're doing, in the day that you screw me over, you will surely pay. Aren't I making a promise about retribution in that very day? Like the day that I catch you screwing me over, on that day you will surely pay. In that day. Am I not making a declaration that the very same day you do
could
it,
also
you
be
will pay
saying,
for it?
you know, the day that I find out, then I'm, you know, you're going to pay, meaning that, you know, yeah, I'm going to take you to court and sue you or whatever the deal may be. But I'm just saying.
Well, I think that would be dangerous. I think that would be dangerous. See, if someone said, "Hey, the day you do of it, I'm sure in that day you're surely gonna, pay for it." I think they're gonna do something that day. In fact, I think they might probably be doing something illegal. But if someone says, "Hey, if I find out you screw me over, I'm going to make you pay," and they don't give a time frame, well, then maybe, yeah, they're talking about suing me. But once they lay it down as, hey, that day I find out, I think they're probably going to come and shoot me.
Okay, but just at least consider for a moment, that they don't even know what death is. They were not created to die.
That's an assumption.
And now, well, it's a pretty safe assumption.
Well, if
Because
you're going to assume they don't know what death is, then God is just saying things. He would know they don't know. He would know
He's
they
like,
don't know.
he's warning them of something they don't even understand. Like, that's weird.
Well, he's
plus going back to
it's
going
obvious.
back to Will's going
Real
back to
quick,
Will's
if we're going to
original
assume something about the text, let's assume God's not going to do pointless things.
Okay, but can we all be honest and say that it does
On
not
the day
say,
you do this, you will surely Google Magoma.
for in the
What is
day, it says, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. It does not say you will die that day.
Okay, wait. In the day.
That's literally what
But you're saying, but it could mean
If you
out of that
eat it,
day.
yeah, but and now now we see that they eat it. They didn't die immediately, but
They
death
died for like
entered.
800 years.
But
Right.
death entered into the world. You know what I'm saying?
But
Death.
now you're assuming God can't tell a lie.
Death had already entered the world when they killed the lamb or whatever it was to make their loincloth. Sorry, man. The angel killed a
Bible
lamb
is
for their
very
loincloth.
clear that when
No,
Adam sinned, death entered into the world.
Sorry,
There was
I'm going to have to assert myself now.
Oh,
Going back
yeah,
to
good.
Going back to Will's original point, he's saying if you take the story on its own, don't add the extra baggage of the Bible.
That's what I'm asking you guys not to do.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna ask you a question. Is Wednesday inside of Tuesday?
Yes. No, it's not.
What did anteaters eat before the fall?
But I'm just saying, though, that when you look at the outcome here, the text does not say that as soon as you eat it, you're going to die immediately. It doesn't say that.
You're right. It says in that day, though, so maybe an hour later.
It says, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die.
Right.
At some point,
death
you're adding
some
that.
point isn't there. It's not
you can
there.
real quick, guys. Real quick.
Okay,
He can
I
say
don't
at
feel
some
like
point.
we're being intellectually honest.
He can say at some point, but as soon as that some point is not in that day, then he's adding something to the text.
As we keep watching the movie, so to speak, they didn't die, but they did die at a later point.
But not in the day.
And we know from later part of Scripture that death entered into the world when they sinned. Before that, there was no death.
Okay, but they didn't kill anybody. The angel of the Lord killed a lamb. That was the first death in all of this. You get that, right?
Can I ask a
Well,
quick
all
question?
we know is he covered them in skins. That's all we know.
No, I think it says that an angel killed a
No,
lamb
it
or
doesn't
something
say-
like
no.
to replace the fig leaf or something. I'm pretty sure it does say something like that.
It says God made, did lamb skins for him or something. Let me get it. So I gotta go to. Let's see.
So, Smokey, you brought up that people would argue that they died spiritually, right?
Yeah, that's the common evangelical.
So is it when
And
you
the Lord made
when you so when you say that, is that like them saying that that's the death that they were talking about, like they died spiritually
Yeah,
because they
it
disobeyed
was
God?
a death in terms of a separation of fellowship with God, which they justify as kind of being the definition of hell, which is eternal separation of God, hence the second death. They have certain exegetical methods that they correlate with the idea of any type of separation from God, either in fellowship or from his common grace attributes. Any type of separation therein can be classified as a kind of death.
But isn't that dishonest? Like, isn't that a dishonest? Like,
It's not my. I mean, I wouldn't call it dishonest. I mean, they do have, I would say, some exegetical justification for it. I don't think it's the best answer. Honestly, that's not really how I ever. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say ever took it, but like later on, didn't really take that particular view. But I mean, I wouldn't say it's dishonest. I don't think
fair
it's
enough.
like
So I have a question as well. Like, wouldn't that go against God being omnipresent? How can you be separated from God if God is everywhere?
There's degrees of separation. Like
Degrees
it's
of
not like if
omnipresence.
you're talking about like in terms of like an absolutist sense, no, that's clearly we're not talking about that as like the physical range. But like even in this instance of the garden where
He's going
God
to give you the
is
cold shoulder.
that's more of Freeman's more onto it. It's
Right,
kind of like you end up being disassociated of the benefits of grace or common grace, however you want to put it. You're disassociated from the benefits of fellowship. So like just as an example, so like if Adam and Eve had the benefit of direct communion and fellowship with God, like actually where he's walking in the garden, they're talking with him and doing this regular kind of get together thing. And then there's a transition from that because of the rebellious state, because of the rebellion that was done. And I have a very different take on that whole thing than Brandon does. But in general, because of this rebellion that was instituted and done, there's now a severing of the kind of fellowship. Now they still can experience common grace because they can breathe, they can walk, they can, continue to live, they can experience life. That's a common grace component. But the direct, immediate, like one-to-one fellowship they enjoyed was permanently dead. So,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
and that's how they kind of talk about, like, because they'll say things like, for instance, Jesus is life. Like Jesus says he is life. So he's the source of all life. So to be separated from Jesus is to be dead. To be separated from life is to be dead. There's all these kind of exegetical correlations they make, to kind of draw to this point. But there is at least some legs to the argument exegetically that this is a death of fellowship at some category.
So yeah, I might have been taking it too literally when it says like a total separation from God.
Well, if you go to Genesis 2, there's also, the other side of it too, and there's another way to look at it, which is kind of how I tend to typically have adopted. And I don't believe the ages of the patriarchs are any more literal than the Sumerian king list. But assuming you looking at the text, if you go to Genesis, I think it's 2 verse 3. I forget what it is, but it references the whole creation week, like the whole week that God created as one day. And the reason for this is because in Hebrew, the word for day, yom, actually has 4 different literal definitions. So it can mean several different things. Like if I said the day of Solomon, which it does say that in the Bible, the day of Solomon. Well, Solomon didn't reign for one day. It's talking about the era or the age of his reign. So day can mean literal 24 hours. It can mean the sunshine hours of the day.
Back in my father's day.
Yeah, it can have multiple different usages. So when this is saying, hey, and by the way, this actually makes a little more sense to me because I don't feel like God is anywhere in the narrative or anywhere in reality is the type to be like, this is the day you're going to die and let you know that. To me, it's more of a declaration in a general sense. Hey, if you eat of this, the era, you're going to have an era. Your clock starts in that day, in that period, in that set amount of time, you will die. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, which he doesn't to anyone. So I'd expect that. But he's saying in this day, in this era, you will have a day, you will have a period of time and you will die, in this day. So it can be used in that yom sense of the long but definite period of time type idea. And that's how he's communicating. Somewhere in this day, this age, this era, you will cease to exist, and not giving a specific period of time, but just giving that warning in a general sense. Not saying, hey, if you do this thing I don't like, I'm going to kill you in 22 years, 3 days, and 14 hours. See, God doesn't work that way. So it seems more operational that he's saying, if you eat of it, you are in that period of time somewhere going to die.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, I was like I said, reading it maybe too literally. But like Will said, like on a plain reading of it, and like you said, it might be the English translation which makes it sound like that. But like you said, if
that's the thing too, is all this we have to translate from the translation. In fact, that's the thing that blew my mind about Kevin, because he was saying, I don't have to interpret anything. There are some things in the Bible that I don't have to interpret, but he's reading an interpretation. He's reading people that took an original text and interpreted it into an interpretation, and then he has to interpret that. And he has to claim, by the way, I don't know if you caught that, Brandon, but Kevin adopted infallible KJV onlyism tonight. Did you not catch it?
No, I did not catch it.
Oh, he did. Yeah, when he said that he interprets from the Bible infallibly, he meant the interpretation itself is also infallible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get his infallible epistemology, his infallible conclusion. So he must mean that the English translation is infallible in order for him to be able to glean infallible truths from it. So he was right there with you. He was right there with you all night.
Keep that in my pocket.
Yeah, keep that in your pocket. When Kevin says, hey, what is revealed from the Bible is infallible and I don't need to interpret, and it's infallibly correct, well, he must mean that the translators infallibly interpreted it. So there you go. It's in the bag.
It's in the bag.
You got another one in your camp tonight.
Here we go. A new bullet from my gun. Give me back my bullets. Put them back where they belong.
It's really a dangerous thing to be that epistemologically incompetent and trying to defend any belief system, honestly. It's actually
Well, I
kind of
think
tragic.
it's good and healthy to challenge our beliefs, because that's what straight...
Yeah, but he doesn't have beliefs. He has absolute infallible knowledge. Did you not catch that tonight? He doesn't have beliefs. You have beliefs. I have beliefs. Will Freeman has beliefs. Everyone else had beliefs. But Kevin has infallible objective knowledge.
Well, from the Bible.
That was the whole point. That was the whole point of how mentally bankrupt he was tonight, because only God can be infallible. Well, I guess God and Kevin, because Kevin can claim to infallibly interpret from the infallible interpretation what is infallibly being said, and therefore is infallible, just like God. And y'all let him get away with it. It kind of surprised me.
Well, I think that what he's trying to say basically is that he's standing on the authority of God's word.
Yeah, but he's interpreting it the way that he reads it, and he thinks his interpretation is infallible. Hence, he claims an infallible truth.
Sure.
So when he reads it and comes to a claim and interprets what's there, it's infallibly correct. He has the mind of God. He has the mind of God. Only God can interpret infallibly.
So once we point out a fucking doctrinal error in his theology, then he's fucked.
Well, no, because he's infallible. He can't possibly be wrong, remember? He knows these things infallibly.
Right, I know. Yeah, I get it.
And JG too, by the way, knows these things infallibly, even though he's a
Smokey-
fallible agent.
Smokey and Brandon. I have Brandon's phone number. I don't have Smokey's phone number.
Why do you need my
I have
phone
a-
number?
I have a trial coming up on the 21st.
He wants
I
to
am
take
running.
his wife out on a date.
No,
Wait, you have a
I
what?
have
You have a what? A trial?
I have. Listen, I have a trial coming up on the 21st. I've been drilling myself for it. You guys are really good at this, and I have to cross-examine 2 police officers. I'm actually running pro per, which or pro se. Everybody else calls it pro se. In Michigan, they want to call it pro per, but I am representing myself as my own attorney on a criminal trial as of the 21st. And I do have to cross-examine 2 police officers, which they were
Sam.
very pleasant. They were pleasant
Sam.
to deal with. What?
Really quick, what you need to do, this will be the best $250 you ever spent. Go to jurisdictionary.com and take Dr. Graves' course. He's actually an attorney, and he put up this.
I don't have time. I gotta get there on the 21st. I already got it mapped out, but Smokey's really slick, and Smokey comes off as somebody that would be an excellent attorney. And if I could actually I don't want to reference
I
him.
can't really
This-
like give you advice. Like I can't give you legal advice, Sammy. Like that's not my
I'm not
thing.
asking
Like
you to. I'm not asking you to.
He
give me
wants you to
legal
argue
advice.
for him.
I'm not asking you to argue for me. I'd like to actually like shoot you my phone number and log my phone number, dude. Shoot me a text.
all right, okay, that's fine. Okay, if you want to, I guess put it in back chat or whatever.
I'll give it. I'll put it out in the open. I don't give a shit. I'm a corporate contractor.
Put it in the private chat,
Let's
Sam.
put it in the. It'll be easier just put in the private chat because I can just copy paste it. It's easier.
Okay, I'll put it in the private chat. But what I'm looking to do, like, I'll give you an example of my circumstance because I do have to cross-reference the witnesses, which are 2 police officers, and you would be really good at establishing questions.
I don't. My almost immediate advice, Sammy, is to at least allow a public defender. I mean, this is a criminal case, and you're just going to do pro se. Do you really think that's a good idea? I mean,
I'm telling you, Sammy, totally check out
Smokey.
Dr. Graves' course.
So Smokey, I don't qualify for a public defender because I make too much money. And in the state of Michigan, they don't just give them to everybody.
Okay.
So that was the conflict there. And I did shop out attorneys, and I was like, no, I'm just gonna do a little bit of homework. And
I mean, is this like is this a serious like criminal thing, or is it kind of just misdemeanor garbage? Like,
it's misdemeanor garbage, but I got to get one charge shifted to another charge. So I'm not declaring innocence. And I have to have one charge shifted to another charge. And that's my goal of the trial. And I don't have a jury. I selected a bench trial, but I think that, you're brilliant. So I think that if I explain my scenario to you, you would
I'm
be
not a
able.
lawyer, Sammy. I mean, that's not really my area, you know.
I know that, but we have to ask the questions that are yes and no. And I think you would be the best at establishing the questions for the yes or no answers. And
So you want him to help you come up with questions?
For the
What he's asking, I
cross-examination.
think, can I interpret here for you, Sammy? I think he's asking Smokey to produce a line of questions that will start from point A and wind up at point B to get a predicted outcome. Am I correct?
That is correct. And I've already got a list of questions, but I think that Smokey is really sophisticated, and I think that he'd really produce a better list than what I did. So
All
It
right, well,
sounds
I'm
to me like Sammy wants to take you to a ball game, Smokey.
almost seems like it. Yeah, that's well. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to help you, Sammy. That's fine.
I'll put my
Yeah,
see what I can do. I guess.
It
Yeah,
really
I'll put
does
my
sound like it really does sound like Sammy wants to put you in there, Smokey. Yeah, just saying.
Well, I mean, he is right that I do have a way to ask questions that cause people to collapse in on themselves. So he's not wrong with that. So.
Hey, Brandon, can you pull up Guru Lady's comment in the chat?
Let Sammy
Not that
know
one.
in the try chat. Where's the next one?
There it is.
You have a right to an
Okay.
attorney, Sam. Miranda says so, and you can go to any courthouse locally and ask for an attorney to work pro bono as your second chair. Did you get
That's
that?
not in Michigan. Not in
Well,
Michigan.
she's in Michigan. She's in Michigan.
Well, I make too much money, and they declared that I'm not. I have to actually pay for one, and I shopped them out, and I was like, you know what? I'm not willing to do that because I've previously. I mean, I actually spent $5,000 on an attorney one time, and I fired the attorney because it was like really. It ended up being a really, really
Let me
bad
just
idea.
say this too. Another good reason to pay the $250 for Dr. Graves' course is also so that when you do hire an attorney, if you need be, you know if whether or not they're doing their fucking job. It's another.
I get that.
It's
Hey,
the
I get
best
that.
$250 you'll ever spend. And Dr. Graves, if you just call him, he'll help you with shit, dude. He's fucking
I
awesome.
get that. I get that, but I think I mean, I'm a good test taker.
There's kind of a challenge to this too, Sammy, in the sense that like you can construct a bunch of questions initially, but like there's almost some questions you won't even know to answer because they might be follow-ups to certain answers. So it's kind of hard to, do this in a way like where you're just prepped with all the exact questions because there could be things that they answer that would beg for a follow-up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
I'm doing yes and no answer questions. So I'm
Yeah, no, I
constructing.
get that, but like if you say, for instance, like just as an example, officer, did you see something? And he's like, yes, I saw this. And you're like,
I'm not
okay,
doing that.
Was it well lit or was it dim? And he's like, oh, well, it was kind of dim. So like, how
I'm not.
confident?
So Smokey, I'm not constructing questions like that. I'm like, did you witness me driving a vehicle that night? It would be no. Did you
So you just want some sort of exposition that they've no warrant for their claims is all you're trying to. I mean,
I'm executing questions that are either going to have yes or no answers.
Okay.
5 minute warning.
Without explanation.
Okay, well, I'll do what I can. Yeah, I mean, I'll see what I can do. I mean, we'll chat about it and I'll see what we can figure out.
Yeah. I might have a couple of cents for you there, Sammy.
I mean, we could
Yeah,
Sammy, if you want, we could even set
Brandon.
up something with Brandon where we just do a private StreamYard. And
that'll
we
work.
just go in the back and we can all three talk. I mean, we can do that too,
Brandon already has my number, don't you?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah.
If not, I can definitely call Spider and get it in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, all of my cross examination for the alleged two witnesses, which are police officers, they were great, man. They were great to work with. But yeah, I have to establish questions that are yes or no answers, and I've already got quite a bit established.
Hey Sam.
But,
so Brandon, that's my Gmail in the back. You can, if you get something set up with Sammy, coordinate with him and then just shoot me an email with the link and I'll jump in.
Sam, cocksucker. Can I have your number?
It's in the private chat.
Can you? Yeah, look in the private
fuck.
chat. Yeah.
Do you mind if I jot it down?
If you can call me from Canada, I'd talk to you anytime, man.
Seriously.
Yeah.
You're
Call me
going to
anytime.
regret that, Sammy.
Anytime?
Anytime?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Any
Bro,
particular
you're
time
about to
zone
get
preferences?
unsolicited dick pics.
Totally.
Any particular time zone preferences?
I don't care. Call me anytime, man.
Anytime. All right. Well, you guys heard it yourself.
You see what I'm saying? You don't even know what just happened there, Sammy.
In fact, I'm going to call you right now.
Brandon, I'm public and I'm a business guy, and people call me all the time. So
You don't give a
I'm
shit
not.
like Bruce does. You don't care about getting doxxed or anything.
You can't dox me. I don't care.
Yeah, don't be a dick.
Because you just doxed yourself. You know what I mean?
I dox myself every day by marketing myself. So
Sammy knows the inside joke. Sammy knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Dox yourself, you know. Fucking Bruce, man. That guy is a fucking trip and a half. I
He
think
is
he's
a
smoking drugs.
He's smoking drugs, huh?
100%. I'm
I think
smoking
he
weed,
drinks.
he's smoking drugs. You know what I
think
mean?
he drinks. That's what I think.
Drinks?
Yeah.
There's a lot of drinkers on here.
Sure, people, life's a bitch, man. It's
Bruce,
hard.
Bruce actually, to give him credit, I think did used to have a substance problem with alcohol and has since overcome it. So I don't want to not say anything
New
about
mate.
that.
New mate.
Oh shit, there's another drinker.
New
What's
mate.
up, Nimi? What's up?
Yeah, new mate, can I just say, I refute that accusation. You're saying there's a lot of drunks on here. I refute that. I don't know what you're getting at.
I deny all accusations.
I don't drink alcohol, so.
Yeah, I grew up with alcoholic parents, so I was already like fucking nobody's ever gonna see me in that condition, dude. I don't, you know what I mean? I partied a lot in high school and all of that kind of shit, but I look back on it and go like, what a fucking idiot. You thought you were cool, didn't you, dummy? You know what I mean?
I drink.
Yeah.
When I made an ass at myself.
Yeah,
I drink every night. I drink every night. I drink every night, but I have like a really busy mind. And if I don't drink every night, I mean, even since I was a child, I couldn't sleep like normal people. I'd
You
be
used to
up
drink
for
as a child?
No, I'd be up every other night. I mean, I'd sleep every other night because I couldn't sleep. My mind's really, really busy. And I can drink beer and put myself down and actually go to sleep. I cannot naturally sleep. I can't do it.
You know what's interesting though? This world is so intolerable that everybody has their poison, whether it be sex, drugs, weed, alcohol,
They're
or even
called
talking
vices.
shit online.
You mean they're
Huh?
called vices?
Yeah, and everyone likes to point the finger at each other, but I notice in society, everybody's fucked up.
We're
Everyone's
all
on
fucked
something.
up.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's no one
And
here pointing a finger,
we
though.
all need Christ because look around you, man.
Well,
What are
that's
you gonna
because
do?
there's no Calvinists here tonight.
Are you gonna listen to Will Freeman? He's fucked up. What are you gonna do? Listen to Dave the News Unit? He's even more fucked up. You know what I mean?
Will Freeman is just disillusioned by all the religious bullshit that he went through. So don't discredit Will Freeman.
That
bro.
SDA really does fuck with people's heads.
Now the most fucked up is
He
Smokey.
experienced the full-on cult, and once you're in all of that and you realize this is fucking madness and bullshit, I'm fucking out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Numi, I think Smokey is the adult in the room, and I'm going to be honest about that.
Smokey's
when
the
it comes
adult.
down to it,
Alright.
Smokey is the actual
Alright,
adult in the room.
Sammy. All right, we all know you want to smoke. You want to smoke, Smokey.
He wants to
We all
fucking.
get it. We all get it. You don't have to keep pointing it out.
Go out.
I like Sammy. I like Sammy. I actually think he's kind of a really interesting dude.
Go out to the crowd.
So there's no one like Sammy I've ever met before in my whole fucking life, honestly.
Good Jacks.
To be honest, has anyone else ever met anyone like Sammy? I never have.
No, you are unique for sure. You're a
Me
whack.
and Sam are boys. I have his number now. Fuckers.
Yeah, like can you call me from Canada? How's
Yeah,
that work?
fuck yeah, I call Dave all the time. Call
Can
me
you just admit to
anytime,
Smokey that you have a crush on him, Sammy?
Call me. Yeah, you have to help me get through this fucking breakup, Sammy. I'm going through a lot right now, and nobody wants to hear it. So I'll just tell you in private. How's that?
That's fine, man.
I mean, if you weren't so
call me.
insufferable, bro, people might take you a little bit more seriously.
Well, these are real issues. We're all men in here. Let's not pretend like I'm going through something, very unique. Everyone goes through this shit, but nobody wants to talk about it.
I'm still looking after it. I know you're just gonna get broken up, but if I can get her number, because she's gonna be free soon. So
if I can get your number, you know what I mean?
I don't even know what you actually are going through, Numi. I don't know you like that.
Oh
Listen,
man, you don't even get him started about
Don't
it.
get me started. Unless if you want to give me your number too, I'll call you too.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't trust people with my number if I don't know them.
I know you.
Ruby likes those cute little redheads.
Nice.
Let's just say put a piece of tape on your laptop webcam there, okay? Because I might be watching.
Was this the room I came in last night to talk about the TULIP contradiction and their paradoxes? Was this where I came in, or was it a different channel?
No, that was TULIP Tuesday.
When we had Jill and his fucking,
Yeah.
You still haven't answered the question. You still haven't answered the question. How many fucking times do we got to answer the fucking question before we answer this question?
See? Right. There's another fucked up,
I was trying to remember where I went to kind of ridicule them for always relying on the claim of a paradox when they get trapped. I didn't remember if it was this room or something else.
I don't know why people keep on encouraging others to talk to fucking Jill. It's like smashing your head against a brick wall. There's nothing good about it.
What did you think of my thumbnail tonight, Smokey?
Yeah, it's decent. Yeah, it's about right.
You see the John Calvin?
Yeah, I love how the pile of shit is shaped like Calvin. Yeah, that's good.
Somebody's got to clean up the poop.
In Calvin's final address before he died, his final public address, he was quoted saying, "All I have done has been worth nothing." The full quote is, "I have had many infirmities. All I have done has been worth nothing," which I found so poignant as almost reflective of 1 Corinthians 13, though I speak with the tongues of, angels or whatever, have not love, I am nothing, I have nothing. And I think he realized that the summation of his ministerial life with all of the political games and even having his friend murdered, unjustly and orchestrating that to happen and just leading this life of fear and, gripping people under some sort of obligation to this viewpoint as he realized his life was completely devoid of love and worth absolutely nothing. I thought that was really, really interesting.
And all he did was start a cult full of bullshit.
Well, shit, I had a good.
By the way, keep in mind, Calvin didn't invent TULIP. That was a later acronym extrapolation of some of his core teachings. But yeah,
what it is, dude. I think what a pattern that I see anyway is that in every single religious system where you have brothers trying to exercise religious authority over each other, this is where all of this what causes all of this like religious
And I
nonsense.
think that's why the separation of church and state is genius.
And it's but that's what's producing this Pharisee behavior. You know what I'm saying? As far as like with Calvinists, they are always we don't use foul language, and you know what I mean? And they come in here wagging their fucking finger, and it's always.
I mean, yeah, but what do you expect from somebody that literally believes only select few people are going to heaven, and they just happen to be one of them?
That's the same thing with the Jews. That's why they were, so why the whole idea of the Gentiles coming into the family was, they couldn't even fathom the idea.
The funnier thing is when a Calvinist's like, "Oh, well, you don't understand my point of view because you don't study Calvinism." I don't need to study Calvinism to know it's bullshit. Anyone that says Jesus didn't die for everyone to go to heaven is full of shit, and that's just how it is.
Well,
Sorry.
There's only so much a man can do.
Well,
there's so many different angles.
There is a way to understand. This is why I passed the TULIP challenge. There's a way to understand the L limited atonement in a way that it truly does only actualize in a salvific atoning way to believers. However, there is an atonement, there is a stretch of atonement that allows for common grace, which is what allows people who are not saved to actually live. So the work of the cross is part of the justification of what allows the atheist to raise his fist to the heavens and not be struck down or not be eliminated before he ever existed. That common grace allowance is allowed through the atoning work of the cross. So it is true that the atonement salvifically can only apply to those that believe. The problem in the Calvinist paradigm is that God is the singular and only agent of that. So the limited atonement must only be limited to the ones specifically that God has preordained or predetermined, I should say, to be saved, because he's the sole acting agent. So he has to be the one to initiate. Therefore, the L in limited atonement does take the form of God only dying for the elect and no one else, only the ones that he has predetermined and selected, as opposed to the other camp where it applies to everyone in a potential sense and only a few in an actualized sense.
So translation, Calvinism is fucked. That's what you're trying to say.
I mean, that's, I guess, if you want to, sure, whatever.
Well, to me, limited atonement is kind of an obscene idea.
Well, it again, it depends kind of how you. It's not an insane idea in your synergistic view, Brandon. Like if you had the if you had the synergistic view of it, where you're believing that believers choose God and then are regenerated, in that type of view, you still can have that idea that atonement salvifically only applies to those that actually choose to believe. So it is limited in that sense, at least.
Well, from my position though, that the blood of Jesus pays for every crime, the sin of the world,
except for the ones who don't believe.
I'm just saying the payment's been made, but you got to claim it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, here's the thing. You're talking about it in potentiality. Like, what you're saying is, if everyone repented, Christ's sacrifice would be enough to cover all those sins. That's really what you're saying. You're talking about it in a potential.
Every single person absolutely repented.
Okay, that's just potentiality, though. That's not actual. In actuality, actualized, it only applies to the ones that actually believe. The ones that don't believe don't have their sins covered. They still have to pay for their sins.
Correct.
So the atonement doesn't cover them. But you're just talking the difference between potentiality and actuality. And see, with the Calvinists, there is no such distinction because God is the primary agent of all of it. So
what about those that used to believe?
What do you mean? Well, in an OSAS, like Calvinistic camp, those that used to believe would be considered frauds or be said that they never truly actually believed or never were truly regenerated. Because they'll believe that someone who's truly regenerated will unavoidably attain sanctification and remain in the faith. And therefore, if they don't, then they were never truly justified and saved. That's what the OSAS Calvinists will say.
Yeah, and that's why I asked the question the other day against praise. It's like, what's the difference between apostasy and backsliding?
Well,
Because
they can't tell the difference really, and OSAS can't tell the difference. They can't discern.
yeah,
That's
because
the
if
thing.
you apostatize, that means that you're committing to leaving the faith.
Yeah, but even
But
then, they
backsliding means that
they don't know if that's just temporary or permanent. If it's temporary, then you were always regenerated and you were always saved, even while you were disbelieving. See, and they can't tell the difference.
yeah, but
When you leave the
backsliding.
faith, they can't tell if this is just a backsliding hiccup in your ultimate walk to salvation, or if this is a true permanent abandonment of faith, meaning you were never saved. They cannot tell the difference.
All the Calvinists showed up. You guys didn't like my thumbnail?
You're all showing up now.
No, but I agree with Smokey. That
Do I
goes
need to
for
make room
Calvinists.
for some of them or something? Or
I agree with Smokey. That goes for the Calvinists. That goes for the free grazers. Who
If I
else is
may
it
add
for?
to what Smokey was just saying, just a distinction that we make that's extremely
I was making a
important.
point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone was making a point. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm making a point that
it's your stream, Brandon.
Sure, go ahead, Pseudo, quick.
yeah, there's the difference in Hebrews where there's apostates where they completely leave the faith, and there's, I guess you won't call them apostates, you call them believers that backslide out of the faith. And I think the difference is like what Smokey said, you can't know the difference because if you backslide so far, you can backslide how long? 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. You may never see that person again, but you believe that in their deathbed, they're going to be like, oh, yes, I was wrong. I believe in you, Jesus. I'm dying.
Yeah, good night, Cerberus. Cerberus just left. Didn't mean to interrupt you. But
Yeah,
anyways, I mean, apostasy they can still repent and come back to the Lord, even in a state of apostasy. So that's where I kind of find backsliding and apostasy relative. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
but the term apostate means that they can never come back.
No.
That- I agree with you, Smokey. But I'm giving you
You're confusing apostate and reprobate. Those are two different things. Reprobate is completely rejected of God. Apostate just means you've turned away, and it doesn't necessarily have to be permanent.
Yeah,
I would concur.
Yeah, that's true. But
I would
let me
disagree
just
with all
add
the
to what you were saying earlier. When we're talking about election, that's where we left off in our conversation, Brandon. Remember before you kicked me, got upset.
I got upset now because I mean,
on 17.
I have a job and got to work in the morning, so that's why can't
Okay, all right.
We've been on here for 5 hours, and now you guys show up.
Yeah, I know. But so just an important distinction, just extremely important. When it comes to the question of when did God elect me, the answer is essentially that there was never a moment in God's eternal counsel when you went from, or when He went from not electing you to electing you. You were eternally included in God's decree if you're saved. Before the foundation of the world is not necessarily describing a timestamp on God's divine grandfather clock. It is you were not saved in eternity also, in the same sense that you are saved in time.
Can I ask you?
Hold on. Let me finish your point, please. Let me finish your point. This is extremely important. You were not saved. This is why the Bible has passages that confuses some of you. You isolate them, like Ephesians 1:13. Because that part of the Bible is telling you about the sense that you are saved in time. So there is a sense you are not saved in eternity in the same sense that you are saved in time. This distinction is extremely important, because when you go into the book and you see passages that speak about your salvation, excuse me, your salvation in time, you mistake that for an order of salvation, meaning that's the first step. Okay, so it's important to
Right, before
know
this
that there's a distinction between the
Hold
two.
on, Wildheart, or this will take forever.
I know.
How long is this
Isn't that
monologue
called
gonna
the not the right now but not yet type of thing, or something like that? I think
Make that
that's what they called
distinction.
it.
But I did have a question for Jill. So you are claiming that you know that you are saved. I'm sure you said that.
I
Is that
don't
your
know
claim?
how you got that from what I just
I
said,
thought
but
I didn't understand a word he said just now. Say that again.
He says that he knows
I
that
think
he's
Jill-
saved.
Yeah.
I know you're talking to Jill. I just want to know what you said though.
When you need when
Yeah,
you're
no,
when you're
Jill
English,
said, I am saved. Jill said, I am saved.
well, I don't know how you got that from
And-
what I
but
just said, but
He didn't
all
say. Jill didn't say those words about
all
himself.
Christians believe that they are saved,
So, but Jill, I mean,
whether they're Calvinist or not.
you know, my position is that Israel is the elect. That's who he preordained before the foundations of the world. And that's why when you do believe that Jesus is the Savior, then now you are adopted into the elect.
Brandon.
That's what I just. That's
We'll
what
be
I
talking
just,
about that next
distinction.
week. Tune in for the
Brandon,
next
you made
exciting
it all
episode
weird.
of TULIP
You made it
Tuesday.
really weird, Brandon.
That's what I just said, Brandon. There's a sense in which you are saved in eternity, according to Scripture, and
Brandon.
in the same sense you are saved in time.
Welcome to
God
Calvinism,
saves
Brandon.
you in time, but He elects you.
Brandon, perhaps the word saved,
Shows you
even
are
though
saved. Okay, God wants to display His power to save in the temporal realm.
I'd like to argue that the word saved is not appropriate. And I know that it's used heavily in the Bible, and
Come
I know
on,
that it's
Sam.
used.
I gotta go to bed. I gotta go
That's
to
not
bed.
the beginning of your salvation. That's all we're saying.
Are we scaring all the synergists away? And leaving
No, I'm just
one by one?
I'm just trying to narrow this down a little bit because I do got to get going to bed here soon. It's 12:19.
Okay.
So that's why you guys showed up late. But anyways,
it was produced.
And we've been through this. I mean, countless times now. That again, you guys believe that that God enters into you to regenerate you in order for you to believe.
Yeah.
And I disagree with that.
And also,
completely.
good. And also, Brandon, you keep missing the point that we're making about Israel. You run back to the Israel and hide behind the Israel moniker every time we have this discussion. And then we determine that Israel is made up of Christians, Jew and Gentiles, believers. And then you say, okay. And then the next day you come back and say, oh, well, no, that's just Israel. Okay, so let's go through this again. What do you mean by Israel, and who is included in that group?
Okay, so the very first promise that we know of was to Abraham, right? And about his seed and through all of the nations and everything.
Right. Well, we're talking about this promise, the promise of salvation.
But we're still dealing with a physical ethnic group.
Okay. So does Israel, is Israel made up of the ethnic Jews and also non-ethnic Jews? We went through this.
Okay, the original Israel that we are getting adopted into is physical.
Okay, so we are getting adopted into ethnic Israel. So ethnic Israel now is made up of not just ethnic Israel, but also non-ethnic Israel.
So
correct?
then, in your view, then is there a physical family?
It doesn't matter.
No.
There's no
That
Jew
we
or
get
Gentile
grafted into. You remember
right, and now once we're
remember
grafted
the
in,
tree
there's no
that
Jew
we
or
get
Gentile.
grafted. Just hold on, Jill. Remember the
It's a
tree.
waste of time.
See what I'm saying?
You're trying to deflect from the fact that Israel is saved.
I'm not gonna go to bed all pissed off and shit. Just
Okay.
listen, okay? That there's only one tree that we get grafted into, right? The natural branches got broke off and we get
Mm-hmm.
grafted into it. So there's
Okay.
only
So Israel is made up of whom?
Israel is made up of Jews and Gentiles. So just
All right. So Jews and
okay.
Gentiles.
So
All right,
you
perfect.
won the fucking debate. Congratulations.
So
You
why do
got
you keep
it.
going?
Then go believe
if I
Calvinism.
can-
Go believe it then. I don't care.
All right. So
I'm
why do you
done.
keep going
I'm
back
done
to
doing
that?
it. Because you're
if
not
I can
paying
relate-
attention. You're not even fucking trying to hear my argument.
I heard
You
your
just want to
argument.
defeat it. No, you're just.
I heard your argument.
You're
Yo,
only
you gotta
already
stop,
defeated.
man.
You're
You gotta
incapable of
stop.
putting your fucking ego down and letting us just
Okay.
talk and reason together.
I would ask that
Calm
you put your
down.
ego down and stop repeating
Calm
failed
down,
arguments
Tyrone.
Stop
as if they haven't been
repeating failed
defeated.
arguments.
Calm down, Tyrone.
Yes, this is Israel. We know it's Israel. We know what
Tyrone.
Israel is made up of.
Yeah, Beckel,
Believers,
tell him to
Jew
calm
and
down.
Gentiles.
He's
Okay,
wilding
so
out tonight.
you think God is done with physical Israel?
No one said that he was. That's why he
Okay.
included them in his kingdom. I mean, what are you talking about, bro?
You know, I'm just.
What are you talking about? You're just trying to distract from the fact that God saved
You're
his
just
people.
silly.
He
Beckel, your
elected
boy
his
is
people
wilding out.
before the foundations of the world.
Sorry,
Jew
Brandon.
and
If I
Gentile.
can, Brandon, if I can interrupt Joel,
All right,
just to
good
send
night.
you
Good night,
to bed,
Wild Heart.
just to send you to bed on a happy note. If you can read the private chat, I've got a new channel. It's going to be going live in the next 24 hours. But I just wanted to, go.
I don't think anybody cares, man. Have a good night.
Thank you very much for having me on. Yeah.
All right, Wilder. Have a good night, bro.
That's it.
So,
Okay,
Jill,
so-
what I'm trying to say, though. Okay, go ahead, John. Sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. I was just gonna say I think I know where the dispute really is, but I'm not 100% sure. Tell me if I'm accurately representing you. So I think you're saying that when God chose Israel, that's the nation, and we are grafted into it by believing. So for you, you're saying that election is corporate. Am I right? The election is corporate, and anyone who believes can participate in the election.
Correct. You get it. We get
Okay, so-
adopted. We get adopted into the family in which all of the promises apply to.
Okay, so in Ephesians chapter 1, and I think this will be a very good discussion, can you show me where in Ephesians chapter 1 does God give any conditions for his election?
Sir, did you hear that Brandon's trying to go to sleep, you stupid cocksucker?
I'll
why did you come back
I'll
in?
stay up a little bit later. I do want to. I need to wrap this up real quick because I mean,
That's fine. We don't have to do this now. We can do this another time. I'm just saying that would be my question. If you want to wait till next time, that's
Sure,
fine.
no,
Where did
I'll
all
pull it
you
up real
Calvinists show up from at the end of their show?
I know,
Like, I
right?
just want to
Right
know.
as I'm
Since the
ready to
foundation of the world.
Were
Hey,
you
hey,
guys
guys,
having like a Calvinist circle jerk or something that
Since
we
the
were not aware
foundation of the
of?
world. Oh
Where
gosh.
did you
See,
come from?
every time Numi is on mic, do you guys feel molested? Because you're just disgusted by his presence, man. You
What
just
were
feel
you
like
three
you
Calvinists
just feel
up
like
to
that
the whole night?
that little nasty little uncle
Hey,
that you
it's
wouldn't
not,
leave your
I'm
child
over
behind.
here. I'm in the Philippines, bro. It's almost 5 o'clock over here. So like, I'm
Yeah,
full
he's 12
day now.
hours ahead of us.
I went to bed at what, like 9? So I'm up. I could do a stream if you guys want to.
I'm actually getting ready for work.
Don't
so
you feel ashamed of yourself, John, for calling yourself a Calvinist? Like, honestly, bro. Like, look at these guys. When you want to hang out with Tulip Tuesday, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
Tulip Wednesday, Tulip
Numi,
Thursday,
I know
Tulip
that you
Friday.
like
keep it up,
troll.
keep it up, Numi. We're gonna do Tulip.
What, what's
man.
that, guys?
You can't stop the Tulip, bro. You just
I know
can't.
you like to troll a lot, man, but I would like to talk to you privately at some point, man.
Totally, man, because we gotta
yeah,
establish this
I
like
normally
following man.
start streaming it around like 6 o'clock. Sometimes, like today.
That's right. You're in
start till
West Coast.
7.
Brandon, you're in the West Coast, right?
That'd be a really good debate.
Oh,
Me
okay.
versus John the Calvinist. That'd be epic. Honestly, I think I would break YouTube with that debate.
I would love to see that. I would absolutely
You want to have
love
this
to see
live on
that.
the Berean? I'm actually tight with the
Oh my
Berean.
gosh.
Do you know who the
Please,
Berean is?
please, God, please make it happen.
You know the Berean,
Please.
John?
Please,
Me and him are
maybe you
tight.
could, maybe you
I
could,
can
maybe you could
ask
talk
him to have it on
to
his show.
Isaac. Maybe you could borrow one of his books.
Just
Phil Blair
imagine
books.
Numismatic King versus John the Calvinist on the
Oh,
Berean.
gosh, I'd pay $10 for that.
That would
I would
honestly
pay-
break YouTube. Seriously. I think I'd get a YouTube
Yeah,
award
you break
for that.
YouTuber, right? Because all you be talking about is sexual content, and you'll have the
I would
channel
agree
shut
to
down.
it on one condition. I have one condition for it.
If he wears
As
sexy
long
clothes
as you-
that day.
Oh my goodness.
What happened to
As
all?
long
What
as you-
happened to?
as long as you-
I think we scared all the
All
scientists away.
All right.
like that, you know, then
What
I think
happened?
Veckel nailed it in that aspect. Like, yeah, you'd if you get the channel shut down for
Yeah, you probably get the
sexual
channel shut
content.
down.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, John, well, what
Right.
about, am I predestined to do this to my girlfriend, Marilyn? You know, something like that.
John was
Yeah.
cooking. What were you saying, John? Well, on Ephesians 1.
Yeah, Sammy, I'm going to start wrapping it up, though. But
Yeah.
anyhow, have a good night, Sammy. Anyway,
Yeah.
and, yes, as far as you come by tomorrow then, and let's fucking end this thing. You know what I'm saying? I want to, let what be true be true. I disagree with Calvinism. I think that it mischaracterizes God. I think it hinders your ability to witness effectively, to bring souls, because there are doctrinal errors, and that affects our performance, and that's what I'm against. And if I'm
Ooh,
wrong,
I love
I
this
will
talk.
admit it. But I'm just saying. I mean, I've
Yeah.
been through the mill with Jill and Beckel, so I mean, I feel like we just keep going over the same arguments over and over again, and then we pretend like I never answered the question, and like, dude, this should be a serious matter.
For me, man, I have not. I do not believe we've engaged before. If we have,
We
please
have.
forgive me. I do not recall. It's been a while. I have been outside of the apologetic sphere for a long time. I moved to the Philippines in 2024, so like I've been very, very out of it. But yeah,
Well, you have a very unique character, so you're easy to remember. So yes, we've interacted a couple of times. So, and look, man, I mean, I love you guys for your appreciation for God's word and all of that, and I totally understand how you can arrive at this conclusion. I get it, but I'm just saying, I think there's a problem here. I think that there is this causes some doctrinal errors, and it's going to also cause a slight different interpretation of the data. You know what I'm saying?
I would say, Brandon, that and in our discussions at least, we always seem to come to the same conclusion, and you believe everything we believe. But then at the end of the conversation, you say, no, I don't believe TULIP. So, I mean, that's just my experience.
Don't, man. Limited atonement, I disagree with. I believe that Jesus's blood pays for every crime. It's
Every crime?
And if the whole world repented,
But it's
and
not
believed,
efficacious, right? Let's just talk about that. It's not efficacious for everyone. It pays for everyone's crime, but it doesn't affect everyone as far as salvation. Right?
there is the condition.
They don't believe, right?
You got to believe.
Okay, then. So that
you
is
got to
limited
accept
atonement.
it. The payment's been made. All you got to do is claim it.
Right. So this is what I mean. Every time we have these discussions, we wind up concluding in the same thing. But then at the end of the conversation, you say, I don't believe in TULIP. When you just believe in,
I just said to you.
I will
But
say this.
I do not agree with limited atonement, and then you turn around and say that I agree with limited atonement. That's all we ever do, Jill.
But didn't Smokey just demonstrate to you that
So you're
You
telling
believe in
me
a type
that,
of limited
listen,
atonement?
but that's
Can
not what
can I?
limited atonement states is that his blood only pays for the elect. That it
Well, well, that's how it winds up being
that
in your
that
in
he
your
no
understanding.
that there's a limited amount of drops of blood. You know what I'm saying?
Not necessarily,
Well,
but yeah, go
Brandon,
ahead, John.
I'll say this really quick because I think there's a misunderstanding of penal substitutionary atonement in this particular context. Because I'm not going to say that the atonement doesn't affect everything. I do think the atonement has eschatological ramification. That's why there's a raising, a resurrection to life for the just and the unjust. All of those are part of the atonement. But the substitutionary aspect of the atonement is where we're going to disagree. When it comes to substitution, who is Christ advocating for? And I think consistently throughout the
All who
Bible,
believe.
All who believe,
right.
right?
So
That's limited.
that's substitution language. So that's
Oh,
why we come to the conclusion that Christ only penally substituted for his elect.
Sure,
Does
but
that make
would
sense?
you agree with me though that if all people repented and believed, then all people, all of them would have their sins forgiven?
You have to talk contract language with
When
Brandon. So
You
talk
do.
contract
use-
Well,
language.
I'm sorry that the contract throws a big spoke in the Calvinist tire.
No, actually, it works in our favor here
How
because
does
we're
it
saying
work?
Yes.
we're saying that not everyone has that contract.
Man, you guys are just
That's what John
Brandon,
is saying. That's what exactly what John is saying.
I'll answer the question really
But
quick.
you got to talk contract law with him, John. That's what he understands.
That's okay. When you use that type of terminology, you have to understand within our system, no one will do that unless the Spirit intervenes first. You know, Paul even says in
There's
1 Corinthians
another
chapter
area
2.
where we disagree. So, but anyhow,
So we have a lot of background that, you know, we're both standing on two different footstools. You know, you have your assumptions concerning libertarian freedom and the autonomy of man's will, whereas for us, we have, you know, we believe we are enslaved to sin, dead in sin, and in our natural condition, we are not able to repent and believe in Christ unless spiritual intervention happens. So that's why
correct.
limited atonement makes more sense on our system than it would be for you.
well, see, here's where I have a problem with it, though, is because now you're saying that somehow God has to enter into you to regenerate you before you are even capable of believing. So, and that's exactly opposite of what the Bible teaches, is that first you must believe, then he will enter into you. This is how this.
If by entering into you, you're talking about the indwelling of the Spirit, then I would not agree with the assessment you just gave. Because on my view, I don't believe the Spirit has to enter you first. I believe the Spirit has to raise you to newness of life. He has to give you that new heart from Ezekiel 36.
Okay, so but
that establishes the gifts of faith and repentance in us. We believe, and when we believe, that's when the Spirit makes his abode within us. The Father and the Son also make their abode within us, and that conversion happens. But it's all part of the regeneration package.
I promise you that I totally understand your guys' position. I'm not misunderstanding it. But because you're saying that this regeneration event, okay, it has to go into your heart somehow. Okay, so now God has entered into you already, right, in order to regenerate you. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say is, according to the Bible, first you believe, then you will receive. You see what I'm saying? As far as like that is by your listen, just hold on, because the Spirit, okay, the truth is ever present. And it says that he stands at the door and knocks. He's
Yeah.
not forcing his way in. In order for this to be a true loving relationship, you have to give yourself to him willingly. You have to
Brendan,
open up the door.
that passage is from Revelation. It's speaking about
I
the
understand it, but
can you show us where this is happening, where the Bible teaches this? That you have to believe first and then God will intervene.
Yes, absolutely. It's in let me look.
Verse 13, right?
Is it Ephesians 13?
Right, but Paul tells you what happens before verse 13 in verse
113.
5, right? So
Let me
that's where
get-
we were.
Couldn't find the tab.
That's where
This
we
is-
were last time
Yeah,
we left.
Brandon. Just to clarify my question earlier when I was asking about the conditions, it's because when you have the model of election that you do, that you have this condition that's a prerequisite to God's election. In order for you to become part of the elect, you must first believe. In order to have that, you have to have a stated condition in at least one of the election passages. Is that not fair? Like for me to
Well, he's
to
just going to
say that you
ignore
need to
the
look
election
for.
and concentrate on what happens after when you trust it. So verse 5 comes before verse 13. You can't just isolate a scripture. That's not how we read the Bible, Brandon.
I
You know better.
understand
You know
that.
that.
I
Okay, then
totally
so
understand
predestination
that.
comes before that. Election comes before that. Verse 13. You can't ignore that and say,
So-
"Oh, well, look, this is
I'm not
it.
trying
So
to ignore anything. That's why I've already, stated.
Okay.
My
Well,
claim
then
is,
read the order and start the order where Paul starts the order, not where you want the order to
all
start.
right, gentlemen, we're gonna continue this tomorrow.
Yeah,
All
thanks,
right?
Brandon, for opening up the room.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude, but dude, I really do have to get to bed.
Yeah,
I'm
of course.
my
It's late,
bedtime, and I
yeah.
gotta work. And this is gonna, we can run for hours on this. I already know. So
But that's where we left off, and I think that's where you're going to have to either change your
I'm getting ready
doctrine
for
or.
it. Thanks, Brandon. John,
I
Jill,
appreciate
always
it.
a pleasure.
All right,
Yeah.
Brandon.
All
I
right, God bless you,
appreciate it.
Brandon.
If you would be interested, Brandon, I'm willing to invite you onto my podcast and we can have a one-on-one conversation. I would love to do that.
or
I think that could be a
hop
good
on
conversation.
tomorrow and we'll talk some more, man. I didn't mean to just
Awesome, man.
boot you off, Jill. I'm just saying though that look, we do have a problem here. It's worthy of investigation. If we're going to be serious about scripture, and then we also have issues with the lexicons. I encourage you to check out Christopher Johnson on Creation Liberty Evangelism YouTube channel. He did a great presentation on the problems with the lexicons and concordances, because we have a lot of problems of wrong definitions going around.
I actually agree. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
I'm
big
fine with
problem.
that.
And then we're having some. Oh, Jill's back.
I
So
just wanted to let John know that if he was interested in having conversations like this on like Brandon's channel, there's another channel I always go to, especially late at night when everyone else is asleep. It's called The Christian King. Have you heard of him?
yeah, I like that guy.
Yeah.
I haven't. Like I said to you guys, I'm very out of the apologetic circle, man. I've been so out of it. I'm in the Philippines now, so I'm in a very different context.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're up around this time, they usually start streaming around. He streams all day, all night. Like he's go basically 24/7. It's called the Christian King. So that's where I'm going now. So that's where they're talking about they debate Orthodox and Catholics. So there's all types of people.
That's why I like that guy.
Yeah, heretics all over the place. So
Yeah,
plenty
I'm very much against orthodoxy, all of them.
Oh yeah. Plenty of finger food for you to play with over there, John. Plenty of heretic finger food.
But
Okay,
dude, I do see this Calvinist issue because we are all very close on doctrine. But these are some huge problems that I have. That the blood of Jesus pays for every crime. The elect is Israel. That's who he selected to be the bride of his son from before the creation. That's who the elect is. That is Israel. That's who all of the promises apply to, the inheritances and everything. And that's why we get adopted into that family. You know what I mean? And then right here with Ephesians 1:13, in whom ye also trusted, after that ye heard the word of truth, the gospel of your salvation, in whom also after that ye believed, ye were sealed with that Holy Spirit of promise. So that's why, and
Amen.
I warn people clearly on this. Listen, when God gives you instructions, you better listen. That the first thing that you have to do is to believe. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, whosoever believe will have eternal life. So if you do not follow that instruction and first believe, you will not receive, he will not grant you the new birth. And that when
All
you
right.
are made a new creature in Christ, at that point, now, until then, you were never, ever capable of ever obeying God's law. That's why you must be born again and made a new creature, or you just can never do it, ever.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
God bless. See.
Dead in sins
That's brother.
means you're a dead man walking. It doesn't mean you're incapable of thinking or reasoning or hearing the truth and responding to it. So God didn't sit there before the foundations of the earth and pick and choose who's going to go to heaven and who's going to go to hell, because that would make him a partial judge. He must, in order to be a just judge, he must remain impartial. It doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question and then you can wrap this up? I will leave. I'm gonna figure out some other things here for dinner. Because it's dinner time's coming up. But if someone were able to convince you that the scriptures taught what the doctrines of grace teach, if you could go to Ephesians 1, walk through it, and you were somehow convinced of Reformed theology, would you still believe that they would make God capricious?
Well, I mean, if you can convince me that Calvinism is true, then I'll evangelize to everybody that, you might be the elect, you might not. You know what I'm saying?
We wouldn't evangelize that way.
Well, I mean, but
that's-
you see from my position why I think that this is a major hindrance on your ability to lead people to the Lord.
I understand your concern, and I think it's a valid concern specifically for hyper Calvinists. But the common basic tenets of Reformed theology, I do not believe lead you to that. I think that's an
let me give
extreme
you
version of it.
Yeah. Let me give you another example of something that I think is dangerous. Is the perseverance of the saints combined with pre-trib rapture. I think a great deal, a large percentage of the people in that camp are going to get suckered into taking the mark of the beast, because they're not going to be prepared in any way, and they have this idea that like God's just gonna somehow not allow you to do it. You know what I mean? Like they're not getting spiritually prepared and conditioned for hard times.
I
Did we
feel
lose
like
John?
Can you still hear me?
I think we did.
Can you still hear me, brother?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, there we go. What I was saying is, as I understand your concern, especially with that respect, but I would say that one, I think it's a misunderstanding of perseverance to the saints, and two, I am not pre-trib, pre-mill. So I don't know if I would be adequate to answer this question. I'm a post-mill partial preterist. So I'm not sure if I could. I'm not sure I could blend on it.
What is a partial preterist?
Partial preterist is someone who believes that most of Revelation has occurred in AD 70. Not all of it, that would be full preterism, but most of it is in reference to the AD 70 judgment. And so
you think the abomination of desolation has already occurred?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the abomination of desolation was.
Yeah, we could totally talk about that, buddy. There's no way.
Rome surrounding Jerusalem. You know, when you see
I know,
Jerusalem
I
surrounded
heard
by
it.
armies,
Yeah, I heard it.
flee to the mountains. You know, but we don't have to get into that. I don't want to change the topic or take you too long, but just from my perspective, perseverance of the saints is not a claim about how a Christian is supposed to react to things. You know, how a Christian is supposed to react to persecution and everything. Perseverance of the saints is a claim that God will cause his saints to persevere. And so they will respond to persecution faithfully in the same way that the apostles did. You know, proclaiming the truth all the way up until death. You can see that with all the Christians in the early church who were faithfully defending the gospel and being persecuted for that. You know, I think we would all recognize that takes an astonishing amount of strength and perseverance to get through that. But we attribute their perseverance to God. We say that God is the reason that they persevered, not because they mustered something up within themselves to do that.
Well, and this is where I see that many Calvinists and pre-tribbers and lots of different camps are not getting themselves spiritually prepared for this time of testing, that our faith will be tested. And if you take that mark, you've sealed your due. You're done. There's no question about it according to Scripture. Even though your buddy John MacArthur says, oh yeah, you can take the mark and be fine. I totally disagree with you, Mr. MacArthur. According to Scripture, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. If you take that mark, you're done for. And people are, to be a disciple of Christ, that word disciple means self-discipline. You got to be conditioned. You got to be spiritually ready for some, to be really put under pressure. I mean, how would you respond if you're sitting there watching your wife and child starving to death? And now you're faced with that proposition and that reality. Are you going to be spiritually prepared to say, ain't no fucking way I'm taking that mark?
Well, I know for sure that if that were to happen, like if that's going to be the future circumstances, my wife and I will be faithful, because my wife and I have already gone through the tragedy of miscarriage. We've gone through that type of trial before, and that was really hard. And yet the Lord gave us the grace to not curse him. You know, we were able to recognize God is good even in the midst of that type of trial. So I know that the Lord would sustain us through all that. Does that mean that we will survive? Well, maybe not. Maybe we will be persecuted to the point of death. And we're ready for that.
Well, I mean, why would God, say he's going to be testing our faith during this time of tribulation and whatnot? I mean, what would be the point if, if he's already, preordained and, he's going to be, making sure you don't take that mark or anything? So, I mean, that's where I have questions. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. It's a good question. You know, it's one that I've pondered a lot when I was questioning Reformed theology.
So,
but I think it's actually.
How long have you been born again?
I've been born again since 2020. 2020 was when I was first converted. I was actually in a Church of Christ when
You
it
were a
happened.
Mormon?
No. The Church of Christ Camp Polite Camp. You know, the
Oh,
ones that
like,
are very.
They the oneness? Are they oneness or?
Some camps of them are, but the one I was in was Trinitarian. So they did affirm the Trinity, but they think that baptism is a justification ritual.
A justification or what?
Justification ritual. When you perform the act of baptism, that's when you are saved. It's when you are justified before God.
So where were you born, John? Because I am fucking having a difficult time pinning your accent.
I was born in Arizona, so my accent just changed a lot because I came to the Philippines. I'm
Like how long
surrounded by
have you
other
been in the
Filipinos.
Philippines, then?
2 years now, since
2
June
years?
2024. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't even. You're a fucking enigma to me, buddy. So I don't even.
Yeah. My bad, man. I've been trying to work on everything, but I've been waiting on my wife's visa to get approved. Once that gets approved, we're gonna be coming back, and hopefully my accent comes back. I'm just surrounded by a lot of.
So.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Right.
I'll be on again tonight, tomorrow night, and everything. And if you guys want to pop in and talk about it, you know what I mean? Or let's if we can all put our egos to the side and not just sit here to win the debate or win my position. No,
Yeah,
no,
I
no.
have no desire to do that. Yeah,
we need to make sure that we know, we have. The Bible says if you don't have the doctrine of Christ, you do not have God. That's concerning to me.
Yeah.
So this is why you should take this very seriously. It ain't about, am I on the, our team's the best team. That's the wrong attitude.
Yeah. I actually dislike my team more than I like my team. So, I have a lot of good Calvinist friends, but I also have a lot of good non-reformed friends, and we can all still fellowship, even though we have differences in doctrine.
Well, I still
think that
consider
we're
Calvinist brothers. We're just, brothers that don't like to hang out very much. That's all.
Hey, I would be fine with hanging out with you, man. It's
Cool.
not a problem for me.
No, I like you, John. Yeah. But yeah, let's. I got to get my butt to bed. I'm
For sure,
way
man.
over. Yeah, I'm gonna be.
Thank you for letting me on, man. I sincerely appreciate it.
Yeah, you have a good night, bro. Yeah,
You too,
God
bro.
bless. Bye. All right, kicking Numi. Bada boom, removing. Where's my deal? That's how I feel. So, which one do I want to play tonight? Let's see. Let's go with this.
Hear the call for reapers as it comes from every land. Are you ready, Christian, to obey you, Lord's command? Sheaves are still ungathered, just waiting for the worker to go forth and with the reapers lend a hand. Many now are idle whom the Lord could use today, knowing not how well the blessed Master to hide in thee. Thy blessed redemption now we claim, and life received through Jesus' name. Immortality, immortality. Immortality is Jesus' gift to me. Life and light divine through the blood of mine, and endless victory. Oh, Christ, our immortality. Death has no sting, no victory. Since for thy people thou didst win the great salvation from all sin. Immortality, immortality. Immortality is Jesus' gift to me. Life and light divine through the blood of mine, and endless victory. Oh, Christ, our immortality. No darkness can be found in thee, and into every trusting heart thou dost the light and life impart. Immortality, immortality. Immortality is Jesus' gift to me. Life and light divine through the blood of mine, and endless victory. Oh, how often we sing of a city so fair, just beyond the dark valley. We're told where the Savior has gone, us a home to prepare in that beautiful city of gold, in that city of light where the sun never sets, the inhabitants never grow old. There no sorrow, no sickness, no death ever comes in that beautiful city of gold. There the sun ever shines, there the sun ever shines, fragrant flowers ever bloom, fragrant flowers ever bloom. There will meet the redeemed, and the Savior behold, in that beautiful city of gold. Oh, the rapturous scenes on that evergreen shore, to my vision their beauties unfold, where the rivers of pleasure roll on evermore, in the beautiful city, oh, the beautiful city of gold. On that bright shining shore, all our loved ones will meet, and the King in his beauty behold, the white robe and the crown of rejoicing, receiving that beautiful city of gold. There the sun ever shines, there the sun ever shines, fragrant flowers